Testing 1, 2 microphone. I'm recording. All right, recording has resumed, and we are beginning the NREMT cognitive exam review for EMT Basic and Advanced EMT. We've got 90 plus, somewhere between 90 and 100 people, I think, right now on. More continuing to join. Again, we had about 170 registered. So, without further ado, if we will, I do have it set to where people can unmute themselves. But if possible, hold the questions if you don't mind until jot a note down, and we can put questions in the chat box, or we can put the questions in, just write them down, and we will take time before breaks or whatnot, or after breaks perhaps. Seems to work better. We'll do that after breaks, to allow a brief session of question and answer. So we go from there. So very good, very good. If somebody needs some quick feedback, try to use the chat box. I'll try to monitor that, and we'll go from there. So All right, there's a lot of folks on here. And yes, so when I make it, I tell you what, let's do before we begin. Somebody who can tell me what to do, unmute and here and tell me what I need to hit to adjust to where you have the ability to record this on your own, because I don't know how to do that. I've messed with a lot of stuff. So.
You go into the settings,
Uh-huh.
and in the settings, let me see if I can find it right quick, because I do it all the time, but hang on. I think you may have to go in the settings of your meeting right as at this point, but let me look right quick.
All right, I got that pulled up on this other computer in front of me here, so.
Let me go into one of mine right quick and I'll tell you.
All right.
I've done it, but.
I see it here, settings and recordings.
Right, there should be a place where you just click to let people record.
Okay,
Download.
let me find that. It says hosts allow hosts and participants to record the meeting to a local file.
Yes.
All right, that's turned on to where it should allow that.
It's on?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then it's got to be in the meeting itself. So you have to go to the meeting itself.
Okay.
And hit the edit button. And then at the bottom of the edit, there will be a few selections you can choose, and choose the one that says that we can record this one.
All right, tenfold. Let me find this right here. No worries, y'all bear with me. We'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed where it works for everybody. Edit this meeting. Okay, registration, secure password, blah, blah, blah.
Should be at the very bottom.
All right. I'm multitasking. Sorry, I'm still lit.
You're okay. Let's see. I'm looking for it too right now.
Automatically record, approve.
Do you have it automatically recording?
Yeah.
Do you have it automatically recording to the cloud?
On local computer. So do I need to go to cloud?
Well, either way, if you automatically do it to the cloud, do you have everybody's email? You could shoot them the link.
Let's do that. That's what we want to do. Let me save that and see what happens. Okay, we've saved that, and hopefully that will do what we want it to do.
And then you should be able to just send it to the link to everybody, and then they'll be able to get it.
All right, cool. All right, I don't see anybody else pending, needing in. Let's see here. All right. Somebody said, how long is the class? For EMT Basic, my plan, not to let you get too far ahead of me here, but my plan is lunchtime. If we get done sooner than that, great. Because EMT and AEMT need to hear some of the same information and see access to the similar resources. And I want to show you, I want to discuss, and I'm going to show you, this is handy about this screen share, where I can actually now show you the resources. Also, AEMT, kind of like after lunch, I would recommend popping back in after lunch. And so what we'll look about is about 11:30 or so, or as soon as we get done, then, we'll break for lunch or whatever, and then come back and knock out some AEMT stuff. There we will talk about fluid calculations, some of the advanced EMT medications and things, without creating confusion and crossing over scope of practice. I want to prevent that potential. So that's what we'll do. So very good. And may I say that Miss Lemming, yes, if you do get a call, I hope you don't, but we know that's hard to avoid in this business. So if you do, no worries, no worries. We will fix it to where um, we'll easily fix it to where hopefully it records, and you'll be able to go from there. All right, very good. I think I've got everything set up. So, um, going ahead and moving on. So beginning here, and again, let me just check one little thing and make sure that yeah, all right. Okay, all right, and we are recording. Very good, very good. All right, things are good. Things are good. We did this last Friday for paramedic, and whoo, that was a long day. That's a lot of information, though. This also is a fair degree of information. Now, that all being said, the recording from that worked well. Just doing it on the local computer. Yeah, I've got the paid version. Paramedic was done last Friday, and we have that. We do have that recorded, and it worked well. It worked well, so that's good. Um, all right. So, a couple things to know about the exam, then we go from there. Is here's something that you really want to remember. You're sitting and you're going to be taking this test and doing this exam. You need to understand that statistically, according to the NREMT's own statistics, only 1% of people run out of time on this. So, what does that tell you? That tells you slow down, give yourself time, allow yourself time. You have time. It is on your side for once. Usually in this business, time ain't on your side. Time ain't on the side of a lot of the patients we encounter. But in this test, time is on your side. And sure, there's a time limit. But now, if you're going to fail the thing, fail it because you ran out of time. Don't fail the thing because you rushed yourself and did not allow yourself the opportunity to synthesize the information and hopefully get it right. So that's what we want to watch out for. All right. Um, different. Yes, yes. So EMT and AEMT candidates both need to hear the same information right now. After lunch, there will be additional information for AEMT. Again, um, everybody is where they need to be right now, EMTB and AEMT candidates. And then after lunch, there will be some additional info for advanced EMT candidates as well, specific to those direct scope of practice variations. I don't want to introduce too much of that. For our basic candidates, our good friends here, in due time, they'll get that. But right now, they don't want to get confused for the purposes of the test. So, anyhow, and I'll come back and monitor a couple of those questions and whatnot later on. So, also, before I do forget, actually, I won't forget because I have it built into my information here. So as we continue to go forward, I want to discuss the importance of fear and fear that whatever fear you have. Now, I ain't talking about like, spiders, tornadoes, skinny people, all these kinds of scary things that are out there. But I'm talking about like the fear of failure And what is it that you're afraid of? Are you afraid you're going to be judged because you didn't pass your test the first time? Well, whoop you freaking do. It took me 4 times to pass my paramedic exam. Some people might look at that and say, hell, you that stupid that it took you 4 times to pass the test. That's how it made me feel. And then also, barely making $30,000 a year back then as a EMT firefighter. Man, that gets old having to pay for that over and over and over. So I'm pretty realistic, and this is why we try to do what we can do with the support and help of our state EMS leadership, Director Ward, and our regional EMS consultants, Mr. Davis here in Middle Tennessee, and we got up around the Upper Cumberland region, Mr. Tompkins, and all these people. They're very good to our colleagues, and these are good friends of ours. These people that long time now have proven themselves in the business, and they are more interested in seeing you succeed rather than see you fail. You've got Mr. Kirby down there at the state as an EMS instructor for many, many, many people in EMS leadership nowadays. He was their teacher, and then a service director for years, and so still involved at down there. As a lot of y'all, you heard about this class by speaking with him when he called down the state office. So we got some good folks on our side, and it is not a dog eat dog industry like many. We rather reach out and mentor and develop and strengthen our attrition pool and our future colleagues. So, but I tell you what now, whatever it is that is in your mind that's telling you you may not be able to do this, there are people on here who have ran into the same difficulties I ran into. You have failed this thing more than once. And failure is not necessarily a bad thing. When you learn from the mistakes that made you fail, well, that the byproduct of learning from mistakes is known as wisdom. So you can gain much wisdom from failure. And through failure, you can also learn, but you have to realize what didn't work the first time. So you need to obviously change something to get a different result the next time. So what we need to change is we probably need to enhance the studying, and we need to further synthesize additional information. Most likely, you need to go back to the bare minimal basics and make sure that you have an elite understanding of the basics. That in itself is some of which of what we're going to discuss. People think about basic level information, and the basic level information typically has a basic level of understanding associated with it. The basics are the most important. So therefore the basics, these ABCs and things as simple as that, these fundamental building blocks, I call it the ABCs 1, 2, 3s. And I can present that, and I'm going to share that with you here in just a little while. That's on a physician type level of understanding, and this is where it actually needs to be. So anyhow, whatever, and here's what I want you to understand. If you are taking this exam, and as you begin to click on answers, either you're taking it at a testing center, you're taking a proctored exam at home now that they offer, whatever the case may be. What I want you to understand here is that whatever your situation is, if you begin to become afraid and you let fear of failure get into your thought process, fear, like other emotions, fear out there, it's an emotion. Well, out of all the emotions, fear is twice more powerful. Twice more powerful. And when it comes to clouding your cognitive abilities. So here's the deal. Here's what that simply means is very powerful emotions such as fear, and the only other one out there that is as powerful as fear is love. Now, for those of you that's ever had the old Cupid arrow stick you in the butt, that's rough. And love, like fear and love both make you do foolish things. They both cause you to sometimes make poor decisions. And so it's because that those strong emotions cloud human cognition by 50%. So if you are afraid, if you let this get in your mind, if you let this start trying to defeat your thought process, then you are only answering the questions with 50% of your cognitive ability. So before you waste any time, any more time, any of your money, any more of your money on the test, on this cognitive exam process, then you need to first and foremost assure yourself that you have a powerful purpose and that you have been designed and given specific gifts and talents and abilities, but also you have acquired skills and knowledge. You need to be sure that you have set yourself up by synthesizing the information at your own time. See, in class, you have to learn it at someone else's pace. In class, you have to learn the information at someone else's pace. Some of us feel like we're far ahead. Some of us, well, myself specifically, I always felt like I was behind. And trying to struggle with it, I was like, now, let me think about it. I don't know, was I overthinking it, or I think maybe I'm just kind of country and slow, but whatever. All this being said, and don't let me sound like I'm saying country folks are slow, because I've debated with many a highfalutin people, and they take a country accent for granted. So, but anyhow, I like it when they do that. They often get surprised. That's real funny. But anyhow, all this being said, I'm going to move past this. But what I'm telling you is, you need to, if you ain't ready for it up here, then you won't be ready for it, Don't expect to pay. People go and they'll take this test and they tell me, Chubby, I'm surprised I passed. I can't believe I passed the test. And I tell them folks, I say, well, hey, if you were expecting to fail it, then why did you even take it? Don't take the test unless you plan to pass the test. You see what I'm saying? Because that's yourself being honest with yourself, saying, hey, I don't think I'm ready. And is this a hard exam? The answer to that is yes, this is a hard exam. It is supposed to be a hard exam. It needs to be a hard exam. Why? It's because we are entrusted to hold people's greatest treasures in our hands. It's an incredible responsibility. So it should be hard. It should be hard. Is it impossible? No, not at all. Not at all. All right. You will soon find yourself leading others. So it is a very high level of self-fulfillment. It's a very high level of self-fulfillment when we discover our purpose. And what a powerful purpose to feel as if you have been guided to serve others in such a capacity to where you're willing, you're going to be one of the few people that the good Lord has entrusted to go out here and help tend the flock as one of his chosen sheepdogs. That ain't something to take for granted right there. But look, once you find your purpose, and then later down the road, you're liable to find yourself sitting there doing what we doing today, helping to lead other people to it. And man, that is a degree of self-fulfillment that only about 10% of the human population statistically gets to experience. So not to get off on a sidebar here of Maslow's ultimate hierarchy, but that's got a lot to do with it. So anyhow, I say this to tell you that if you have gotten this far, then you are well on the way. to fulfilling. Not only have you discovered a powerful purpose, but you have fulfilled quite a bit of it. All right, now moving on. Moving on. This is what I was talking about earlier here. You know, what is it that you're afraid of? Whatever it is, you better deal with it before you try to commit yourself to the exam. In the test, and I've got a lot of what we'll be able to discuss here will come forward here in just a moment. Things that you really need to know about what you came here today to hear. So two approaches. You got two approaches with this, two approaches. Now, there are some questions that are simply factually based information, such as something to do about the chamber of the heart, which part, which side of the heart is the tricuspid versus the bicuspid, the mitral versus the semilunar, and reality is it may be the same. So, little things like that, you'll kind of have to know A and P. So aside from that, though, what you need to also realize and understand is that the types of questions most likely that you'll be dealing with is patient-related or scene-related questions. A patient-related question will typically start off with like primary assessment, and we're fixing to discuss that. I want to show you in detail what I'm talking about. Understanding that alone will help you know which answer to best pick. If the question is a scene-related question, then the order of priority you would need to pick that is going to be similar to how you take and do your when you do your practical checkoffs, when you walk in like your skills checkoff stations, BSI, seat safety, number of patients, all this stuff. And so when you do that, that's what you will want to be looking for. So, all right, very good, very good. All right, now this right here is exactly what I was just telling you about. So in a little bit more detail, let me show you. So a patient-related question, if you got 4 answers and they all look like they could be right answers, they're at the end of the day, the distractors are all the wrong answers, and the stem is the question. What the test developers at the NREMT call the key is the correct answer. So you want to unlock the stem with the key. You need the key, you need the right answer. There are reasons that answers that are kind of sort of right are actually technically wrong. And so therefore, this is why it's important to pay attention to detail, and it's important to know your stuff. So you can certainly decipher. Sometimes 2 of the answers look really good, but one of them is better than the other. And it's that simple little reason that it's better than the other is why the other is actually wrong. And the one you're looking at is right. So learning how to pick the key, in other words, learning how to identify the correct answer. This is a little tip right here. So on a patient-related question, be it a medical or trauma patient, doesn't necessarily matter here. Now, where it says ABC, that's in bold right there, C would be C-spine. So in other words, how you would open the airway on the trauma patient. If there's considerable mechanism of injury or all these different variable factors, as you know all that. That would determine and kind of mandate and direct how you would open the airway, modified jaw thrust versus, head tilt chin lift. So consideration of C-spine in a trauma patient. Okay, then it's an airway priority, and then breathing, and then circulation. And then, so each of those has a 1, 2, 3 process based on the level of severity. And we will be coming to that here in just a moment. Hence the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s we discussed. And so then D is deficits or disabilities, and E, environment or exposure. Is there something in the E, environment, or E, that they are being exposed to that justifies a rapid E extrication? So environment or exposure may need be justification for rapid extrication. See, making the decision to rapidly extricate someone from their environment or from a vehicle or whatnot falls in the assessment of the primary assessment. If you determine an immediate life threat to the ABCs due to their environment or exposure, then that is a primary assessment issue, and it gets addressed, and it's justification for rapid extrication. All right. So on a scene-related question is easily identified oftentimes by the simple fact that it is the scenario or the question or the STEM would involve multiple patients. If it gives you a scenario or a STEM or a question about multiple patients, then that is possibly a C question. So your order of priority, the best answers you can pick there is BSI, scene safety, how many patients do you have, what are the mechanisms or what are the natures of illness, do I need additional resources? And then and only then that those things are addressed and identified and emphasized in the possible correct questions or the key you're looking for out of the distractors. Then and only then might you go further into any other action, you see. All right, such as extricating somebody, bagging this one, black tagging this one, initiating triage. You don't start the triage, you don't start none of that until you have made sure none of those things are in the potential answers. See what I'm saying? Those are your priorities. And the priorities out of those is up there at the top, starting with BSI, scene safety. Just like over here on a patient-related question, the top priority of anything is airway. That sounds good. Thank you, ma'am. I tell you what, I'm blessed with good people and good help. Around here, some great team members. They spoil me rotten. I got one that even brought me a cake, a little pecan pie. Hey, fat boys like pecan pie. All right. So look, here's the thing. Who comes up with these questions? Usually it's about 10 or so people at a time. They may be a pharmacist, a physician. It's usually a physician, medical director, or an EMS based physician. There are usually some actual providers, people who are still providers in the field. There's usually training officers or instructors, and typically a legal expert. So there's usually a small panel or board of people at each question writing session. And so they usually gather up there and up in Cincinnati where the main office is. And right there on the table, they'll have out, most all the common industry standard texts, definitive references, which would be the current compendium of science from the American Heart Association for any of your cardiology resuscitation based questions, and some of these things. So look, enough about that. So different tests, see, have different. So EMT is different than, or the basic is different than the advanced test. So the EMT basic, very similar to, the paramedic in some way, where the EMT, you're going to get a set number of questions. You just don't worry about trying to, if you get so many right or so many wrong, you get this many and you get enough of them right, cool. You get enough of them wrong, oops. So this is talking about pilot questions. Now, each different test has some different pilot questions. I've got that wrote down in some other information. What I am being led to understand right now, and this was told in the last month's statewide EMS educators meeting. a conference, online conference. And what we discovered there was students who were taking the NREMT cognitive exam from home were not getting, the NREMT was telling that they were not getting the pilot questions on the proctored exams, So, but what a pilot question really is, there has been confusion, and I myself have very recently, even up until just a few days ago, I don't know, we were discussing a fairly boring a section of a piece of material in a hazardous materials class, a specific chapter I was very familiar with, and kind of lost myself there. I was reading a piece of information that come from the NRMT, and what it said, it struck me, and I was like, that makes more sense. So pilot question is not necessarily seeing if you were taught about this yet. For example, a lot of folks think that a pilot question is something that's, ooh, it's the newest thing in the business. It's the, not everybody may know about it yet. No, that ain't what it is. What it actually is, it sometimes may be fairly new things, but they have not historically had questions about it yet. And it is in the standards, it is in the text, it is expected to be known. However, they have to validate it. So to test it, to see if it is a valid question, and if people are able to answer it, and if the question and the stems and the distractors are all working like they're supposed to, they'll run it as a pilot question. In other words, they'll beta test it. So that's all a pilot question is. So if you go to an actual testing center, you could expect pilot questions. And this is my understanding. If you take the proctored exam from home, you may not. So anyhow, for what that's worth. All right. So the information right here, don't worry about that. I will be taking you over. These are the links. This is just talking about them. The paramedic version is a whole lot more than the AEMT version, and then the EMT version a little bit more than the basic version of the National EMS Education Standards. And there's an actual document from the registry themselves that you will soon see that I'm going to show you is extremely helpful. All right, so let me take a little peek-see here. And this information right here, as far as the exam how to take it, that I would recommend, I'd recommend if I had to just shoot from the hip. I don't have a well thought out answer, so I'm going to shoot from the hip on this one and just jump right out here and say, if I had to guess, I would say go to a testing center. Now, that's a decision that each individual needs to make based on any associated comorbidities with potential virus that you may have, how you feel about that, safety wise. If you stay at home, you probably don't, you could just be right there chilling in the, but my concern is the least little thing goes wrong, say a kid or something pops up in the room, or a family member, or somebody knocks on the door and they won't go away or whatever. These distractions or whatever that will likely happen. And at the house, they may cut your test off and you ain't gonna get no refund, and it's gonna count as one of your opportunities at the exam. So I would not want to jeopardize one of my 3 without having to have a refresher, which is overall one of my 6 attempts at the exam, and or the loss of money and time due to something that really wasn't my fault by trying to take it at home. So there are pros and cons. Personally, if it were me, I would go to a testing center. And you will find people will say, oh, go to Bowling Green. It's better than the one down in Franklin, Tennessee, or whatever. Or go to the one and so. I drove all the way down to the one and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know that they're really that different, to be honest with you. At the end of the day, it's the same information. If you don't know the information, that's probably why you didn't pass, not because you went to one specific. And I have a lot of folks will say that, man, so they passed. I'm going to go where they went. And I'm like, you probably need to study what they studied, not go take a test where they went. Y'all, I'm telling you, folks get the head messed up a little bit. So anyhow, old Chubb has to help them think about it a little more clearly sometimes. So, oh yeah, Sister Potts, you got 4 children. Honey, you have to stop the test and put the house out of fire and break up a fight or something. You better not. Yeah, you better go to a testing center. So for some folks, though, it is much more relaxing. If you struggle with test anxiety, then you should stay where you are more comfortable. And it may help decrease your anxiety. And so that's what I would do. That's what I would do. So yes, I think the best answer, not to ramble, but the best answer to that question is going to be you do what works for you. You know you better than anybody, and do something good for yourself. And this right here is like a lot of things we need to start doing in our business. We are so selfless, and how much we give to others. Any opportunity that we can find to do a little something for ourselves, that should not sound selfish. But unless you care for yourself, you can't care for anybody else. And so, I'm a fan of that these days. I've wasted a lot of years trying to worry about the needs of everybody else, and hell, just give up on yourself, And but I'm here to tell you that it ain't selfish. It's necessary. Self-care and doing what works for you first. Then you can worry about everybody else. So anyhow, that goes for us as parents. That goes for us in relationships. And so anyhow, the only other put before yourself, I guess, would be the good Lord and what that plan there is. But anyhow, on the cognitive exam for basics, this is where you won't pay attention. Basics. This shows you, this right here shows you the content areas and percentages. Um, uh, this right here shows the content areas where you can expect the bulk of your questions. And so the following statement right here will apply for EMT basic and AEMT candidates. And that is that 15% of each category, with the exception of operations, will be pediatric questions. So 15% of each section will be operations-based questions. So what we'll do here is here as we move into the material, I want to actually show you most likely where you will find that content and what you could expect to need to know. So anywho, and so something I do want to emphasize on, and as I do this, let me go on down to the AEMT, this one here. So, Homer back here, he's saying, I failed just one section and it makes me fail the whole test. What kind of a loser would even try something like that? Well, hey, we're crazy, right? We'll try about anything. But it is crazy. But that's how it works. That's how it works. So you've got to make sure that you are competent and you are comfortable in each of these sections if you're going to master the whole thing. So that's part of the trick right there is one little thing, one little section uh, can cost you the whole test. And so that's kind of what stinks about it. So anyhow, so the good news if you're taking the AEMT, the good news is You already passed the first one apparently. So anyhow, that helps. That certainly does help. So there you see that where the bulk of the questions are. And again, 15% of most of these sections is pediatrics. Do you concur? That don't make no sense. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That ain't us. I don't think. We had a person saying they couldn't get into the class through a different registration format. It's not what we use. Interesting. So this is what we were talking about here, and we'll cover a little bit of this preliminary information and take a quick break. But what you need to know is, so I started to, so one other thing to emphasize before I move into this, going back to pilot questions, on pilot questions, you need to realize that if they are beta testing or running it as a pilot question, if you're taking the actual exam at a testing center, if you get those right, they don't count for you. If you get them wrong, they don't count against you. So, and usually, actually pretty much you're really not going to know that it's a pilot question. It's going to look just like all the rest of the questions. It's just simply a newer, brand new question into their pool, into their stockpile of validated questions. So anyhow, if that is the one you're answering, if it's a pilot question, don't worry about it. Now, with that being said, another tip, another piece of advice. If you are clicking right along, man, you're clicking right along, and then you're like, okay, this ain't so bad. This ain't so bad. And then you get to question number 11. And you get to question number 11, and you're like, and it's asking you something other about the lowest acceptable minimal pediatric systolic blood pressure, which would be 70 plus 2 times age in years. Anything below that, evidence or indications of decompensatory shock. But if it was asking you something like that and you had a total cerebral flatulence, in other words, you just had a full-on brain fart and you could not remember, or maybe you were distracted that day in class, or maybe that was the day you decided to stay home and play the new Call of Duty when it came out or something, instead of going to class, then maybe you just simply don't know it. And here's the thing, if you have to guess, you got to move on. A question that you struggled on needs to be like a bad relationship. If you are still hanging on to a sad piece of history in your a darker chapter in your story, but here you are trying to write new chapters and trying to move on, or you trying to go on down the road with your life, and you still hung up on what happened 2 years ago. Well, you sabotaging yourself. So you cannot, if you are trying to walk forward, yet you are looking behind you, then you're going to trip and fall flat on your face. So you're going to trip and fall flat on your face if you are looking behind you while trying to walk forward. Quit looking behind you and look in front of you. Look at the now and look at the later. Don't look at the back then. Same thing with a bad relationship, same thing on the test questions. If you struggled on number 11 and you're just sure that you got it wrong, and now you're sitting here on question 37, and every question between number 11 and number 37, you have been worried and you have been afraid that you screwed up number 11. Well, that means fear. And that means that everything between 11 and 37, you have only answered with 50% of your cognitive ability. See, love and fear are really stupid emotions. They make us make bad decisions. So understand that if you did not know the answer, or then you got to do the best you can. Give yourself time, be patient with yourself. Give yourself time to synthesize it the best you can. Pick the answer that you think is best to the best of your abilities, and then click on to the next question. Don't worry about it. Don't go. So leave it alone. Leave it alone. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. When you click to that new question, you give it your time and attention. All righty. You need to give it your time and attention, not only half, because part of your time and attention is still hung up on the last one. So anyhow, that's the same thing. If you're going to be bold enough to try to enter into a new relationship after somebody else out there broke your heart years ago, it ain't fair to you or to that new person to be trying to give them some time and attention when you still hung up on the one from 2 years ago. So in other words, if that's the case, you ain't ready. You ain't ready. So anyhow, you got to get yourself ready in your head before you click that next question on this here test too. Same thing. So if you are a basic and you are on you would need to test for the fourth attempt. Then what you want to do here, this right here is what we're doing today. This is, there are 3 options for remedial training requirements. After failing the exam 3 times, you have to have refresher training, approved refresher training in order to challenge the exam for the 4th time. Now, if this is your situation, if this is your scenario, then I want you to know that my goal would be that the 4th time will be the last time. But if it ain't, we'll keep helping you. We really need to get it done because there ain't no 7th time. So anyhow, and you got about what is it, 2 years? And then you have to wait 15 days between attempts. So if you are nearing your 2-year period, and because you have to wait a half a month to try to do it again, then I know people who have ran out of time because they've lollygagged and they ain't got no hurry. And you just can't do a whole lot to fix that, So anyhow, folks will call, man, what can I do? What can I do? That'd have been good to thought about 6-7 months ago, not 6-7 weeks. So I just want to caution you, to that. Make sure that you're getting this done in a timely fashion if you've been at it for a while. All right, so EMTs need 20 hours of national competency component. So this is what I will be showing you here in a moment. AEMT, you need 25 hours. And so what we are doing here is option number 2. We were reviewing and going under retraining through the national competency component from the actual NREMT model that's modeled here. And so I want to show you exactly where all this information is. So you'll be surprised at how useful it is when we do see it. So anyhow, all right, very good, very good. All right. Now, let's keep pressing. You will need to, I've got just a few more pieces of information. We'll take a little break. When you take the test, you need to know your scope of practice. You need to know your role. You need to know what you are allowed to do at the EMTB level and what you would be allowed to do at the AEMT level. Yes, this is a cognitive exam, but the questions that it may be asking you on this cognitive exam may simply be testing your ability or your knowledge or your understanding of what skills you would be allowed to apply to the patient. And so therefore, we all will have to know the EMR skills. Then a basic needs to know the basic skills. An AEMT will need to know the EMR, the EMTB, and the AEMT skills. And if you were testing as a paramedic, you would have to know EMR, EMTB, AEMT, and your paramedic skills. So I encourage everybody to look at these. We're in the resource that I will show you after we come back from a break. But because if you're testing as a basic, it won't hurt you to review what's in the AEMT. That way you know, hey, I can't pick that because that ain't something I can do. And so this is why it's important, now it may ask you which of the following airway interventions would this patient need? And the scenario is talking about a burn patient. If one of the answers says oral tracheal intubation, well, that may not be a wrong answer because that is what that patient definitively would need compared to anything else. Now, however, it's not asking you what you would do. It's asking you to recognize what that patient needs. So even as EMT, as a basic or AEMT, you're not going to be intubating the patient, but you would need to be able to recognize and understand that, well, this patient needs this. Why do they want you to know that? They want you to know that so you would recognize it to timely request ALS intercept or timely facilitate emergency transport to the closest facility for a physician. So that is why you might see that. So if you see something that looks like it's way outside or maybe outside your scope of practice, if it's saying what would the patient need, then the higher scope of practice answer may be right. If it's saying what would you do, then you better be sticking in your scope of practice. And I hope that makes sense. All right. I want to check this right quick. All right. Yep. All right, so cool beans. So this is the EMR skills. This is an example of the EMR skills in this document that I was talking to you about. All of this information right here and all of the links, as well as this recording, my goal is to send that out, to everyone. I've got a long weekend ahead. Aside from maybe some hunting weather or something like that with my oldest kid, 13-year-old, I don't have a lot going on. So that being said, I'll be able to work on getting some retest letters done, and I've got a lot of info to send. I still got to get the paramedic group done from last Friday, where I've been in a class myself pretty much most of this week. So now you go on to this one. This one here is the EMT basic skills. This is the national this is the national level. So you're being tested on the national level. So you'll need to know that the things before right here, EMR. So all of us would be allowed to do these things. EMTB would also be allowed to do all these things. Okay. And then you would go to AEMT, which I forgot to add that one in, but I'll have to transfer that over on our break. But either way, I want to show you that document and show you where to find this, and you'll need to understand that you'll need to know these, what you can do, what you can't do. Now, anytime, this is important before we get to where we can take this break right here. After this, we're going to take us a 10-minute stand-up stretch. I try to break. We need to, you don't want to just sit there and ramble forever. So every hour or so, at least, we need 10 minutes, maybe more than that. So if you say too much or put too much out there, the adult learner brain loses it, to be quite honest with you. And the reality is, after about 3 to 4 hours, the adult learner is done. And so you need to give a whole lot of really good information and break. A whole lot of information and break. You need to do that about 3 or 4 times and then call it a day. That's actually the best way to present info. Going forward, this virtual stuff seems to work pretty good for this kind of training. Probably going to have smaller power burst sessions, like TED Talk style presentations in the future from different experts in the business around the region. But anyhow, as of right now, you stuck with me. So that all being said, anytime on the exam, if you see these things right here on this slide, if you see these things right here as options, they are wrong. These are wrong. This is on a national level. These are said to be medically unacceptable procedures and skills, burr holes. Now, look, ain't nobody gonna be out here with a hole saw drilling the hole in somebody's head for intracranial pressure. That would be highly negligent and criminal. I think that would be insane, right? So, but now is it something that a neurosurgeon or ER doc or something like that might do? Maybe. Hell, I don't know. It ain't something I'm gonna be doing. I tell you that much. So, demand valve devices without flow restriction heads. So I can't remember. Kenny, if you're on here, Brother Moffitt, if you remember what they were called, demand valve mask resuscitator or something like that. This old thing you would hold over, it would hook to like a pressurized oxygen tank, and you would hold it over like an ET tube, and you hit a little button.
I remember what you're talking about. Let me see if I can find what you're talking about, because it's
you know,
as long as you're holding the button, it's forcing air.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
let me see if I can find what you're talking about real fast.
Yeah,
find the name of it.
They're very dangerous, and they have not been used routinely in probably 20 plus years in EMS. So that would not be a correct answer. Now, for EMTB and AEMT, I have seen stuff on there, and we'll be showing you after a while for automated transport ventilator. And what that simply is a device. They also are not best practice. I'm a little disappointed that they even still expect people to use them or know about them. They simply provide artificial and mechanically provided tidal volume and respiratory rate. So it allows for ventilation. Now, it doesn't have the things that a normal, like a vent would have, like a vent paramedic or critical care paramedic would operate. You know, P, pressure support, FiO2, PIP, all these different variable settings that we would adjust on those. But however, it's a national standard. They still teach those things. So we'll talk about that later. But the demand valve thing, just stay away from that as an answer. Something called an EOA. It was an esophageal orbitator airway or something like that. Look, it is not necessarily a version of a SGA. Anytime you see SGA, that stands for supraglottic airway. That is going to be your King's, LMA Supreme, stuff like that. So even maybe a combi tube. So they don't pick anything that says esophageal orbitator airway or EOA. A field amputation is not an answer you would want to pick. Ipecac. When I took these tests a few days ago, a few years ago, about 22 years ago, well, you tested it, you did it on paper. You did it on paper, and you had to wait for your results to come in the mail. And man, it would take 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks, maybe even 30 days. And hell, if you failed, it's that much longer. God, it was miserable, y'all. And now you kind of know the same day whether you passed or failed, and you do it on a computer. Wow. So, but anyhow, all that being said, Ipecac was a thing back then, syrup of Ipecac and all, activated jar, all that. So, but Ipecac syrup no longer in industry standard at all. So, for what we're doing. So that is not a wreck, right? And then also the last thing, perimortem C-section. In other words, a pregnant patient dies and somebody might think that they can be a hero and take a scalpel and cut open the womb and deliver the baby to save the child. Yeah. This is not Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. This is not, House MD here. This ain't John N. Roy. That's not something you would want to pick. Now, in the AHA standards, 2015 and 2020 guidelines under maternal cardiac arrest, yes, it does say that very considerable to make strong consideration to transport to somewhere where that could be done by people trained if the mother does not survive. But anyhow, so this thing right here, I'm going to turn it up. Kenny sent this to me. This is an example of that oxygen demand valve thing that we were talking about. See that there, how it would hook to an oxygen tank, and then it would hook on to an ET tube. And it's got a button up there, and it simply just allows you to ventilate the patient directly. I mean, hell, just hook up an air compressor to them, out here at the tire shop or something. That's about the same thing that's doing. Very dangerous, very dangerous. And later, when we discuss the art of artificial ventilation, you will clearly see and understand, if you don't already, why that is bad. So all that being said, it is time. I'm showing 0910 hours. If you will join me back at 0920, please. 0920, we will resume.
Bits. And I've been involved in EMS education for a very long time. I taught my first EMT class in 1995 and was the paramedic program director at Walter State Community College in East Tennessee for several years. So first thing I wanted to tell you is, regardless of where you're at in taking this National Register exam, the first and most important thing I can tell you is there's nothing wrong with you. This is a very atypical exam, and you just got to learn how to take this exam. It doesn't mean that you're not going to be a good EMT. It doesn't mean that you didn't get good instruction. And that's probably what you're being able to glean from Brent thus far, is he's going to give you some tips that'll help you succeed in taking this exam, how to prepare. Just like a coach wants to get you ready to perform on the football field on Friday night or on Saturday, there's certain tips and techniques that is going to make you successful, whether you're running the ball or passing the ball or receiving the ball. It's the same thing right here. There's a lot of little things. A lot of people have a bad habit of trying to find or pick the most advanced choice. And a lot of these questions want you to stay in your lane and pick the most appropriate, correct answer that a lot of times will gear you towards the basics. So don't always jump towards the most difficult answer, the one that sounds like it's the most scientific, because in a lot of test questions, that would be the answer. In this type of exam, it's definitely not. Another thing is, and I'm sure Brent's going to allude to this, but don't spend a lot of time cramming the night before an exam, because that's counterproductive. You're going to just create a fog in your mind, and it's not going to help you as much as you would think. And nothing replaces getting rest the night before the exam, and nothing replaces having a good breakfast before you go and take the exam. And a lot of people that Brent encounters and that I've encountered will have no hesitation in saying that they are not a good test taker. Some people will just say, hey, I suck at taking a test. That gets in my mind, it gets in my head, and it's hard sometimes. And that you may feel like that I'm talking exactly to you. And that's a lot of people that take this national register exam. So first of all, realize that you guys can do this. You can succeed. You've got to prepare. There's all kinds of resources that are available to you. Some of these online exam preps. Nothing replaces your own textbook, of reaching back through your textbook. I don't want you to go back and start rereading chapters, because if you go back and start rereading chapters right now, you're going to confuse yourself. But it is good to look through the book, look at the bold terms, the italicized terms. I always like to tell my people to look at the special stuff in the margins, because those are the topics that are good content for test questions. And again, if there's ever anything that we can do for you guys here at Sumner County EMS, reach out to us, and we're here for you. I don't care what part of the state or what state that you're from, you're EMS, and we're a family, and we want to take care of you. And hey, let me also do a commercial. When it's all said and done and you get that license and you're looking for a place to work, and go to our website, sumnerems.org. Our applications are always on there. I think that we are blessed enough right now to be the highest paid EMS agency in the state with the recent raises that we've got. And we've got some of the best equipment and some of the best opportunities. We start paramedics out fresh out of school at over $55,000 a year. And I think EMTs start out at around $46,000 a year. So I'm not saying that to brag or boast, but I'm just saying that to put it out there as a commercial. It says, hey, we run about 30,000 calls a year, and we're always looking for some people that's ready to jump in and have fun with it. So again, good to see everybody. I hope you enjoy this class today. I hope that it relaxes you, that you feel like you're better prepared when you leave this Zoom platform today, that you've got that mentality that you are the slayer, you've got the sword, and you're ready to take care of the dragon, and the dragon's the national register exam. So good luck to everybody. I'll hush for a second, and if anybody has any questions, unmute and ask any questions that you may have of me, and then I'll turn it back over to Deputy Chief Dyer. All right, nobody wants to talk to me, Brent.
I guess you probably were beginning to think I didn't want to talk to you either.
No, I can tell you were multitasking.
Well, he knows me. He knows me. Well, hey, I tell you, he keeps me busy. I got to get on it. So, well,
Now, Chief Miller, I missed what your role is. Can you go over that one more time, please? Since you opened the board, I'm going to ask some questions.
There you go, Ms. Henson. Gladly, I am the chief of Sumner County EMS here, and Brent is my deputy chief of training, and we just encourage you guys to reach out if we can ever help you. We teach our own EMT program here at Sumner County EMS. We're one of 7 agencies in the state that are approved to do so. My background, I've been an EMS educator, taught my first EMT class in 1995, so I'm dating myself a little bit, Tansy, but I was at Walter State Community College in East Tennessee. I was the paramedic program director. I taught 16 consecutive paramedic programs, so and several EMT programs. So I started out by telling everybody, and I think you might have been on the phone, is the first thing is realize that it's not you. There's nothing wrong with you. It's a very unique exam. And if you listen to Brent, there's some tips and techniques that he will give you, because a lot of times you just get in your way trying to take this exam, and you think you can take it like you would a standard paper and pencil exam, but you can't. You can't psychoanalyze it that same way. You can't hit your finger on the table, and whichever finger tingles the most, that's the answer that you're going to go with, because it'll just trip you up every time. You've got to be a little bit more scientific and think. And there's been so many things that I've done with my students over the years. And one of the things that I've done, and Brent can either agree or disagree with this, is I encourage my students, when a new test question pops up, I encourage them to read the answer choices first.
Mhm.
And if they read those 4 answer choices and then come back
Mhm.
and read the question, now they are more directed as to what they're looking for. Sometimes you will read a question, and before you even read the answer choices, your mind is trying to tell you what it thinks the answer is.
Right.
So when you don't find the answer that your mind told you would be one of the choices, then you start to deflate a little bit, and you're like, oh man, I've already screwed up because the answer I thought I should be looking for is not even one of my choices. So sometimes I think it steers and it is a better use of your time to read your answer choices and then apply them back to the STEM or the question, and kind of direct you a little bit better that way. But anyway,
Right.
that was my introduction. I went a little bit further than what you asked for, but hey, that's kind of what I always do.
Well, I really want to thank you, Brent, for bringing up the reminder of EMT versus AEMT test, because that makes a huge difference. Because as a female firefighter that responds to fires in the rural county, sometimes we get on scene first, and that ambulance may be 45 minutes to an hour out on the ETA. And when taking the test, you're looking at what's it going to take to save that person's life. But if I'm just strictly in my EMT scope of practice and what I can and cannot do, I can't be looking at what it's going to take, because that's an EMT scope of practice. So that's where it's really hit me on my trauma part, because I'm looking at trying to answer on things that I've done on the scene as a firefighter, because you got to do what you got to do to save that patient. So I've got to learn to bend back down a little bit and stay strictly in my scope of practice.
Yeah, and that's easy. That's okay. That's good. And here's why that's good. 22 years, Chief's obviously quite a bit older than I am there, but just kidding. Just kidding. Love you, man.
It's true.
But I think he'll say the same thing. In my short 22 years of tenure in this business, I have found about 99% of what saves the patient's life is the most basic interventions,
Mhm.
to be quite honest with you. So being what I was talking about earlier is being elite with the basics. People want to be basic with the basics, and you can't be basic with the basics. You got to be the best with the basics, because that's really and truly what I have found, discovered, that truly saves people's lives. So that is great to hear. Chief, you had a message on there. Somebody told you hello from Jefferson County.
Yeah, I saw that. I got a lot of old peeps, my family on there, and I see Angie Bowen and Ruff is on here. He's one of our local guys. Karen Lee, I've known Karen for several years. A lot of good people that, as I said a minute ago, this is family, and it doesn't matter what state you go in, we're family. Love you guys. Good to hear from you all. And if you all get a chance to come through Sumner County down here in Middle Tennessee, stop in and pay us old poor folks a visit sometime.
Yep, that's right. Well, and I have, it says here, I'm a volley firefighter and first responder. And I tell you what, I want you to understand that, and let me, as an administrator and a well-respected paramedic in one of the largest services out there, and I've taught at the training academy of one of the largest metropolitan services systems in our region, and don't ever say violent. Some of the most professional and well credentialed and passionate and dedicated people I've ever known have been the volunteers. So there does not have to be a stigma of mediocrity associated with a volunteer responder. There's nothing stopping a volunteer responder from being every bit as credentialed and knowledgeable and professionally ready as somebody getting paid to do it, and somebody even at an administrative or educator's level. So I tell you, I appreciate what you do. This is where I got my start. It is where I got my start, and I still run with my volunteer fire department. So very good. Let's pick back up, my friends. Let's pick back up, and we will go from there. You should see, my friends, I'm going to confirm this with my screen sharing here. I want to be certain it appears that I have that right. You should be seeing our BLS competency exam. And with that, let me make a little quick change. I'm going to go to the whiteboard here just for a moment and clear something off. I had a little something showed up there. I know Chief, his OCD has rubbed off on me. So that would get me there. All right. So, hey, I tell you, we got a few questions here, and I'm going to use these as quick review questions just to help jump into some of the specific material. What you really came here for was any kind of tips and any kind of tricks and any kind of informational gaining that you could use to get better at this. And so let me give you a little of that too. We've talked about strategy and how to approach and mindset. You got to have the mindset of a leader. I tell you, because you're leading yourself into a very difficult process. And so you got to be able to lead yourself before you can lead others. And you get out here on these scenes, you're having to lead people. You don't realize that you don't realize that you're in a leadership role. But even the EMT basic on the ambulance, you're having to lead somebody. You may be having to lead the mother of a very critical pediatric patient to find herself long enough to get into the front seat. And that will require a degree of emotional intelligence and leadership that you didn't even know you possessed, but you'll find it. You will. You'll find it. You want me to tell you why you'll find it? Because it naturally exists. That is, again, one of those natural gifts, talents, and abilities I believe you have been predisposed and blessed with in order to come out here and do this job. So you were chosen. You were selected. Whether you believe that or not, you were selected and you were created with a specific ability to go ahead and fulfill this purpose that your creator had for you. So now the process involves gaining the acquired skills and knowledge to fulfill that purpose on top of those natural gifts and abilities. So I tell you what, so as we'll get back to all that, but right now I want to jump into some didactic information, and let's soak some more up. So when we're talking about some of the resuscitation based stuff, what is your compression to ventilation ratio when performing two-person CPR on an infant? And so the answer to this one, we could unmute and I could take feedback, but there's a lot of people on here. And so, chat box monitoring. So if you're taking notes, or when you go back and we watch this later in a review, then you can have these answers. Now, what I'm also giving you, I want you to have a hint here is, remember, you got to have 20 hours for basic and 25 hours for AEMT is part of the review of this National Core Curriculum content. Now, that being said, so being here on part of today on a virtual class doesn't necessarily suffice technically at the end of the day. So in order to have the integrity behind this that allow for the state trusts us and accepts these retest letters that I can give them for you, what we're looking at doing here is this is some of the material. So for those who need the retest letters, like we showed earlier, how, this specific version of refresher training, if you need the retest letter, you will need to, when you're registered, you click yes or no. So I'll be able to kind of have an idea of how many to expect. But I need to know what level you're testing at and exactly how your name appears on how you signed up for the National Registry's website. And if you already have a basic license, we'll need your state number and or National Registry number. And then of course, email. If you don't know who your regional EMS consultant is, you can send us your address and we can help find that out. That is what we need, and you will need to email that back to me. I'll make sure you have the contact information before we go. But for those folks, this document right here, I have it in a fillable form. This is one of the things that you will get as well. And this is one of the things that I need sent back to me before we give the letter out, because this is further evidence of time investment and understanding and demonstration of competency and a higher level of understanding in order to go with the letter. So anyhow, so the answer to number one, 2-person CPR on an infant. Now this is going to be any baby that's greater than 30 days old, greater than 1 month of age. Less than 1 month of age is a neonate. CPR for the neonate is going to be at a 3-to-1, three compressions to 1 breath, preferably via the encircling hands, 2 thumbs technique. For an infant, so any baby greater than 30 days or 1 month, then it's going to be for 2 rescuer 15-to-2. That's also the same for 2 rescuer or more CPR team-based effort in any pediatric patient, except like neonates, but for children as well. So if you're by yourself, that is 30 to 2. Just like, so adult is always 30-to-2 until you get an airway on them. But all that being said, that's what we're looking at there. All right. So again, the answer to this one is 2-person here is going to be 15-to-2. Now, AEMTs, you would need to know number 2. EMTB, here's what you need to know. For epi, I am epi. So what EMTs and AEMTs give I am epi for is anaphylaxis. As a paramedic, you can give it for a lot of reasons, specifically anaphylaxis, sometimes asthma. But what you all need to know is that you will give epinephrine for anaphylaxis. The number one indication of anaphylaxis in a pediatric patient would be gastrointestinal upset and all these sorts of things. So this all being said, AEMTs, you would give it IM. You would draw it up and give it IM. So your dose would be 0.01 milligrams per kilogram. Again, 0.01 milligrams per kilogram. EMT basics, you would give intramuscular autoinjector. You would give an autoinjector, hold it like that. You don't want to hold it like this, or you don't want to hold it like this, because if you got it backwards and you press it in, you just took about a 2-inch needle or so up through the thumb. That ain't good. And I've seen that happen. So, but the EpiPen Junior is typically for pediatric patients less than a kindergartner. Why? Because the 75th percentile of pediatric patients, you can accrete at about 10 pounds per year of age. Well, when a kid gets to be about 5 or 6 years of age, they go into kindergarten, and that puts them at about 50, right there about 60 pounds. Well, right about 60, 66 pounds is the cutoff for the between the adult and the PD version of the EpiPen. So children less than a kindergartner, here's, and I'm saying this just to say for the ease of testing purposes, this is also what we teach responders real room, you got classroom and real room. It's also, this also works well and effectively, and it's accepted to do this. When you get out here actually making these calls is any child less than a kindergartner needs the EpiPen Junior, and that's 0.15 milligrams IM. A child greater than a kindergartner in the scenario would need an IM EpiPen if they were having anaphylaxis, an IM EpiPen 0.3. You never exceed the standard adult dose. So the national standard does say for adult 0.3 to 0.5 milligram IM. So either of those answers could be correct on a national level. You got a guy my size, ain't going to hurt a bit to give me 0.5 milligrams. But anyhow, for AEMTs though, AEMT, adult is always going to be 0.3 milligrams IM. But a pediatric patient, the answer you'll need to know as an AEMT for 1 to 1,000 IM epi and anaphylaxis is 0.01 milligram per kilogram. All right, moving on. Naming at least 2 indications of anaphylaxis. Well, again, the number one sign and symptom, especially in pediatric patients, is going to be the gastrointestinal signs and symptoms. Nausea, vomiting, cramping, diarrhea, emesis, however you want to label all those things. And then you can combine hives, are also known as urticaria. Typically, the first places you would find urticaria would be on the chest and on the back. Urticaria in a very lighter skinned patient, a Caucasian patient, will look like what you think hives looks like, little red blotches of skin raised all over. That's the pores from the spilling out of interstitial fluid, third spacing, from the decreased capillary permeability. In other words, the histamine release from anaphylaxis is causing this swelling. And one of the first places that happens, it comes out into the pores of the skin, makes this hive. Those hives are a good indication that there's also going to be further systemic swelling. If it's not already in the eyelids, toes, fingers, face, lips. And when you have swelling on the face, you know you also have swelling on the inside where the airways are. So that is a definitive indication for IM epi in suspected anaphylaxis. All right. You may have wheezes, which would be bronchospasm. They'll sound like an asthma patient. That can happen with anaphylaxis. So, and then so you can have all these things. You can have all those signs, and that's anaphylaxis. But if you also have low blood pressure, hypotension, shock, then now you have not only anaphylaxis, but you have anaphylactic shock. And your patient is an extremis, and they need aggressive, quick intervention. Number one cause of death in anaphylaxis is the untimely administration of epinephrine. So trust you me, it is going to ask you anaphylaxis questions. It is going to assess your knowledge of when and how and et cetera, the things about administering epi. So, all right. This is a great one. Number 5. This is not just in pediatric patients, but it's also in adult patients. So this is universal. You have 3 stages of shock, and you have 4 specific types. So don't confuse stages of shock with types of shock. The types of shock would be hypovolemic, cardiogenic, obstructive, and distributive. And distributive encompasses anaphylactic, septic, and neurogenic. So, but anyhow, regardless of the type of shock, any type of shock can be in any stage. The 3 stages of shock: compensated, decompensated, and irreversible. Irreversible, they call it irreversible for a reason. It pretty much is irreversible in many cases. If you are dealing with a pediatric patient who's in a medical cause of this, then you are possibly otherwise it's very hard to get them back out of irreversible shock. So what compensates? Well, heart rate goes up. So in all of in the first two situations, compensated and decompensated. Oh, I'll come back to number 4. Yeah, I see that. I goofed that up, didn't I? So anyhow, because number 4 is very, very, very important. All right, but anyhow, back to number 5. We'll come back to number 4. So heart rate's going to go up, but blood pressure stays normal in compensated shock. Well, it's because the high heart rate was compensating for the fluid loss and hypovolemic shock specifically. To keep the blood pressure normal, heart rate went up. But when it begins to decompensate, that high heart rate can no longer make up for the fluid loss difference. So now their blood pressure begins to fall. So I say all this to say the number one red flag, the one word answer that separates the difference between compensated and decompensated shock is hypotension. In other words, low blood pressure. Low blood pressure. When if I got a hypotensive shock patient, then that means they are in decompensated shock. All right, very good. Let's go to number 4. Let's go to number 4. So number 4, simple one-word answer, hypoxia. Hypoxia. All right. Bradycardic patients, when you're talking about pediatrics and geriatrics especially, this can also encompass adult patients, but this is especially true in pediatrics. Now, your management of the patient will depend on your scope of practice based on your level that you are testing at. You need to answer the question. Be sure to answer the question at the level you're testing at, not at the level that you're already at. So know your scope for the level of licensure that you're going for. Believe it or not, my friends, I have seen people, the test question said, what would you do? Or it said, what would you do right now? And the person taking the test, bless their heart, they had interpreted that as, well, right now I'm an AEMT, so I can't give blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, that ain't what it was saying. It was saying, imagining if you were the paramedic, what you would do right now in the scenario. So believe it or not, that happens. So anyhow, that's why I'm saying this. Make sure you're answering at the licensure level you're going for. So hypoxia is the answer there. So in bradycardias, they need oxygen. In tachycardias, they need fluid. So the reason that the young and the old typically become tachycardic is because they are hypovolemic. In other words, dehydrated. In other words, their fluid's low. In other words, give them some fluids, IVs. So this is where it's helpful to be an AEMT. All right. So now for the EMT basic, the basic thing is what we do first. And so somebody who has a tachycardia or a bradycardia, their pump is either not working as fast as it should, so it might need a little fuel, or it's having to work harder in a tachycardia than it should, so it needs extra fuel. And if that's the case, well, then the 2 key things that provide fuel to the body is oxygen and sugar. So step 1, high flow O2 when you see these cases. All right, so we're going to discuss a little bit later when to give oxygen via bag valve mask, when to give it via non-rebreather, when to give it nasal cannula, when not to give it. Believe it or not, that is a thing. So anyhow, all right, moving on. Number 6. Chicky, here we go. Whoa. Number 6. Ooh, number 6 is one of my favorites. Number 6 is a soapbox now. Y'all done had to listen to me beller a little bit and carry on. We'll be coming up on we'll move on. Hey, look, I ain't gonna bell her and make a big point. I ain't gonna drag it out the answer here. What you simply need to know, store this to memory. From now on, no matter, we're able to speak to a lot of people right here, and you need to go out here and tell this to a lot of people. You need to teach this to as many others as possible, because I cannot begin to emphasize the importance of what I'm fixing to tell you. The answer to number 6 is altered mental status. If the patient who is having a perceived or an apparent breathing problem, if they have altered mental status, that is hypoxia until proven otherwise. I have to approach that on a higher level. If I think it's hypoxia, first I need to say, are they ventilating well? Because if they're not ventilating well, they won't respirate well. And if they're not respirating well, they won't oxygenate and diffuse well and perfuse. So all this being said, I need to make sure that the patient I need to make really for sure that the patient doesn't need a BVM. Now, here's the thing. If they are in respiratory failure, that needs a BVM. Respiratory arrest, that needs a BVM. And we'll be reviewing that here in just a little bit of how you're either going to treat, stabilize, or resuscitate problems with primary assessment. Primary assessment issues are where the patient scenario is going to give you a critical patient. Critical patients have immediate life threats. Immediate life threats are discovered in your primary assessment. So your primary assessment is going to be an issue with airway, breathing, or circulation. On airway, you're going to either treat, stabilize, or resuscitate it. On breathing, you're either going to treat, stabilize, or resuscitate it. On shock, you're either going to treat, stabilize, or resuscitate it based on what level they're in, what stage they're in. Same thing here. So on breathing, you're going to treat respiratory distress. You're going to stabilize respiratory failure, and you would resuscitate respiratory arrest. And we will come back to that. But look, soapbox. If you don't recognize when a patient has progressed from distress to failure, I will actually show you here after a while where that is emphasized in the registry's own material. But aside for test taking purposes, I'm more concerned about getting out here and being a good provider when you do get your license and when you're on a real call, taking care of somebody's greatest treasure they've trusted you with. And for myself, this is why, as a provider, and I show up on a call, this is why it's important to me. If I don't recognize that they have progressed from distress into failure, well, I may be able to get them back. I may be able to salvage them back, but the timing that they were severely hypoxemic or anoxemic could lead to permanent lasting effects. Yes, they may not go into cardiac arrest. I may bag them out of bradycardia so that I prevent them from coding on me. But the fact that they were that hypoxic to the point they become hypoxemic, I'll discuss the differences of that shortly. And then anoxia versus anoxemia. If they were to the point of extremis there, in other words, really bad, then that patient could have a permanent, severe, long-lasting anoxic brain injury. It changes their life forever and everybody around them. So being able to identify that early to keep that from even becoming a possibility is the emphasis. Altered mental status. If they're altered, you need to be bagging them. Assisted ventilations, positive pressure ventilations. Booyah. Moving on. Number 7. You can do this. You can do this. This is not a paramedic intervention. Humidified oxygen, that's not a paramedic intervention. Now, a paramedic, if they were treating croup epiglottitis from upper airway obstruction, they would probably give epinephrine in the nebulizer to create humidified. But in this situation, what you are needing to remember is, for EMTB or AEMT, if you just need some humidified O2, normal saline in a nebulizer is something that can be done. So, all right. So that is something that will help those patients when you have stridor. All right, some humidified air. The biggest thing you'll want to do is high flow oxygen and immediate transport is the best answer you'll probably be wanting to pick on those cases, because what those patients really need is ALS medications, either via paramedic intercept or at the hospital. So expeditious transport and high flow O2 would be the best answer for number 7. All right, number 8. So capnography. You'd be surprised at how much you're expected to know on capnography. So on capnography, thank you. If the your PD, if they're hypoventilating, and I'll just show some examples of this later on, but to just answer this one right quick is simply hypoventilation equals high CO2. High CO2 on a breathing issue from the lungs is respiratory acidosis. So making myself a note right here that we will need to, I will definitely show you acid-base balance. There's something I can simply say and show you that will help make acid-base balance click. AEMTs, you're going to get a bunch of acid-base balance questions. EMTBs, you're going to get the fundamental type question and answers on that. You have to understand it at the fundamental level before you take it to the advanced level. And then there's actually an expert level where you apply it to your advanced clinical practices as a paramedic. Capnography has a big role in EMS. And so aside from, say, pediatrics and leadership, capnography is one of my most passionate subjects. Very big on capnography. So anyhow, we go on about it, but the emphasis here is a high CO2 level will result from a low ventilation level. You know, if the patient's hypoventilating, not moving air, then they're not going to be moving gas. And that gas will be stuck in them. So they'll have a high CO2 level. They ain't getting enough of that carbon dioxide out. So anyhow, we will be looking at that. So you would have a high alveolar plateau or a high waveform on that. Number 9, a treatment priority for any overdose patient. On number 9, people commonly answer this question with Narcan, Narcan, Narcan. Well, Narcan and Narcant. Let me repeat that. Narcan and Narcant. There are things Narcan is good for, and there are things Narcan is bad for. But generally speaking, Narcan is a class 2A intervention. In a lot of cases, some things class 2B. In other words, it simply means that if that's what's most likely wrong with the patient, then this will most likely help them. Or if it's maybe what's wrong with the patient, you can give it. If it's not what it is, it ain't going to hurt them. So, but what it can do is it could cause withdrawal seizures and all that. Well, we won't get into all that. So, but any overdose patient, well, that means any overdose patient, not an opioid overdose patient. So if it said an opioid overdose patient, then Narcan might be your answer. But this says any overdose patient. So in general, the best treatment priority is supportive care. And what is supportive care? Stabilization of immediate life threats and transport. So ABCs, stabilization of the ABCs is the answer you would want to pick if you got that kind of a question. All right, moving on, number 10. I got a couple things in the chat box. Let's see what popped up here. So Mr. Smith has a good question. He says, so hyperventilation would be a low CO2? I just got confused. Yes, if the patient breathes fast, their CO2 level will drop. If they breathe slow, inappropriately slow, their CO2 level rises. And I want to explain that better. So here's probably where the confusion comes from. A lot of folks think that if it's acidosis, if the number is low. Well, on metabolic is kidneys. And on metabolic, if the number is low, it's acidosis. And if the number is high, it's alkalosis. But on lungs, uh, on your lung stuff, on respiratory acidosis, alkalosis, there, if the CO2 is high, it's acid. And when it's low, it's alka. And because of the fact that they go different directions, alka on metabolic, acid on metabolic, acid on respiratory, alka on the fact that they go in different directions, and the kidneys and the lungs crisscross and buff themselves out, is how it creates an acid and a base, or an acid and a base balance. It's how it creates balance. So acid-base balance, they go in different directions. So, but the thing is here, I see here, so yes, hyperventilation would cause a hypocapnia. Hypocapnia is low CO2. So anyhow, very good, very good. We will come back to that, because trust you me, it took me about a decade as an EMS provider to get my head wrapped around this. For I'd say about half my career, though, we never knew about this. We didn't have this. It wasn't taught. It wasn't discussed. We didn't even really use pressure support and things of this nature. We just started throwing air in them. And would you also know that you can inadvertently harm the patient very badly, to the point of possibly death, by overbagging them with a BVM? But for so many years, we had no idea. We didn't know that. We thought the more the better. Heck, they weren't breathing. So the more the better, right? No. So many times, out of ignorance and inadvertently not knowing better, I have overbagged patients. There is no telling how many people have been harmed because we simply didn't know any better. This alone, my friends, is the essence and the importance now of what's known as evidence-based research, evidence-based medicine. In other words, we medically do to patients now what we learned from what we did to them yesterday. What the research has told us is now best practice is what we adapt to. This is why medicine is ever evolving. It's because we're continuing to learn, even though it's been around so many years. You take Tennessee, for example. Modern EMS in Tennessee didn't come along until about 1972 or so. So now you're looking at around, 40 years of attrition and experience and lessons learned. And in another 20 years, ain't no telling what we'll be knowing then. So anyhow, enough about that. So yes, number 10. I did answer number 9, right? Yeah. Let me just make sure of that. I'll get there. So yes, number 9 is stabilize the ABCs. Number 10, look, number 10 is one of the 12 PALS, Pediatric Advanced Life Support core cases. Those core cases are the exact same things that are taught in PAIRS, the BLS version of PALS. So PAIRS is Pediatric Emergency Assessment, Recognition, and Stabilization. And in a pediatric patient who's having an emergency, you're expected to be able to assess and recognize and stabilize immediate life threats based on these specific core cases. And so the core case this one is in reference to. I see somebody here. He says his internet connection. Yeah. Hopefully, like I say, the recording we made last Friday for paramedic worked real well. So hopefully this one will too. But here's the thing. So number 10 right here is discussing what's known as disordered control of breathing. One of the most misunderstood PALS core cases out there. It's in the category respiratory, and it's one of the 4 respiratory core cases. There are 3 primary categories, so 3 times 4 makes up to 12. And these 12 things are what are probably going to be wrong with your pediatric patient. Again, we'll be coming back to that later. I'm going to keep moving right now, though. So a pediatric patient who is seizing, actively seizing, and is now to the point where they're cyanotic in appearance and their heart rate has dropped. Well, number one, if their heart rate is below 60 and they're unresponsive, then that's justification to initiate CPR. If the heart rate is not yet below 60, but it's on its way, you need to prevent the need for CPR by starting positive pressure ventilations. In other words, assist their ventilations with a bag valve mask. All right. And be careful how you do so. Be careful how you do so. Pediatric patients are especially easily, more easily overbagged than adults. So anyhow, moving on. So number 10, that patient don't need a non-rebreather. That patient needs a bag valve mask. That child in number 10 would be at an incredible risk for anoxic brain injury. So from retaining, so they are hypoventilating because the muscles they normally use to breathe with, their intercostal muscles and all the other, the diaphragm, all the things that are used to bring air in and out of the body, are sitting there in a myoclonic state due to the seizure activity. They're no longer in rhythm, sitting there breathing in and out. Instead, all of the seizure activity is causing hypoventilation, which is making their CO2 levels very high and their O2 levels very low. And this could be deadly, if not life-altering. At least life-altering, if not deadly, is what I'm trying to say. So anyhow, moving on. So treatment priorities for this: maintain the airway and assist ventilations as needed. Those are your big focuses right there. AEMTs, the priority on this is not getting an IV. It is not getting an IV. You don't even need to worry about putting a tourniquet on that and trying to find a vein. And a critical child thinking to even be thinking about an IO until airway and breathing are handled and disordered control of breathing is prevented. Once you have shielded them from that likelihood of death and disability, then and only then can you worry about trying to get a line. And to be honest with you, if I'm the paramedic on a truck, the line ain't what I'm worried about right now. I can give a benzodiazepine via IM, but it'll work just as quick as it would the time it takes us to get a line. My big focus is making sure that my good EMT or AEMT partner has prevented the child from suffering death from the breathing issue. Seizure ain't going to kill them. The breathing problem is going to kill them in the next few minutes. So anyhow, moving on. I told you that's my soapbox, so one of those. So yeah. Number 11, how would you treat a school-age child who's an extremist from asthma? Well, AEMTs, you could put albuterol in a nebulizer. Now, the test is not going to hit you up on something like that, and the answer be, well, you can't do that because of COVID. Whereas we know that right now it is not best practice, and even the state themselves, have recommendations out. I know our own protocols, in the back of the ambulance in a contained environment, we're not doing nebulizer therapies. Now, come on, an asthmatic kid, come on, I'm pretty sure that's safe, but we still aren't risking it due to the potential exposure, contamination, COVID. So all that being said, the test is not getting into that. So for test taking purposes, normally is what you're going after here. Normally you would give an albuterol breathing treatment. If the test answer said give a beta agonist medication, give a bronchodilator. A beta agonist medication is a beta enhancing. It enhances the beta effects, and the beta effects that it enhances here specifically are where it treats the bronchospasm. It results in bronchodilation. It is a bronchodilator. So you would want to give a bronchodilator, which is the same thing as saying give a beta agonist medication, something that ags it on, helps the beta effect, or albuterol, or it may say Duoneb, whatever. It got albuterol. That's what you're going for here. Now, EMTB, you would assist the patient if they had their own, excuse me, if they had their own meter dose inhaler, albuterol inhaler. So anyhow, moving now, if the child was hypoventilating as well, so if they were in respiratory failure from the asthma, then if that's the case, the scenario would paint a picture of a child with altered mental status from the breathing. If it does that, step one would be, other than BSI, safety, all that, would be bag valve mask, then bronchodilator. So if the child is still mentating normally, then you can just go with, the bronchodilator. And an AEMT would put albuterol in a nebulizer. An EMT basic would assist them with their meter dose inhaler. All right. Number 12, the pediatric dosage for dextrose in PEDS patients. No worries. I'm going to come back to that one because it's a little PEDS dextrose. I'm saving this for AEMT. That is an EMT question. Right now, I'm going to answer that question for the EMTBs. The patient would have to have, they would still need to be alert and oriented. I don't see them changing. There'll be some things they'll change due to COVID. But right now, yeah, sure. There's going to be some things. However, the things that are associated with COVID right now, when it comes to patient treatment modalities, have been around forever. We've just gotten away from them due to complacency in EMS over the last 40 years or so. It's been quite a long time since we actually had a pandemic. The last pandemic type thing that changed the practice of EMS back in early 90s or so, or somebody else on here may have to speak to that, but HIV and AIDS, when that became such a thing, then and only then, all of a sudden EMS having to wear gloves. Before then, people didn't wear gloves. Now that led to universal precautions. So gloves. And now here comes 40 years or 30 years, whatever later, COVID. Now it's mask. So the next one might be eyes. In other words, we've had these universal precautions. We've had this PPE for years because we've known about this exposure control potential and disease process ever since inception of modern medicine. So COVID ain't necessarily new. It is an airborne respiratory illness. Long before COVID was a thing, we had paramedics and EMTs ignoring the fact that we had respiratory MRSA out there. You had pneumonias out there and all this stuff. There was a lot of us catching this crap. You fought it off pretty good because you're young and healthy and whatnot. But yeah, I could go on all day about that, but I won't. But yeah, so they will not necessarily change as much as I think they will enhance. I think they will enhance and emphasize on the things that we have had in modern practice for years that has created a much higher need for it now because of COVID. I hope that makes sense. I don't mean to ramble, but anyhow. I think that was a pretty good answer. So I got an answer, a question right fast. At AEMT level, would I give a meter dose inhaler? So at AEMT level, then you can go ahead and proceed with the albuterol, the nebulizer at the AEMT level. So, but anywho, all right. So number 12, here's the deal. The oral glucose comes in a 15 or a 30-gram tube. Some text would say that you would use the 15-gram tube for a peds patient and a 30-gram tube for. There's a general rule that you want to give 15 grams of carbohydrates over a 15-minute period of time and then reassess the patient. So if you're simply what that means is if you're using the 30-gram tube, which is usually the one you get from prescription, if you buy it over the counter, you're usually buying the 15-gram tube. But you simply want to give that and reassess the patient. You do not want to give that to the patient if they have any sort of altered mental status or inability to maintain their own airway. That obviously would make things, if they aspirated on this, it would be bad. So anyhow, so as far as this goes, this is not asking about oral glucose. This question here is asking about dextrose. So either way, it's treatment modality for hypoglycemia. So there is much to know about this. However, it's brief and quick and easy to tell you. But that I want to reserve for the AEMTs. I don't need to go put too much. I don't need to put anything unnecessarily there on the plate of the EMTB right now. You'll learn about that in plenty of time. So for the AEMT part that we'll do after lunch, I'll be saving that for that. Number 13, well, that's a non-trauma patient. It'd be a modified, a head tilt chin lift is what I'm trying to say. So number 13, head tilt chin lift. Number 14 is the modified jaw thrust, known or suspected C-spine trauma. Okay. And number 15, the answer to number 15 is to emphasize that it's the same for adults. 35 to 45 millimeters of mercury. It's a pressure measurement. So millimeters of mercury, all right, is the measurement of the partial pressure of exhaled CO2 molecules coming out of the lungs in patients that, in respiratory patients, shock patients, intubated patients, all this. So, but anyhow, normal range is going to be 35 to 45. All right, so number 16. CPAP and PEEP are known as pressure support, and everybody needs to know a little something about pressure support, but we're going to review that here in just a little bit. I've got a much better way of answering this. The short answer to this question is yes. You could use CPAP on a pediatric patient, and specific reasons you would do that would be things like bronchiolitis, edema, pulmonary edema. See, the number one cause of pulmonary edema in pediatric patients is the inhalation of toxic gases, different gases that make their way down into the lung, things that are not so much water soluble types of hazardous materials. But anyhow, all that being said, they may also have near drowning, other, atelectasis, pneumonia. There's a, but yes, you can do that on a pediatric patient. On an adult, you use 5 to 10 centimeters of water pressure. On a child, you simply use 2 to 5. You got to have the smaller mask and all that. But number 17, the answer is yes, absolutely yes. You can use an AED on an infant. All modern AEDs have what's called a built-in pediatric dosage attenuator. And this device simply measures what's known as thoracic impedance. Thoracic impedance, if you see this on a test question, thoracic impedance is the amount of tissue mass that the electricity will have to travel through to reach the heart. The more tissue mass there is, the more of the electricity would be absorbed by that other stuff before it actually hits the target, which would be the heart muscle. So in other words, you take a fella my size, big old fella, That's a whole lot of thoracic impedance. I could set an adult cardiac monitor at 200 joules and shock a guy my size with it. And the readout actually that comes out on the machine, probably more like 220 is usually what it says on patients. It's usually over a little over 200. So anyhow, the point is that these devices actually kind of measure, as soon as you put the pads on them, you know, it starts sending a little small electrical impulse from pole to pole or from pad to pad, sizing them up, you know. So anyhow, a lot of times too, that's kind of what it's doing when you says shock advised, stand clear, charging, you know, this whole thing of it's charging up. What these things have what's called a capacitor. And these capacitors store electricity, right? These capacitors store usable electrical current. And so the capacitor is ready to discharge pretty much at all times. What it's actually realistically doing is it is sizing the patient up to see how much of that charge it wants to throw into them. So, but you know, everybody thinks, oh, it's building up, it's getting ready to get them. It's sizing them up. So anyhow, it's always ready to get them. So capacitor will zap you pretty much at any time. Number 18, placenta previa. Well, placenta previa is when the placenta is coming out previously, ahead of the baby. That ain't how it works. Normally in a OB patient who has a delivery, you know, a natural delivery, everything goes fine, you can expect about 12 to 20 minutes on average or so to see the placenta come on out after the baby. But when the placenta is trying to present itself ahead of the fetus or the baby, then the patient will typically not have as much pain as they will a show of blood. And there will be possibly, I mean, this is a very blood-rich organ. It is functioning in the capacity of what, like a liver for the child. So anyhow, even though the child has their own liver, it's really not took over for them yet. This old placenta is like an extra filtration to make sure anything junky that mama gets don't go directly into the little one. So, but anywho, so the placenta previa is going to be less pain, more bleeding. And there are 4 different or so degrees of severity with placenta previa. The worst of those, the placenta can actually cover the entire birth canal, vaginal opening there, the point of exit when that dude gets ready to come on out there. So these can cause complications. So, but a abruptio placentae is going to be lots of pain, not as much bleeding. Now, however, this too can still have a considerable amount of bleeding. Things you need to understand, things that are likely to cause each of these. So things that are likely to cause, like an abruptio placentae, blunt force trauma, blunt abdominal trauma, MVAs, even a low impact MVA, you need to be very hesitant, very slow to get a refusal on somebody who's in their latter trimesters of pregnancy, who has had seatbelt impact or whatnot from an MVA. If she's having any discomfort whatsoever, she really needs to be assessed without any delay. So assaults, falls, these things are actually increased incidence in pregnancy. So all that being said, those are likely to cause abruptio placentae, or tearing away of the placenta from the intrauterine wall. All right, number 20. So I'm going to make this 2-part, more beneficial for you. The answer here is you want to prevent supine hypotensive syndrome, or in other words, if you take a pregnant patient and so the weight of the child in vitro or in the uterus, in the womb, when you lay the pregnant patient supine on her back, the weight of the child will press down depending upon gravity and will compress the inferior vena cava, which is one of the largest, greatest vessels returning blood back into the heart. So it causes compromise to preload. And anytime you compromise preload, well, the result of that is a compromised afterload. So this is what we have to avoid. Now, this is also why if the pregnant patient were in cardiac arrest, you would want to do what is known as left uterine displacement. Left uterine displacement. In other words, in order to facilitate high quality CPR, you need the patient supine or even heads up CPR position even. Either way, you got to have them on the back. And if the baby compresses, so even the best CPR only technically gives about 20% cardiac output. So I cannot allow any minimization of blood flow whatsoever coming through the chest, because if I do, it'll minimize blood flow going to the brain. And so the point is to prevent the weight of the child from falling back and compressing the inferior vena cava. Here, what I have to do is manually shift the mother's belly to the left. Kind of put my hands up under it, and pull it up and press it off to the left and hold her over to the left like that to keep that baby up off of the inferior vena cava while chest compressions are happening. Don't be surprised if it didn't give you that as a test question in your cardiology section. It could also be utilized as a resuscitation. That could be a OBGYN question. So, which would be in the medical. So that's going to be something you will see that question in the medical or cardiovascular section. So anyhow, FYI, don't forget that. Don't forget that. Left lateral display, left lateral uterine or left uterine displacement. You need to the left laterally, the uterus needs to be displaced. So anyhow, remember that. All right, you don't have to worry about these. I'm going to take another, I'd like to take another till 10:45. My friends, at 10:45, I want to run you through about the next 10 things and we're going to talk about something where you combine signs and symptoms with risk factors with vital signs. You're going to learn to combine things that are clues that make you good detectives and how to help recognize what the most likely problem is. The answer you will need to pick when it's asking you what is most likely wrong with the patient. In other words, most likely, that's another way of saying the most life-threatening. Anytime the test question say to you or says to you, what is most likely the cause, blah, blah, blah. That means the most likely thing of all these answers that will kill them the quickest. That's the answer you need to pick. And that's what we're fixing to work on when we come back. So at 10:45, join me back. Again, at 10:45, we will resume. Resume recording. We did. We got resume now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all got to watch me. I told you I got the dementia. So anywho, back on it is so number 35 here, orthopnea, hypertension, peripheral edema. This is CHF. This is congestive heart failure. So now we're looking at, so the peripheral edema was the right side of the heart had failed. So now he's got signs of the left side heart failure. Left is lung. When the fluid's in the lung, that's the left side heart failure. When the fluid's in the peripheral, in other words, the legs is all swelled up, that is the right-sided heart failure. Most commonly, you'll see them have the right heart failure and then they get the left with it. It just depends. It just depends. Well, where does all this come from? Well, what has made the heart fail? So congestive heart failure. The heart has failed and it has led to congestion. The congestion, what is a congestion? The congestion is the buildup of this froth, this sputum, this what's known as pulmonary edema, interstitial fluid all around the outside of the alveolar bed, the alveola down in there, and it is affecting the patient. May be ventilating fine. They have a great effort, a great rate. They're breathing a normal volume of air. So ventilation ain't the problem. Respiration is. They cannot exchange O2 and CO2 at the alveolar level because of this pulmonary edema around the air sacs, these alveoli of the lung. So the treatment modality for that would be CPAP, pressure support. Why? Because it's like Moses in the Red Sea, baby. It rolls up in there and pushes that out, pushes that fluid away from the alveola so O2 can get in and CO2 can come out into the bloodstream and get out of there. So that's what they're looking for. All right, now. So that's CHF, pulmonary edema. All right. Since we weren't recording, a quick review, we had forgot to hit record again. Number 31 was pneumonia, and number 32 is shown here was actually the best answer there, hemorrhagic stroke. Hemorrhagic stroke encompasses about 15% of strokes, whereas ischemic strokes, the four types of ischemic strokes, encompass 85% of CVAs or strokes, cerebral vascular accidents. Number 33 was specifically pointing towards a meningitis patient, infection of the layers of the brain, also known as the meninges. And this is combining signs and symptoms with risk factors and vital sign findings to help paint the picture of what you think's wrong with the patient. Field impressions, recognizing the conditions. All right, so anyhow, moving on. Now we are looking back at number 36. Number 36 is one that I just always make a big deal of trying to emphasize. My friends, brothers and sisters, number 36 is the number one killer of American women in the United States and many other places of the world as well. Number 36, nausea, fatigue, exertional dyspnea, which means she's getting short of breath when she gets up to try to do anything. In a postmenopausal female who also has a history of diabetes. A lot of people may look at a test question like that and they're like, okay, which part of this is fluff? Which part of this is actually needed information? There is a lot to gain from each part of this because here's what you see. I got nausea and fatigue and exertional dyspnea. What could be causing that? What could be causing that? I'll tell you what would be causing that. An underlying acute coronary syndrome, an atypical MI. Also known as a silent MI, silent heart attack, an unrecognized myocardial infarction. Why is it unrecognized? What makes it atypical? Why do I call it silent? It's silent because it's not getting, it's going misdiagnosed. And the reason it's going misdiagnosed here is because she don't recognize it as, oh my gosh, I need to call 911. I think I'm having a heart attack. Why don't she think because she ain't having the classic telltale chest pain signs and symptoms? She ain't having this jaw pain, all this other stuff. Sometimes they are. I've seen them just have toothaches or back pains. And people get EMS calls for back pain and they blow that off as being a nonsense type call. And the reality is if it's in a 45-year-old or female, until proven otherwise, till I get ECG on her and kind of get a better look, I'm going to treat her with a high index of suspicion of underlying acute coronary syndrome. That's a pretty serious patient in my book, and it should be in yours as well. So again, number 36 is atypical MI, also known as a silent MI or silent heart attack. And it is the number one killer of American women in the United States, undiagnosed cardiovascular disease. So now, where does postmenopausal part and history of diabetes come in? Well, those are why she don't feel the normal signs and symptoms and the normal pain that a MI patient would feel. These conditions will predispose this lady to neuropathy. And what is neuropathy? Neuropathy is deadening of the ends of the nerves. So this lady right here will be suffering a silent MI. All right. So anyhow, moving on. You needed to treat that with the same degree of acuity as an active STEMI patient. It's the same thing. It's an acute coronary syndrome, especially if it's what we find on a 12-lead ECG or something. So, all right. Speaking as a paramedic, even though, everybody ought to treat that with a high index of suspicion. Number 37, acute dyspnea. So in other words, it came on suddenly and it was bad. So very quick onset and severe shortness of breath, acute dyspnea. 26-year-old female patient who takes oral contraceptives, birth control pills, and is a smoker. The risk factor part of this, my friends, is that this young lady is at about a 65 or 75, maybe even higher percentage. She's at an incredibly high risk of having a pulmonary embolism. Those things alone put her at an incredibly high risk of having pulmonary embolism. The fact that the female patient, well, you could take a male patient, if they were actually on those types of medicines and smoke, they too would be at the high risk of PE. But here, who's taking birth control? Well, the female patients. So this is why I'll say if you're in a long-term committed, monogamous relationship, whatnot, especially in a couple who done had all the youngins they want to have, it's best for a feller probably to go get that handled versus ladies spending years on birth control pills. To be quite honest with you, it can be very detrimental to a lady's health and well-being. So men, gentlemen, I speak to you brother to brother to tell you that's something to think about in your own lives. If you are, not everybody's where the rest of us are, but anyhow. So, but all that being said, moving on here, number 38, here's a pediatric one. Progressive onset of dyspnea. So in other words, it's slow. It has creeped up on them. Creeps up. Progressive onset of dyspnea, drooling stridor, and fever in an 11-month-old child. Now, wait a minute, Chubby. Oh, yeah, this is upper airway obstruction, croup, epiglottitis. But which one is it? Which one is it? Croup? Is it? It said it's a progressive onset. That usually means croup kind of creeps up, but then it also says that it has fever. Well, fever is that's usually epiglottitis when you have stridor. and young pediatric patients. Now, sure, Strider has specific things, or excuse me, croup has specific things, and epiglottitis has specific. But the point is, and I want to get moving, I don't want to talk too much on every one of these. Here's what I want you to know. I've got part of this, this is written for a teaching purpose, and the teaching purpose is this. Yes, one part of it makes it sound like it's croup. One part of it makes it sound like it's epiglottitis. The reality is they are in the same place in the PALS core cases because the emergent treatment for these things is the same. For a paramedic, I would want to give them a nebulized epinephrine. For an AEMT, they would want to give them high flow O2, possibly get an IV started. However, don't be too quick to pick that, because you really, really, really want high flow O2 and expeditious transport. That's pretty much what we all want. I don't want to be a checking a sugar, aggravating them with a blood pressure cuff, sticking a needle in their arm, trying to get it. Because the more at youngin with severe, if the kid has severe epiglottitis, the more they cry, the more they irritate the tissue. And the more they irritate that tissue, the closer they get to a total loss of airway. And a total loss of airway means a total loss of the patient's life. So sometimes it's best to leave that alone and wait till you get somewhere where they can get what they need to begin shrinking that tissue. So ALS intercept or emergent transport to the closest facility with high flow oxygen is going to be a really good answer there. All right. Now, number 39. And you can see there's just another one left after this, and we're going to change gears. I have some more to show on this. This is about 100 questions. Actually, I think it's 75 on the BLS version, but pretty much you get past this point, a lot of them are AEMT related, which we'll look at after lunch. But anywho, so here on 39, acute hyperglycemia. So really high blood sugar, hypotension, altered mental status, a fruity, his CO2 levels are kind of squirrely. And a 28-year-old male who is non-compliant with his healthcare issues. This is diabetic ketoacidosis. This is a form of metabolic acidosis. Now, hold on, I'm fixing to help you learn a little something. Let's knock out number 40, and I'm going to come back to 39. After we come back to 39, I'm going to pull up some other material and begin showing you some of these resources right quick, because around the 12 o'clock mark, I would like to be letting us think about taking a lunch, whatnot. Now, EMT basics, you are welcome to be on here with us. I'm not saying that we don't want you, because we want to do whatever we can to help you. When we come back from lunch, we may be more specifically focusing on the advanced EMT part, and I just don't want nobody getting confused. So, anywho, I'm by no means saying you're dumb, because that ain't what I'm saying here. I'm not saying you're not smart enough to be on there, because you will have your time for it, and we can't wait to see you get there. I think everybody gets what I'm saying here. I just want to be careful that I don't cross the information. As far as what we're doing so far, it's universal, and it applies to both levels of candidates. So either way. All right. And don't ever say I'm just a first responder, or I'm just an EMT basic, or I'm just an AEMT. That's going to be like me going to go to teach a group of physicians. And I've taught a bunch of doctors, just as many doctors, med students as I have other paramedics and EMTs. So, but that'd be like going and saying, well, I'm just a paramedic in front of a bunch of ER docs. Well, those ER docs know so much more than I do. But if you're hanging upside down in a car at 2 o'clock in the morning with a compromised airway and fixing to hemorrhage to death and multiple fractures and things of this nature, then all of a sudden just a paramedic might be exactly what the hell you need. So when patients are literally fixing to die in front of us out here on these scenes, you know exactly what I need. I need a good EMR. I need a good EMR or a good EMT basic. And no offense, EMTs, but outside of maybe helping me get vascular access, there ain't that much more. A few meds. Come on. Yeah. So the point is don't ever sell yourself short by saying you're just blah, 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 because the base level at EMR is where we really learn to do the majority of what truly saves somebody's life if they're fixing to die in front of us. So anyhow, I don't want you to, anyhow, what does that mean? That means be elite with the basics. Don't be me, don't be basic with the basics. All right, so we're showing up these basics right here. So AEMTs, that's why this is important for you too, because there's probably half or more of the basic information that you really never absorbed. You went through it quick and you jumped right into AEMT school, and you might have started AEMT school when you was only halfway competent with truly the basic part. So you got to understand that these building blocks and those fundamentals are that important. Moving on. So again, 40 is a spontaneous pneumothorax. A spontaneous pneumothorax. If this is a simple pneumothorax, whatever, high flow O2 transport. If I have hypotension and absent breath sounds or hyporesonance starting to develop, well, then that simply is telling me that it's leading to a tension pneumothorax and it will need emergent treatment. Now that needs ALS intercept or transport to an emergency room, the closest emergency room facility ASAP. So treatment modality for that, ensure stabilization of ABCs, ensure adequate ventilation and oxygenation, high flow O2. So anyhow, all right, let's go back to 39. On 39, I want you to look right here. So this is metabolic acidosis. In a DKA patient, if any of you have ever seen a DKA patient, then you'll know that, for example, this guy here, though, the CO2 is probably going to be quite a bit lower. I've written that kind of wrong. It should be more like 30. But anyhow, the point is, true DKA patients, we go out here and run into, they're typically breathing fast. They usually have, a tachypneic respiratory pattern. What they call this stuff, biops respirations or whatnot. So, but when we look at this, understand that metabolic acidosis must be corrected by respiratory alkalosis. And respiratory alkalosis is when they breathe fast, they drop their CO2 level. That creates respiratory alkalosis. So, or hypocapnia. And that helps to counter a high pH or a high metabolic acidosis or a low acid on a metabolic. So I'm going to write all this out here. And as we transition away from looking at these medical cases, as I swap over to my whiteboard, I am going to pull up a guest that has joined us. We've been joined by a good friend of mine. And he's unmuted. You're unmuted, Brother Davis.
Good morning.
And I'm going to put you on as a spotlight for everybody to see.
Oh, Lord.
Brothers and sisters, this is our Region 5 State EMS consultant. Many of you may know him, many of you may not yet. But he and Director Ward are a big supporter and help us put this on to help y'all. And I'll give you Mr. Davis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad you all attended this meeting and this class by Mr. Dyer. He is by far the best instructor in the state, as far as I'm concerned. And he's had very good success with this class. And I'm really proud that everybody joined him and that he offers this class and they do such a good service with it.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother, I'll pay you later. I got a piece of pie laying here on the desk. I'll split it with you for telling them.
Sounds
stories. But hey, thank you for taking the time to stop in. And you know what I was telling them there, Brother Dwight, is half of this is just getting your mind right and not letting it make you feel beat up. And a part of making everybody get past the worry and the anxiety is to know that those of us that are out here that have already tried and true proven ourselves to the business, we ain't out here trying to make them fail. We're out here trying to help them.
You're exactly right. We want everybody to be successful.
Yes, sir. We need y'all. We want you out here with us, and we want you to be better than what we were. We don't want you to be as good as we are. We want you to be better. And so we want you to feel love and appreciation. And by doing so, the best way we can do that is to help you. So when we get, for those that need the retest letters, when we're done and they complete their homework and meet their hour requirement, Mr. Davis will get a letter. And or your select regional consultant will get a letter. And then it gets processed to the NREMT, right, Dwight?
Yes, sir. It would probably be better if I got all the letters and that would
Okay.
know that they get there. But also, please be sure to give your account number, your National Registry account number on that letter so I can make sure that it gets to the appropriate person at the National Registry.
Very good to know. Very good to know. Well, then that's what we'll do for those who, as they complete the rest of the assignment and get their hours fulfilled, we will send those. They'll be coming towards you here in about a week or so or less. So you'll be seeing them here this next week, I guess.
Just make sure Mr. Dyer has your National Registry number so he can put it on that letter for me.
Sounds good, brother. Well, hey, you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me speak to him.
Oh, yes, sir. See you.
See you, buddy.
All right. Now we're gonna get everybody all set back up here. I got my little whiteboard all fixed up. So I'm gonna see if I can get this to do what I want it to do. So let's see here. What was 38 again? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Harris asked what was question number 38. Let me take a little peek-see at this. I'll tell you. Oh, that would be croup or epiglottitis. And so what you want to put is upper airway obstruction, croup epiglottitis. The key thing in this one here is it has a fever. And so the best answer, if you had to pick one of those, would be epiglottitis. Epiglottitis. And epiglottitis also has, so here's what you do on that question. Let me just share this back with you all right quick because I want to make a very powerful point. I want to show you something. All right, everybody should be seeing the competency assessment that we were reviewing to show you this. Number 38, progressive onset is one indicator of croup. However, both of them can have dyspnea. Drooling is one indicator of epiglottitis. Stridor is an indicator of both of them. Fever is an indicator of epiglottitis. So I have two indicators of both of them, one indicator of croup and two indicators of epiglottitis. So if I can't pick both, I have to choose one. I want to pick the one that had two indicators specifically to it, not just one. So that's why epiglottitis would be a better answer here. So I'm glad Ms. Harris asked that question. So yes, the best thing you could put for 38 would be epiglottitis. And with epiglottitis, you would want to be very careful to not agitate that child. High flow O2 via blow-by method, and go from there. And yes, Mr. Ruff, whereas realistically, you could give some humidified O2. Best thing is high flow O2 and get going. AEMTs need to pick the same answer as EMT basics if you get that question. Everybody hear that? There are some times when the best answer for paramedic, AEMT, and EMTB are all the EMTB answer. I'm going to show an example of that here later, involving many advanced procedures that would need to happen. But the thing that even my paramedic folks overlooked was the need to suction somebody the other day on a scenario. And the registry ain't going to try to trick you. It's just going to see if you really would get ahead of yourself. And so that's why you could miss that question. So remember what I just said once again. Sometimes the best answer, even as a paramedic candidate and an AEMT candidate, is still the answer that the EMTB basic candidate would pick. All right. Very good. We're going to go back over to this whiteboard where I can write something down, and I hope and pray that it works. I got this new fancy computer they got me. Chief Miller good to me. Give me a big old fancy office, a cool ride. Lets me have pie. Lord knows I love pie. So anyhow, they got me this nice computer here. So as long as I keep my little mouse thing right over there, it should write. I'm going to write something down. Now, y'all hold on for this. We're fixing to write, and I'm going to be quick about it. If you feel you would need more on this, you will going to come back after lunch, because we come back after lunch, we're going to pick right back up on acid-base balance, even though we're going to move past several things here. But for right now, the scenario on 39, 30, whatever it was, the one about the diabetic ketoacidosis patient, I want you to understand that you can have Can you all see the whiteboard? Yes, everybody can see it. Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Potts. All right. Thank you. All right. So you got metabolic acidosis, alkalosis. And then you got, damn, I did it again. Let me scoot this thing over there. As long as I keep that over there, I'm good. Okay. Okay. And then you got, damn, I did it again. I keep moving that. Let me move that right over here. My colleague who's in the next room, who can hear me, probably thinks I'm crazy, because I'm in here talking to myself all day long, and every now and then I have that little evil mad scientist laugh. So anyhow, got to be a little crazy. It's a prerequisite to work in this business. You know, got to be a little crazy. And I got my sign that's here on the front of my desk. It says, "You don't have to be crazy to work here. We'll train you." Anyhow, it's an art. It really is. It's an art. It's an art. All right. So metabolic, respiratory. Now, metabolic is talking about pH. pH. All righty. Ain't no doubt. And then respiratory, damn it. Respiratory, let me put that doolally back over, is CO2. Y'all with me? Y'all with me? pH, when it is low on the pH scale, it is an acid. pH that is high over 7.45 is alkalinic or alkalosis. Acidosis, alkalosis. You see what I'm saying? The last thing to say with this, metabolic means that it is affecting or being altered by the kidneys. It is trying to be excreted via the renal system, kidneys. So metabolic is kidneys. Oh hell. Bring that back, Chubby. All right. Now then. All right. CO2. If CO2 is high, then that is acid. CO2, when it is low, it is actually alka. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. I screwed that up pretty bad. Oh man, I did it again. All right, y'all probably laughing at me on here acting like a fool. Can't figure out how to use a little dingle pen thing. So 35 to 45 millimeters of mercury pressure measurement, CO2. In other words, the ET CO2. That simply means the end of the tidal volume. When you look at it on a capnogram, it's the end of the alveolar dumping, which would be the point of which the actual measurement is made. And if you looked on a capnography waveform where it come up like that right there, that point right there is where the EtCO2 is measured at. And that is the end. So right here, this is X. Oh, hell. Let me scoot that over. This right here is the exhalation. This right here is the your alveoli are getting exchanged. And then this right here is you're taking a breath back. All right. So it's at the end of when you go, all the gas exchange is happening. And that's when your CO2, it's at the end of your exhalation, right there at the end of that alveolar plateau where the CO2 dumps out at its highest pressure is where the measurement's taken. Anyhow, enough about that. You ain't got to know all that. What you do got to know is that the following. On respiratory, so metabolic is kidneys, respiratory is lungs. So your lungs and your kidneys, in other words, respiratory and metabolic. On metabolic, it's dealing with pH, and a low pH is acidotic and a high pH is alkalotic. On respiratory, that's your lungs. And on your lungs, it's talking about your CO2. pH is really talking about CO2. It's all about the CO2. But acids and bases, and you have to balance them. Now, long story short, so on respiratory, on lungs, a high CO2 is actually acid, not alpha. It's acid, and a low. So what we also want to know is this. A high respiratory rate, damn it. A high respiratory rate equals a low CO2. And a low respiratory rate equals a high CO2. And this would correlate with a high O2 sat. And this would correlate with a low O2 sat. And here's what I mean. So if the test gives you a question and it says a patient who is in diabetic ketoacidosis or a hyperglycemia patient who has fast respirations is most likely in, that's metabolic acidosis. Their pH is shifted too low because of this the fluid loss and whatnot from the hyperglycemia. And to counteract that, the patient has made themselves breathe fast to try to drop their CO2 because that will buff the high it will buff the pH. And so if it asks you a question, so understand that by the body creating its own intrinsic respiratory alkalosis by hyperventilating, it will counteract the underlying respiratory acidosis that it's suffering from. Now, I want to try to move on with this, but if the test said your 28-year-old male patient has suspected opioid overdose and has been down for at least an hour, the patient, blah, blah, blah. In other words, it's painting the picture of someone who has had prolonged hypoventilation. He ain't been breathing good enough for quite a while because he done took all this dope. And that has made him have ineffective ventilation, which has led to ineffective respiration. So he has, his O2 sats are probably low also because his oxygen levels is low. Well, oxygen is low, it's made the CO2 be high. And so he has respiratory acidosis. His CO2 levels in the lungs are going to be high because he had a low respiratory rate. And that also correlated with a low O2 sat. So for example, this guy had an O2 sat of 82%, and he was breathing 8 times a minute and shallow when you got to him with pinpoint pupils, known as meiosis, or constrictor pupils. And then he had when you put him on capnography, hell, he's at 56. So he's way over 45. So he has a high CO2. So anyhow, now I'm going to show you a little something else with that, and then I'm going to move on. Now I have a good question. So yeah, respiratory says if he had been down for an hour, would it not be metabolic acidosis? Well, it depends. If there's polypharmacy, if there's other drugs on board, well, it certainly could be the case. And sometimes it's hard to tell. But primarily what the problem is going to be this, what we're addressing. Now, here is what we're looking at. Now, metabolic acidosis is going to be more common with states of shock. If this fellow's circulatory status had also gotten low or hypoperfused because of a low heart rate, maybe from the bradycardia, or excuse me, the hypoxia may have also caused the bradycardia, or it could have been hypotension from the toxin or the overdose, then he would have been in a state of shock, ineffective, perfusion status. So in that situation there, due ineffective perfusion to the cells, sure, he could have developed a metabolic acidosis from the shock. But before that would have occurred, the respiratory acidosis would have been the primary issue. So here's the thing. Understand that if I want you to understand that if CO2, when it comes to breathing and respiratory alkalosis acidosis, here is why it is so important. If CO2 is too high, so greater than like 45, you have what's called anoxia. If it's greater than 60, you have actually full-on what's called anoxemia. Anoxemia is when it is so high that it's now at the cellular level. It's just not in the bloodstream. Now it's actually affecting the cellular level, causing death, causing cellular level asphyxiation. It truly is toxic to the body at that point. And you can see death, irreversible damage, these kinds of things. So, so if CO2 is too high, oxygen cannot attach to hemoglobin proteins, the part that is in the blood that carries oxygen. A hemoglobin protein can carry up to 4 oxygen molecules. Oxygen cannot attach to the hemoglobin protein if CO2 is high. In a state of respiratory acidosis, oxygen cannot bind to hemoglobin. This is very similar to the effects of chemicals such as cyanide, carbon monoxide, and other asphyxiants. If CO2 is too low, it's just as deadly because O2 cannot offload from the hemoglobin. Here you got a hemoglobin protein that's got all of his little oxygen buddies on board, but they can't get off because of the CO2 imbalance. So if it's too high, it can't attach. If it's too low, it can't detach. Either way, they're going to be, either way you look at it, they're going to be, you know, anoxic at the cellular level, and they're going to be dead. This is what's known as the oxyhemoglobin dissociation curve. A big fancy $35 word meaning what I just simply told you right there is if I let their CO2 get too high, oxygen can't attach to the hemoglobin that carries it in the blood. If it gets too low, it can't detach from the hemoglobin that carries it in the blood. And so anyhow, all right, now moving on. We'll talk more about that a little bit when we come to fluid management and whatnot, especially on the metabolic side after lunch. But I have a little bit of time with you left, and we want to take all the time we need. If we press on to 12:30, not a big deal, but I do want to kind of wrap up the EMTB part. The next and most important part of what we want to share with everybody who has come here today for this part is let you see how to navigate the resources that I'm going to send to you. In order to do that, I need to share my screen back to where we were earlier. Now, everyone should be able to see the NREMT website. Yes? Somebody give me some feedback, please. All right, thank you. I have one. We'll hold off on any further. Let's see what this is. All right, yes, thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you. So I see here we have feedback here. Oh, that's good. That's good. Lots of yeses. Excellent. So everybody can see this on this website. Now, I have a PowerPoint with all this put on it and all this stuff. I've got all that. And we can run through that. But most of that we actually kind of want to look at later with the AEMTs. What I'm showing you first, what I want to show is EMT. I want you to click on EMT. And it brings you to this. And I want you to now, I would want you to go to the cognitive exam. Okay, go to your cognitive exam. And it gives you a breakdown of everything. It tells you all these details that we've been talking about. And I've got all this in PowerPoint presentation, but sometimes it's with this kind of tool right here, man, I can just show you. All right. Now, I want to show you something. We're going to go back up here to resources. It gives you an incredible amount of information. One very key essential resource: do not take the test until you have made yourself intricately familiar with what I'm about to show you. You will fail the cardiology section if you don't know this information. All right, so I am going to share it with you. Share it with you. Yes, yes, absolutely. And I will, yeah, everybody will get, now it may take a little bit to get it to upload and figure out, but hopefully by Monday, you'll be able to have this information, and including the recording. So if you miss something, don't worry. This is a great way of now having this. Yeah. Look, people got to pay your bills. You got to work. You got to get rest. You ain't hurting my feelings. So yeah. No worries. We'll do our best to make sure that you get it. If you don't, we'll get somebody who did. They'll get it to you. Okay, we'll get it to you. All right. So look, I want you to know that you need to click on this AHA 2000. It'll say, now look, it's going to say 2015 AHA guidelines, even though it's going to link you to the 2020 that came out in about September, October. You all are like I was back in 2000, trying to take my paramedic test or whatnot, doing off of the 2005 guidelines when the test was still written on the 2000. And back then there were several changes. So right now there are very subtle changes. One thing would be specific to paramedic. I won't even discuss atropine with y'all, but one thing that has changed, I'll go ahead and emphasize that right now, is children, pediatrics, artificial ventilation, rescue breathing. In the pediatric patient who still has a pulse, however, is not breathing on their own, they will require artificial ventilation. Rescue breathing. Don't confuse rescue breathing with cardiopulmonary resuscitation. CPR's numbers is 30 to 2 if you're by yourself, 15 to 2 if you have multiple rescuers working on a child, 15 compressions to 2 ventilations. Neonatal CPR, 3 compressions to 1 ventilation, 3 to 1, 3 to 1, squeeze, 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 puff, squeeze, 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 puff, squeeze, 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 puff. But what we're talking about here is the heart's beating. And as long as you keep breathing for them, now you quit breathing for them and it ain't going to. So anyhow, what you're looking at here is artificial ventilation of the pediatric patient. It used to be, and in the 2015 guidelines, which the registry test is still written for, is 1 breath every 3 seconds. You would give the pediatric patient who is receiving rescue breathing 1 breath every 3 seconds, which is equivalent to 20 per minute. There is 60 seconds in a minute. Every 3 seconds is equivalent to 20. 3 times 20 is 60. So 20 a minute is 1 every 3 seconds. The new information that is out in the 2020 guidelines says a rate of 20 to 30 per minute, which is 2 to 3, 1 every 2 to 3 seconds. The reality for AEMT especially is you're going to titrate ventilatory rate of the patient upon their capnography. All right. So anyhow, enough about that. Let me not ramble. Let me go on to exactly what you need to see here. On this website, I'm going to be quick about this. So you need to select a language. Go right here. Now they've changed this site. I used to do it blindfolded. After teaching it and utilizing it and studying it myself as a student for 5 years or better, this specific, they changed it on us. So I'm still learning it back myself. So select English. So you don't want to get some kind of Egyptian hieroglyphics pulled up on there, you know, something that looked like Chief Miller's checking account, all them big fancy numbers and everything. So anyhow, y'all don't tell him I said that. Don't tell him I said that. He might get mad and not buy. So yeah, Willie got a good question right here. Is do we go by the 2015 or the 2020? You go by the 2015. The registry is still looking at the 2015. So if it gives you a pediatric artificial ventilation question, pediatric rescue breathing, 1 breath every 3 seconds, which is 20 per minute. All right, stick with the 2015 guidelines on for right now. All right, they haven't updated everything to the 2020. Now, good question. You'll get to this document, and in this document, it'll bring, whoa, baby, it'll bring you down to sections. Anywhere that it starts talking about some of these things in these boxes, or anywhere, see right here, these points of emphasis, even though it says adult, basic, and advanced, these are all, and then these are all key things that you need to know. All right. These are all key pieces of information. Now, I would try to study over that, and that's useful. Okay, that's useful. However, so that's where you can find that. It's right on their site. It's right on their site. Look right over here. This is where we click. Resources. Now, those things, excuse me, those things I showed you earlier about scope of practice, and you need to know what your limitations are as far as scope of practice, so you don't pick. It says, what would you do? Don't pick, if you're testing as an EMTB, then don't be picking no AEMT scope of practice answer, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So, as an AEMT, don't go picking no paramedic scope of practice answer. Now, if it says, what would the patient need, then you might recognize that that's an ALS level intervention and you need to load and go or get intercept. And so that might be right. But what would you do? It would need to be in your scope of practice as far as the answer. So anyhow, scope of practice model. Long story short on this one here, all I'm really, and this is this is national, from the federal government. This is EMS.gov, so National Highway Traffic, so NHTSA, National EMS Scope of Practice Model. So anyhow, let me show you where you actually find what it is that I'm telling you about right here. You'll simply go on down, you get some good, and this is interesting. Now, I'm very familiar and study this information right here quite a bit, and we utilize it in how to best apply the time in class to make sure people truly get what it is that they're needing them to get the most of. So all this being said, you go, it's down here towards the bottom where it actually shows you what I was telling you earlier about the scopes for each level of licensure. That's the credit right about in here. Yeah, there's EMR, and then right here's a psychomotor. So the skills for EMR, and this is what I had in the PowerPoint earlier that I showed you first. And here's these skills for an EMT. And here's where you find. So this is what it might ask you about doing as an AEMT. So let's park there for just a minute. Look, I mean, do you know how to do all that? Look at down at the very bottom. If you're an AEMT candidate and you don't know how to, or when you would, or what the dose would be for nitrous oxide for pain relief, that's certainly ain't something we carry at our service. But look, it's on a national level, so it is an industry standard of care that can be done by the AEMT. So you better know it. You better review this. All righty. People come to me, they're like, man, there's nitric oxide questions on there, nitrous oxide questions on there. And I'm like, what? Yeah, yeah. So sure enough, anyhow, these are the AEMT medications. If you're not familiar with those, it's some of what we'll look at after lunch. Moving on, I'm going to come out of this, okay? We don't have time to sit here and just ramble on about it. It's up to you to look at this and synthesize it and study it at your own pace, not somebody else's pace, at your own pace. Now, the best, so you got nationally, I'd stay away from that. It is so lengthy. Unless you are on test numbers 5 or 6 and you're looking at possibly having to repeat the whole program. If that's you, then you need to take the time. It will take you days, but you need to take the days necessary to go through that nice and slow and make sure you recognize everything there. Because if it ain't there, they ain't going to ask you about it. Okay. Now, the next thing that I want to share with you is the most important. And this is kind of one of the things I'll kind of wrap her up on. This right here. You can get to this at the bottom, at the very bottom of the page. So you just want to make sure that you're clicking on the one that is for your level of that you're going after as a candidate for, basic or AEMT. This is the NCCP, the National Continued Competency Program recertification model. All right. Now, right here, we are going to pull up the EMT version. Okay. Look right there, EMT. So for the basics, I'm going to show you something right here. Now, look, I should have probably started with this. But if you're sitting there and you kind of wore out and you're kind of tired, well, I'm fixing to quit being so long-winded. But right now, I'm fixing to show you something that is a game changer for you. Okay. This is not the answers. They're not telling you what the questions are, but yeah, they're showing you what you need to know. And you can take that for what it's worth. All right. The reason we're here is not to give you answers and not to, we're not, by no means, we're not trying to cheat anything, because I think this needs to be hard and I think you need to know it or you don't need to be out here doing it. So therefore, but I also think it's fair for you to know what it is you need to study and what it is you do need to make sure you know so you can put in the work. All right. Now, that all being said, people give the national, and I myself, I used to give them a hard time, but they have become much more transparent and they have done a better job of helping us as educators understand. So look, as a person coordinating this training right here, as a training officer, this is what I'm supposed to follow. If I am teaching an EMT basic, how to prepare for, refresh them on how to get ready for a test number to take the test, then this is what I need to make sure that I would cover for you. And so this is, so you got 5 sections. You got 5 sections. All right, 5 sections. And you've got airway, respiration, and ventilation. Then you've got cardiovascular. Cardiovascular is all your AHA material, all your American Heart Association emergency cardiovascular care and resuscitation science. That is where all that's going to come from. Everything talking about cardiac arrest, code, stabilization, and resuscitation going to come from there. Then you got the bulk of the content is in the medical section. Okay. And then you've got trauma. And then you've got operations. Now, everything except operations, 15% of the questions will be pediatric related. So we're going to go back down here. All right, right here on ventilation and oxygenation. Now, for advanced AEMTs, we're going to come back after lunch. But for right now, bear with me, and I'm going to slide through here with the EMTBs. And you'll also, the 90% of this is on your, well, actually, all of this is on yours too. And it's the same, essentially. There are a few extra things on AEMT. EMT basics, you ain't got to stress over capnography. Whereas AEMT, you got to know capnography just like a paramedic, just about. So you got to know a lot about it. We come back from lunch, we're going to talk about it. We're going to give a couple more hours of time at least when we come back from lunch for AEMT. And we'll resume our recording and everything then when we do that. But let me show you here. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. So these resources right here, what you're looking at. I didn't really go into it yet earlier through my PowerPoints. Today, I was kind of trying to avoid as many PowerPoints as possible. But then again, there are some that were good, and I need to show, but this is what is looking at. The emphasis here, look, you go down to each section. I want you to go to each section. I'm going to show you real fast how to navigate it, and I'm telling you, you need to look at this. You need to have a good understanding of adequate and inadequate breathing. That simply means distress versus failure. The number one sign that they went into failure is altered mental status. All righty. I'll be darned. Look right there. If it ain't telling you exactly what I told you, look right there where my cursor's at. What I talked about earlier, I done talked about the importance of adequate ventilation. You got to ventilate before you respirate. You got to, so look here. Adequate rate and tidal volume. All right, adequate rate and tidal volume. If they're breathing adequately on their own, you don't have to bag them, but if they're not, you do. All right, and so respiratory distress versus failure. All righty. Important to know exactly when to provide an intervention, such as artificial ventilation, in order to increase the likelihood of patient improvement. So in other words, when you see altered mental status, that is exactly when it's time to get more aggressive and get out of BVM instead of a non-rebreather mask. All right, enough about this. You can read, you need to read the part about airway adjuncts. Look, it tells you when not to and when to use oral airways and nasal airways. You need to pay attention to this because in your scenarios, if it brings these up as possible answers, you'll need to know when that would be that, well, that ain't a right answer because that's a contraindication. Or yes, I could use that one because it's not contraindicated, blah, blah, blah. So you need to know that. Expect that in the airway management, airway ventilation oxygenation section. Expect that. You're going to get it. So anyhow, 15% of each section is going to be pediatrics. Well, I'll be darned. Right there, it specifically says the word pediatric. I think I'd pay attention to that. Keep the pediatric patient head and neck in a sniffing position. Pad behind the shoulders. Newborns is no longer routinely recommending after lunch. That is one of the things we'll be doing is a pediatric overview. More of what's there is for AEMT, but it's actually basic knowledge as well. But it's a neonatal resuscitation program, a very quick, brief overview of that. But yeah, you need to know this information. I wish I could turn this into an all, but the thing is after a while, your brain fries. So can't give too much at once. I really need to make this into like a shorter bursts of information people can pull these videos from or something, but we'll get around to that someday. All right, look, and you just simply keep going down through here. Don't worry about where it says skills because we're looking at the cognitive part of this right now for cognitive testing. So anyhow, here you go down to oxygenation. Here's what I can tell you that's on here. You don't even have to look at it. Trauma patients, you want to give a non-rebreather to. Medical patients, you want to give the nasal cannula to for EMTB. So it's pretty much true for AMT as well. Wheezing patients need albuterol. If you're an EMTB, you'd use a meter dose inhaler. If you're AEMT, you could use a nebulizer. If the patient has any altered mental status, well, then you need to be using a bag valve mask. You can use CPAP, but only if they're in distress. So again, if they have altered mental status, you can't use CPAP. You need to be using. So people with wheezes need the albuterol type stuff. People with rails and crackles down low probably need the CPAP. So aside from all that, here's when you don't want to give oxygen. If you have a chest pain patient or a stroke patient, ischemic stroke, or a chest pain patient, in acute coronary syndrome or in ischemic stroke, giving unnecessary oxygen can actually be detrimental. It can produce free radicals, which causes a further insult to what's known as the ischemic penumbra, the area of tissue that is being infarcted. So, and again, you can read down through here and you'll see everything. I'm telling you, but I'm synthesizing the information here. I'm doing it for you because we know it already. And so withhold supplemental oxygen in stroke and MI patients unless there are four things. If there are any signs of shock, absolutely do give the oxygen. If there is any, if the O2 sat is less than 95%, give the oxygen. If they have acute chest pain, give the oxygen. If they have significant or severe shortness of breath, give the oxygen. Any one of those four things, give the oxygen. If you are giving the oxygen, don't exceed 2 liters nasal cannula. Withhold oxygen if you can, but if those things are present and you are going to give it, then just give 2 liters nasal cannula. And that is exactly what it says if you read on down through here. Moving on. Okay. And then you get into your post-resuscitation care. Look, I'm going to synthesize this one real quick. This is what you need to know on it. Optimize oxygenation and ventilation. Do not overbag the patient. Don't bag. Once you get a pulse back, you can actually bag them a little slower than what you were when you were doing CPR. So if you, so the adult patient getting rescue breathing is 1 breath every 5 seconds, which is a rate of about 12 per minute. However, if the adult patient has a secured airway, if a paramedic intubates them, or if you, EMTB or an AEMT puts a supraglottic airway in, such as like a King airway, that becomes 1 breath every 6 to 8 seconds. So it goes even slower at that point. And so you need to, AEMT would need to utilize waveform capnography with that, just like a medic would. All right. So, but post-resuscitation care, big focus. If they're hypotensive, give them a bolus of 1 to 2 liters of fluid, 1 to 2 liters of fluid. If the patient, like I say, if they're intubated, whatever, 1 breath every 6 to 8 minutes. And the goal is to not overbag them, On the AEMT and paramedic version, there's actually a link to a paper. And anywhere in this document right here, this is the jackpot. You better look over this. EMT basics, guess what? It's asking you about ventricular assist devices, VADs. They used to be LVADs, and now they're LVADs and RVAD, left ventricular, right ventricular assist. So these devices assist the bottom part of the heart to eject blood. into its target area. And excuse me, this right here. So what you focus on in this section is the management. It wants you to know that you need to listen to the family members, and they have been trained in this, and bring all of the patient's equipment, all the battery connections and chargers and cables with it, and because that's incredibly important. And to each facility has a VAD coordinator. When you can call in and give report, you can actually talk to that person, or online medical control if needed, to make sure that we're doing everything right to get them there. So that's really what it's wanting to make sure that you understand, because these are becoming more and more common now. Enough about that. You can read. Stroke, right down here. A while ago, I told you anywhere on this document where there's a link you can click the link. Clicking the link will show you where they have taken their answer from. If you see a link, that is pretty much guaranteeing you that there's going to be a question over that. And the information you find and read in the link is going to pretty much be where they took their answer from. So what you will learn there is, so here's pretty much what I can tell you. Up there at that top one where my little cursor is at right now, FAST, that's facial droop, arm drift, speech deficits, and time. What time did the symptoms start? That's what they want you to know. Helps to identify rapidly the likelihood of stroke, ischemic stroke, time-sensitive issue, right? So, and then down here on stroke assessments, number 1 and number 2, the Cincinnati and the Los Angeles, those are done. The Cincinnati stroke scale is done on scene to quickly determine the presence of ischemic strokes. You can call a stroke alert, and you need to give O2 only if indicated. If indicated, only 2 liters or more. But the main thing there is stabilize ABCs and transport emergent to a facility capable of managing the stroke patient. All right. If they told you their CT scanner was down, you got to go somewhere else. All right. You got to go somewhere else, as long as it's not more than a 20-minute diversion. That's a AHA standard right there. All right. So, the Miami neurological deficit exam, the MEND exam from the Gordon Center of Research down there at the University of Miami. Long story short, quite a bit about that. I know enough to tell you about that, though, that is a ongoing physical exam. That is, you do that one while moving. That one you do while en route only if time permits, and it most likely won't. But the Cincinnati is the one you do on scene. The MEND is the one you do as a detailed physical exam while moving to the hospital, only if time permits. Okay. All right. So cool beans. All right. Down here, the rest of this info, you see, you can kind of, you get the picture, you get the gist of it now, I think, is to look, boom, it goes right into cardiac arrest. It's essentially the information right here is what you're going to be tested on under this lesson content. Mechanical CPR devices. The AHA guidelines say that they are no better than manual chest compressions. If anything, manual chest compressions are preferred. The mechanical device simply may promote provider safety, keeping them from having to be up moving around while the ambulance is moving down the road trying to do CPR on somebody. So anyhow, all right, pit crew style CPR and all that, it's all emphasized. You need to know all that. Look, pediatric cardiac arrest, it gives you all those numbers and all this stuff I was talking about a while ago. You better read that. Better read it. It goes on into, then it'll go into talking about head injuries, central nervous system trauma. Look, it talks about the Nexus study and C-spine precaution, changes in the uses of spine boards that is industry standard now. So you will need to understand all this, and you will, if you ain't seen this stuff before, you better read it. you better click over it and know it before you take your test. I would highly recommend, because this is this is quick and easy. This next part right here, bleeding control. It's a link to something specific to know right there from the Committee on Tactical Casualty Combat Care. So the TCCC folks, which is the TECC and the same people, you know, NAEMT and all trauma surgeons, all that stuff. So, but anyhow, these bleeding control devices, you may get questions over those on the test. Understand that hemostatic gauze is what you would need to pick if you can't get a tourniquet on it. Do not pick the question that says hemostatic powder. That is not what we want to use in civilian EMS. We would, if we can't get a tourniquet on it, then you could consider packing the wound area and like a junctional area with the hemostatic gauze, not powder. Don't do the powder. All right, enough about that. And you could go on and on and on. All the way down through, I'm going to skip through now. I'm going over a lot. This is all important, but I'm coming to the point where I need to end this part. But right here in the operations section, for example, you're going to see things in there in operation. When you get to the part that says crew resource management, look, these blue things talking about ambulance transport and safety, big things that we've overlooked for the history of EMS. That it's time to change, so we promote safety. They're making a big emphasis on it, and it links you directly to where they have pulled their answer for test questions. So trust you me, you'll need everywhere. And I could ramble on for days about every bit of this because I've studied this information for a very, very long time. Know it very, very well, but you need to do the same. My job right here is just show you where to find what I have found and what has helped me, because if you want to be successful, then you will need to know this. But anyhow, look, when it gets to a section that talks about special patient or at-risk populations, you think of geriatrics and pediatrics. But actually what it's wanting to teach you about is a incredible crisis in our country, and that is human trafficking. It will link you to the Department of Homeland Security and whatnot's information of a brief overview of the human trafficking crisis and as what we may see as field responders that are indications of that happening, so it can be reported and to try to rescue these people from these situations. Along with this, you may also in this specific section in operations, you may find it will also talk about domestic violence. And you'll need to hear what it says there because it has something specific to say, a couple specific things that will probably pop up on test questions. And, but also it talks about something called crew resource management. When you get to that part and you're like, I have no idea what that is, I would recommend YouTubing NREMT crew resource management. And David Page from the NREMT himself is going to pop up on there and going to talk about how it relates to EMS culture of safety and how they learned it from the airline industry. And it makes very good sense. And it's something that we do try to implement actually. So, but anywho, that is very, very important, incredibly important. The little document, the little test we went over a while ago, again, if you're needing your retest letter, that's something that when we get your email, it'll have instructions for those who need that. You'll have to send that back to me. And so that information will have further details in it to help guide everybody as to what we need to do. So yes, I am showing But this right here is where you'll find your best resources to prepare you ultimately. What we're looking at right here. Okay. I can't emphasize on this enough. It's right there in front of you. So I am showing 12:20. Let's take 40 minutes. Is 40 minutes good with everybody? Give me some feedback here. I'm monitoring the chat box. If we plan to start back at 1300, would that work with the rest of you? Okay. Okay, good, good. All right. I'm seeing enough answers. It seems it's a fair consensus. I'm going to stop the recording on this and keep everything charged up and keep the meeting open, and just plan on being back in attendance if you want this other information. And we'll be converting over to AEMT specifically at 1300 hours. Okay, it's about 1 minute after 1 p.m. or 1300. We will go ahead and progress through the remaining information that I hope will be helpful for the AEMT candidate. If there are still any EMT candidates on here, we're glad to have you, but understand, past this point, much of what you will hear is going to include more A&P and some more terminology and concepts that you have not been presented with yet, and you do not want it to confuse or misguide you in making the decisions picking the right answers on your test. So I just want to throw that out there. So what we're going to discuss now is specific. Now, some of it is general practice questions. I want to hit you up on a little bit of ALS stuff. So all this. We're going to pick up right here, and we're going to wrap up the rest of this practice test. And then go from there. So recommended rate, again, artificial ventilation. Don't get that confused with CPR. When it comes to resuscitation science, there's lots of numbers, 100 to 120 minute compression rate, a half to a third the depth of the chest from anterior to posterior in a pediatric patient, as far as how far down you should go, every 1 minute of time equals 10% of survivability in a cardiac arrest patient. And all this information, even the best CPR only produces still 20% cardiac output. The list goes on, all this rambling information, all these numbers run together. But the thing is the key numbers you need to be sure you know about, obviously the 100 to 120 compressions in a minute. And you need to remember that every 2 minutes of time is equivalent to 5 cycles or 5 events, compression to ventilation events or cycles of CPR is 2 minutes. You reanalyze every 2 minutes with your AED. When you can use an AED and when you can't use an AED. You need to know that the 2 shockable arrhythmias that an AED will shock is VFib and pulseless VTAC. And it's also important to make sure that the patient doesn't have a palpable pulse. You could have a pulse and still put an AED on somebody who had a very weak pulse if they were in VTAC. And all that thing's going to do is just simply recognize VTAC. It's still shock them. Here they laying there with a pulse. So your real-time assessment is also important, is where I'm coming from with that. So always treat the patient first before you're treating the device or the monitors. So, all right. So recommended artificial ventilation, also known as rescue breathing. Infant, 1 every 3 seconds. Child, 1 every 3 seconds. Both of those you can say 20 a minute. Now, 2020 guidelines changed with that, but the test is going to be off of the 2015 guidelines. All right. The adult patient, when you're just using an oral airway and a BVM, that's 1 breath every 5 seconds for 12 a minute. 12 times 5 is 60 seconds in a minute. So number 44, the adult who has a secured airway, in other words, an endotracheal tube or like a supraglottic airway. And so that's going to be 1 breath every 6 to 8 seconds, a rate of 8 to 10 a minute. So anyhow, number 45, a contraindication to using CPAP. CPAP is pressure support. You don't want to use any kind of pressure support in anybody who has critically low blood pressure. The risks versus benefit. So the benefit of pressure support is it helps to stabilize and keep open the alveoli. it keeps them open longer, so you can get, and it stretches it out thinner, so it's easier for O2 to cross through it and CO2 to cross out. And it pushes the CO2 out and helps push the O2 in. However, that also increases the intrathoracic, the pressure inside the intrathoracic spaces, inside the chest. When you increase pressure inside the chest, you put outside force on blood vessels, such as the inferior and superior vena cava. The big, large veins there used to facilitate preload back into the heart. So the point is pressure support can cause blood pressure to fall. So everything good it does can be contraindicated by some of the bad that it can do. And some of the bad that it can do is drop blood pressure when it's already dangerously low. So when the blood pressure is already dangerously low, you would want to avoid CPAP. And so another contraindication, CPAP can only be used if they are in distress. When the patient gets to the point of failure and arrest, you can't use CPAP. That's when you got to be using a bag valve mask. So CPAP is only for the patient who is still oriented and maintaining their own airway and ventilating effectively. CPAP doesn't do anything to help ventilation. It does a lot to help respiration, but the patient has to be ventilating effectively on their own before you can consider CPAP. All right. If you're not sure that their rate and volume is sufficient, then you can't be doing no CPAP. All right. Oh yeah, I've got a question here that says at some point, go over agonist versus antagonist. That ain't no problem. That is super easy. Okay. A matter of fact, that is so easy. That is so easy. And so, and it confused me for a long time too. And I found a simplified, common sense way to, damn, that's all it means. Yes, that's all it means. Let me share it with you. You ready? Anti means to work against. Okay. Somebody's anti-government, they want to work against the government. So ant is the medical terminology prefix that means contra or against it. In other words, so if I antagonize somebody, an antagonist, if I'm antagonizing someone, then I am pissing them off, for lack of better terms. I'm doing something against them. I might be trying to just simply aggravate them a little bit. Back in the day, the fire halls, you'd like to antagonize everybody. Your buddies, if you, just to pick on them, to go against them, to get them stirred up. So an antagonist works against. If I am an agonist, I am working for it. If I'm an agonist, I'm working for it. I'm all for it. So in other words, an agonist, I'm agging him on. You ever heard that old saying? Man, he's agging him on. You need to quit agging him on. He's bad enough on his own. He don't need no help. Quit agging him on. In other words, you're encouraging him. So you're supporting it. To agonize, here, I'm an agonist, it is in support of it. All right. So, this all being said, something that works against Narcan would be an opioid antagonist. opioid antagonist, such as, Narcan is an opioid antagonist because it works against the opioid. It blocks it from binding to receptor sites. Okay. And so beta effects such as bronchodilation, I would give a beta agonist medication, something that works for the beta effect. And if it works for the beta effect, it makes a tightened bronchial or a bronchus even bigger. So I can promote more air through there. And so that's what that means. So antagonist means that it counters it. Agonist means that it supports it. Good deal. All right. Good deal. Good deal, Lucille. You should still be able to see what I got right here. Thank you. You all right? I don't care what to say. You don't either, do you? All right. So we back. Oh, you know when I need to, I may have never paused record. I'll have to edit that later. Whoops. So we are still recording. All right. There we go. So moving on. Yes, beta albuterol would be a beta agonist. Very good. Albuterol is a beta agonist or a bronchodilator because that's what it does. If it is an agonist to the beta effects, it dilates the bronchial. Very good, very good. A contraindication to using a supraglottic airway. Well, we're going to look at that here in just a minute, but I'm going to show you clearly what the registry considers contraindications and indications of certain things, but much like the information we looked at already on their specific document. But in other words, the patient's too short, too tall, ingestion of caustic poisoning, that's going to be the biggie. Known history of esophageal varices, these sorts of things. Trauma in itself is not necessarily a contraindication because you can put in a supraglottic airway in a trauma patient, or you can put them in, I put them in both, and nothing wrong with that. So, yeah, but anyhow. 47, why is it important to not overbag the patient? Well, it's real important. Number one, if you bag the patient too fast at too high of a rate, you will drop their CO2 levels. Hyperventilation drops CO2. If you bag them too slowly, hypoventilation will rise their CO2. Either way, an imbalanced CO2 can be deadly. CO2 that is too high because you bagged them too fast will cause the patient to have, or excuse me, CO2 that's too high because you bagged them too slow will cause them to have respiratory acidosis. And that's when their CO2 gets so high that oxygen can't bind to hemoglobin. Vice versa, the flip side, the other side of the extreme on this spectrum, if you bag them too fast, you'll make their CO2 drop too low. It can CO2 then can bind to hemoglobin. It just can't detach when it gets to the cell. Either way, they're going to have an anoxic injury from this. Even if they live, they'll have a permanent, long-lasting brain damage. All right. So the other thing is by putting in too much air into the more than what the patient needs, which is very easy to do, actually, you end up causing gastric distension. This is a very, very common, very critical issue in children in the management of critical pediatric patients. This is why we carry orogastric and nasogastric tubes. So as soon as we get them tubed, we go ahead and get those oral gastric tubes in to start decompressing that air off their little belly, Because here's the problem. And then also when you also not only let air spill over into the belly, and that increases the risks of vomiting, and then that increases the risks of aspiration. If the patient aspirates, what that means is they choke on their own puke. They got a belly full of air, so it makes them puke, and it goes off like a vomit grenade. And then inside their, their chest and their oral cavity and everything, and they take a breath of air. They try to suck a breath of air at the same time that their stomach erupts, and they just sucked all that gastric content, very acidic gastric content, straight into their lungs. And that is aspiration. That's what aspiration is. Aspiration in the critically ill or injured patient, according to the American Heart Association's research and literature, it increases the chances of the patient dying by 50%. That alone, aspiration alone, increases the chances of mortality by 50%. So this is why it's so important to aggressively suction, log roll the patient, whatever we can do to keep them from aspirating, protect their airway as necessary, all these things. Prevent it from happening by not overbagging them to begin with, if possible. That's a big thing in itself. So anyhow, also if you bag somebody with too much volume, you can do some ill effect there because you're going to put too much inside the chest wall in the chest cavity and make the blood pressure drop. So anyhow, pulse oximetry or SpO2 measures the saturation of arterial hemoglobins with oxygen molecules. So hey, look, if you've got a problem with binding, some kind of chemistry issue that prevents binding of oxygen molecules onto hemoglobin proteins, even with 100% O2, you can still be anoxic at the cellular level. You can overbag your patient because you're trying to get SATs up to 100 because you think that's good for them. And what you're actually doing is you're dropping their CO2, which means they're going to, all that oxygen you're putting in there can't detach when it gets to the cellular level because of the carbon dioxide imbalance you're creating. So in this situation, you can have 100% O2 set and still be suffering brain death at the cellular level, other organs as well. So this is very important to realize. So toxins that can cause this, carbon monoxide, for example. Carbon monoxide poisoning, you could have 100%. It's going to give a false reading. You could have 100%, and it's there, it's all saturated, but it ain't offloading because of the toxin on board. Similar situation, it can't offload. And cyanide, it affects its ability to bind to the hemoglobin because the cyanide has a higher affinity for the hemoglobin protein than the oxygen does. It gets in the way, won't let him on. So anyhow, that's what you're looking at there. This medical terminology here, all these sorts of things. Number 53 is 4. 54, perioral cyanosis is around the mouth. That's a very bad sign in anybody, especially children. So anyhow, 56, normal pH of the body, 7.35 to 7.45. CO2 is 35 to 45 millimeters of mercury. And so anyhow, number 57 is a bronchopulmonary vein. People hear the word pulmonary embolism, PE. And people think a PE is a blood clot in the lungs. They ain't necessarily wrong, but they certainly ain't right. What a PE is typically is obstructive shock. Where is the obstruction? The obstruction is in the bronchopulmonary vein, the vessel that carries oxygenated blood back to the heart. It carries blood back to the heart, so it is a vein because it goes back to the heart, but it carries oxygenated blood. It is the only vein that carries oxygenated blood. Otherwise, veins carry deoxygenated blood. So, but the bronchopulmonary vein will usually get hung up from what's called a saddle embolus or a DVT, a deep vein thrombosis from a blood clot in the legs or something like that, risk factors. Lots of risk factors for developing PE. So all this being said, on this specific group right here, I don't have to talk to y'all about the ECG findings you'd see with that, but I do. So you have syncope, signs of shock. The patient may or may not even, they may not even feel short of breath. They may not even have any chest pain, but they're fixing to cope. They'll fix and be dying if this is the case. You got to really be watching as quickly as possible, give them what they need. But what you might see when you were talking about capnography, because the AEMT is supposed to know about capnography. And so what you'll find here on far as capnography goes is you will find a case where you had somebody who had syncope. They just don't feel good. They'll be a little shocky with their vitals, and they'll have a low O2 sat. Well, normally a low O2 sat means they're hypoventilating, so they would have a high CO2. But here, because of the perfusion issue, this is obstructive shock. It is decompensatory because hypotension means that shock has went from compensated to decompensated. So decompensatory or decompensated obstructive shock. The obstruction is in the bronchopulmonary vein where the clot has happened. It's on the other side of the lungs. It's not in the lungs, but it is a pulmonary embolism. And it is a blood clot. And so all this being said, in this situation right here, this old boy you see here. So another telltale finding is what's called VQ mismatch. It's the ventilation to perfusion quotient. And the ventilation and the total perfusion quotient is represented as Q. So VQ, there's a mismatch. In other words, normally, if their SATs are low, their CO2 should be high. That's a normal finding. This is abnormal. This is mismatched. Things that can cause both numbers to be low, because usually if these numbers are low, these numbers would be high. And so anyhow, VQ mismatch can be caused by, see here, pulmonary embolism, shunting, pneumonia, pulmonary edema. Anytime there is a perfusion issue or a diffusion issue due to the ability of the alveoli to get blood flow in and out of them, it can result in this. All righty. So anyhow. And I don't think my video will work. I have a video of them pulling that out of pulling a nasty big PE out of a real patient. It's pretty impressive. So anyhow, wrapping this up. Number 59, let's talk about trauma, blood loss. In general, you have to lose approximately 25% of the blood volume before you become hypotensive. So if you have a hypovolemic shock patient who's a trauma patient and they're in decompensatory, meaning that their blood pressure is low, if that is the case, then that tells you that they've lost about a fourth of their blood volume. The general text that are out there, the consensus actually says 20 to 25% in pediatrics. Before blood loss before you could see. So you could see it quicker in children. And they say 25 to 30% would have to be lost to affect most adults. So to encompass everybody, you can say about a fourth of your volume. Now, it's helpful to appreciate how much volume each patient has. Average adult male, for example, has got about 6 liters of blood. Average adult female got about 5 liters of blood. Pediatric patients got on the low end about 50 milliliters per kilogram. Most texts now are saying 70 to 80 milliliters of blood per kilogram of body weight. This is kind of like saying about 100 milliliters of blood per pound. So anyhow, that all being said, Average arterial wound leaks about 5 to 10 milliliters every time the heart beats. Well, if you're an adult male and you got about 6 liters of blood, 6,000 milliliters, however you want to say it, 6 liters, and you take a 7.62 round of the femoral artery, well, adrenaline just kicked in too. So you have an adrenaline rush. So for the next 3 to 5 minutes until the biological half-life of adrenaline would wear off, also known as an epinephrine, when that would wear off, so for the next 3 to 5 minutes, you're going to be beating, your heart's going to be beating hard, and you're going to be freaked out, and you have a heart rate of 100 per minute. So that means you could be losing about 500 to 1,000 milliliters every 60 seconds in exsanguinating hemorrhage. Exsanguinating hemorrhage simply means the kind of arterial bleeding that will kill you within a matter of just a few minutes. And so here you got a total blood volume of about 6 liters, and you're losing 500 to 1,000 milliliters every 60 seconds. Well, hell, in just 2 or 3 minutes or so, you're going to be out of more than a fourth of your blood volume. So that's how you won't bleed long. You won't bleed long when you're bleeding like that. So this is why there has to be such an incredible focus in controlling of arterial mass, or known as exsanguinating hemorrhage. EXSANGUINATING, I think that spells. Exsanguinating hemorrhage. All right. Number 60. Well, anytime there's mass arterial blood loss happening from an extremity, you need to put it on. 1 on the arm, 2 on the legs, high and tight. Number 61 is not necessarily a trick question. It's to say this. If the patient has multiple fractures bleed internally, and if you have multiple internally bleeding fractures, thank you, then you need to realize that you can't sit on scene and fool around all day trying to split every little leg and every little arm, and his hand, I've got to splint his hand too. No, that don't work, because you're going to sit there and spend all your time splinting, and that sucker needs to be 2 miles up the road at the trauma center. Now, when the splinting will be necessary is when you think that the broken bone ends may cause laceration or soft tissue injury to the great blood vessels. You know, I have had to justify spending 2 or 3 extra minutes on a scene before to manipulate and carefully package open radius ulna fracture, because I was afraid it was going to lacerate the radial artery, and then they would surely bleed to death. So that is, the thing is here in a situation like this, the focus is put the patient in correct anatomical position on a long spine board. In other words, laying just perfectly. You have to use that as a splint all. You don't have time to perfectly situate every little broken bone, because they're going to bleed to death from it. You got to get them gone. You got to get them off that scene, get going. Number 62. Number 62. This ain't good, y'all. Number 62, because you reposition, you suction, all this, and they keep having snorse respirations that are unrelieved. Well, you could consider an NPA, but the problem is they got facial trauma. Now, according to the PHTLS, what is it, the 8th edition and everything subsequent to it. Now, since then, so well over a year or 2 or 4 ago, the text and the current standard changed to say facial trauma is no longer a contraindication to NPAs, rather a precaution. However, the National Registry's position on that, and their literature still continues to show, is that it is a contraindication. So for testing purposes, do not pick NPA in facial trauma. All right. So in this situation right here, you would need consider the placement of a supraglottic airway, high flow tube, managed with a bag valve mask. In other words, basic techniques, basic simple techniques in high flow diesel, ALS intercept, because this would be painting a picture of somebody who needs to be intubated. All right. Number 63. Oh, number 63. In trauma patients, here's what kills trauma patients in the pre-hospital world. In emergency medicine, trauma patients die from what's known as the trauma triad of death. Trauma triad of death. And so, hold on a minute. I'm going to take you over here just for a hot second. Back to my little doolally. Permissible hypotension. So I'm going to let the patient's blood pressure set at, I'm allowing it. I'm permitting it. It's permissible hypotension. I'm going to let it be low and not give IV fluids on purpose. I'm going to withhold them on purpose. Why? Because of this. I have the trauma triad of death. Over here, I have coagulopathies. In other words, clot washout. The body trying to stop the stinking clot. Now, this is why on paramedic level, you can consider the administration of something called tranexamic acid, TXA, to prevent clot breakdown. But anyhow, you got coagulopathies, you have acidosis. Specifically, this is shock. Trauma and blood loss is shocks. This is metabolic. Metabolic acidosis secondary to the shock. And then I also have hypothermia. Cold blood don't clot. Ashley said it right. Cold blood don't clot. As a matter of fact, normal body temperature is 98.6, yes? All right. Temperature, hypothermia is subtle as anything less than 96 degrees means that they won't clot. Now, you still think it's okay to sit out here on the scene in February with the doors wide ass open on the ambulance? And I've got a critical trauma patient in there. You know, everybody keeps opening my door and everything else. And I've got them cold and cut their clothes off and got the wet clothes off of them. And I ain't got no blanket on them yet. This is why I'm a pretty nice fella. And the only thing, one of the being mean to old ladies and old, being mean down here, these poor old patients, some of these people now act like fools. And sometimes I want to be a heathen back, but that ain't right. And I ain't promoting it. I'm just saying. But now dadgummit, one of the things that does also irritate me to see happen in EMS is people won't have blankets on the ambulance. I won't have blankets on the cot. And I'm like, yeah, that just ain't gonna fly as far as I'm concerned. I think that's negligence. So, and this is why I can base that clinically speaking. And so anyhow, all that being said, enough about that. This is why when I do need to give IV fluids, they need to be warm fluids. And instead of saline, it needs to be LR. Why LR, you say? LR versus normal saline? Well, I'm gonna tell you. On normal saline, the pH of normal saline is 5.5 to 6. Well, the pH of the normal human body is 7.35 to 7.45. That's a lower than normal pH. So on pH, when it is low, it is an acid. On CO2, acidic is high. But on pH, here, metabolically speaking, acid is low. So I am worsening the underlying metabolic acidosis of my patient. When I give them a bunch of saline in trauma, plus I'm pushing out what clots they've already got, plus this is at room temperature. You know, the ambient cabinet of the back of the ambulance, say it's at 70 degrees, and I'm injecting that into a 98.6 degree body. I'm pushing out the clots, I'm making the acidosis worse, and I am making them hypothermic. I'm exacerbating hypothermia from the already current blood loss. It's one of the dumbest damn things we've ever done in EMS. So we got to quit that. We got to quit that. Now, is there a time and a place for fluid resuscitation in the trauma patient? Yes. And let me show you. Again, LR would be preferred. The pH is higher than that of saline, and it contains some of the lactate. What else to help buff the metabolic acidosis caused by shock? Now, if it can be warm, so warm out of the warmer. So we're going to pull LR out of our fluid warmer and give that into the patient. Now, for purposes, knowing darn good and well, that if I'm sitting here and I got to go out here and I have a critical shock trauma patient, they're probably going to get a humeral head IO. I'm just going to tell you how we're going to do it. But industry standard, national registry purposes, test taking purposes, as AEMTs, if you're an AEMT at our service, you can do everything IO a paramedic can. PD, adult, humeral head, distal femur and peds, proximal tibial tuberosity, whatever, blah, 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 blah. This goes on and on. However, on the national registry, industry standard level here that we're going off of, you will only be doing IO only in peds and only in the proximal tibial tuberosity. Okay. Now, so so you will be given 20 milliliters per kilogram. Now, in trauma, you're only going to titrate to effect to get to permissible hypotension, low blood pressure. All right, now, here's how you look at this. I have normal systolic, and I have too low. And I have a healthy adult. I have an adult who has a history of hypertension. And then I have a peds patient. All right. So normal. So this is what defines, what is hypotensive? What is hypotension for who? So, because for different patients, hypotension is a different thing. So in the normal, healthy adult patient, anything less than 100 is hypotensive. For the adult patient too low is anything less than 100. All right. Oh, hell. So about 120 systolic, normal, healthy adult, right? Normal, if the patient has high blood pressure and their blood pressure meters are working and all that, they're probably going to be on a normal day, a systolic. And so this is systolics. So systolics, and on a pediatric patient, a normal systolic is 90 plus 2 times their age in years. So you take my 4-year-old, 90 plus 2 times 4, that's 98. So 98 would be about a normal systolic for him. Now his 13-year-old brother, who's the size already of most grown men, probably 120, so. But anyhow, and you take, here's dad, fat and 40 and stressed and EMS for over 20 years. 140 is probably a normal day, being on damn blood pressure pads or blood pressure pills. So anyhow, now too low. Anytime the systolic would be below 100 for the normal healthy adult would be too low. If the adult had a history of hypertension, anything for them less than 120 systolic is a red flag. For the PD patient, anything less than 70 plus 2 times the age in years is a red flag. In other words, it's hypotension, and so that means it's decompensated. Yes, you agree? All right. That is how you evidence that the patient is in compensated or decompensated shock. So because that hypotension, that's how you define what is hypotension for what patient. All right, now, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So generally speaking, the ideal trauma surgical candidate blood pressure would be 90 systolic. Damn it. All right, now here's the thing. So people will say you titrate to effect. In other words, you only give fluids to restore the blood pressure or the systolic back to this. But that's actually Bravo Sierra BS. Because according to the National Registry and all other advanced level providers, we work to titrate to MAP, mean arterial pressure. I am looking for a MAP of 60 to 65. All righty. In medical shock, I try to find a MAP of at least 65 and a trauma shock of at least 60, mean arterial pressure. All right, now, do you know how to calculate mean arterial pressure? That's something else we can look at. So, let's go right here. You should be seeing the, hold up, wait a minute. All right, you should be seeing the National Registry's website here where I clicked on the document that I've been telling you about. Okay, and this will be included, a direct link to this document will be included with the material that I'll be sharing out with everybody. All right, give me just another minute. I'm gonna skip down to the trauma section. I want y'all to see something. You ready? You ready? What you will really be tested on in trauma, well, is these things right here. So here I done talked to you about hemorrhage and blood loss and how to control that. And now we've also talked about how and when and why to give fluids. Let's see what it says about fluid resuscitation. Let's see if old Chubb is worthy to be talking about this or not. So, oh Lord, hold up, get down here. Let's enhance this a little. For those of you like myself who should have on your glasses, but you don't. Mine are over here under this desk, crap on my desk somewhere. See, I can't find my glasses because I can't see to look for them. I'm telling you this. All right, Labadern, permissive hypotension, allowing a certain degree of hypotension only in certain settings. What settings? The settings where the patient may be suffering from the effects of the trauma triad to death from blood loss. So anyhow, you're not trying to push the blood pressure back to normal. You need to get it high enough to where it perfuses the brain and the kidneys and leave it alone. The higher you make it, the more they're going to bleed. And I can put fluid in them all day, but fluid don't carry oxygen. And it pushes out the stuff that does carry oxygen, such as red blood cells and blood and blood product, plasma. So that's what I got to avoid. And then also, look at here, the dangers of crystalloid administration. So isotonic crystalloid, also known as these normal saline, lactated ringers. So these are examples of isotonic crystalloid solution. Dilution of clotting factor. So that's your coagulopathies. And that we was talking about. And right there, well, I will be darned if they ain't a big old fancy highfalutin specific paper wrote on this that they got a direct link to. What I tell you earlier, but anytime that you see a link on here, you can expect a question. A question is like a question. It's just more intense. So anyhow, they're going to hit you up on that. All right. You need to know it. And it's pretty much what I said they're telling you. All right. Now. All right. So that's what you'll need to know. That's permissive hypotension, fluid resuscitation, unless absolutely necessary because they have fallen below a mean arterial pressure less than 60. Usually that coincides typically when a systolic is going to get below 90 in the adult patient. So then and only then might you consider it. Don't be jumping out here with no 20 milliliter per kilogram bolus now. You want to get, 250, 500 at a time and leave it alone. Cut it off and reassess. Once you get their mental status back, if their mental status is intact, then that's a pretty good indication that the map is intact. And so don't be getting carried away with no fluid now. Now, these people, they start slipping out on you and they're getting really shocky and really hypotensive. You might need to boost them up a little bit. But just understand that also comes with some significant side effects that will exacerbate the primary issue and shock hypovolemic, patients, shocky hypovolemic trauma patients. So enough about that. Let me show y'all another little something, and it's going to take a break. We're on the subject of fluid management. Let me just knock that out. Mama said, knock you out. I'm going to knock you out. All right, we're going to knock it out here. Let's see here. Watch this. You all ready? Now, let's move away from the idea of trauma and let's talk on fluids. And trauma, only if you need fluids, give a little bit and then reassess. Don't be throwing no bolus at them. You only need enough to just get back to where you bare minimal so you can titrate it back to TKO again. All right. And if you had the test ever ask you TKO or keep vein open, to keep open or keep vein open, that actually is about 50 milliliters an hour flow rate. FYI, just so you know, if you ever need to know that. That's the other side of bolus. You got bolus and you got TKO, and that's the actual technical flow rate with TKO. All right, now, you ready? 20 milliliters per kilogram, right? That's a bolus. I got a 56-pound patient. This would be about a first grader, somewhere in there maybe. So step one, I got to calculate the weight. So that's 56. I'm going to divide that in half. And that would be 25 plus. So that's going to be 28. But then, because it's 2.2 pounds per kilogram, when I divided it in half, that still leaves me with 0.1, not 0.2, because I divided it by 2. So 0.2 divided by 2 becomes 0.1. So that leaves me 0.1. 0.1 still equivalates to 10%. So what is 10% of 28? Simply put a decimal. Subtract your 10%, which is going to be 2.8. It's going to be whatever that number is. It's simply 10% of it. And all you got to do is put a decimal in the middle to get that. So 28 minus 2.8. That's going to come out to be 25.2. I'm going to call that 25 kilos. All right. 25 kilos. HFR. I'm going to come over here, 25 kilograms times my 20 milliliters. That's going to be a, right there at about a 500 milliliter bolus. Now, I did some estimation. Let me show you something better. 56 pounds. $56 pounds. Add a 0 to weight in pounds. Bam, there's your milliliters. Fluids, you just got to get as close as possible. It don't have to be specific pinpoint. You're going to lose a whole bunch in the tubing and everything else anyhow. It's a game of horseshoes. You get as close as you can and you go from there. So 2 o'clock in the morning, or, you know, and somebody trying to die in front of you and you're trying to calculate this old, look, now, an adult patient of normal body habitus, that's also acceptable. You take a guy my size, big old corn-fed country boy who likes pie, you can't be doing that to me. Here's an example. You take a big old boy, big old hog neck sucker like myself. You can't just go throwing a 0 on there, because you fixing to bolus me with 3.5 liters? Appreciate that. Appreciate you drowning my fat hind end, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to throw my fat hind end in pulmonary edema. All right. Now, you can't give me that kind of fluid that quick. A lot of fat folks also have a little small degree, or older ones who've had MIs, a considerable degree of lack of cardiac output, decreased ejection fraction, history of congestive heart failure. You can't be doing that. You'd drown the hell out of them. So, normal body habitus size adult, an adult of normal, healthy, goal, ideal body weight, that's fine. But here's what we do in adults. To be honest with you, in the industry standard of care for adult patient is going to be about 500 milliliters. About 500 milliliters at a time is what we're looking at there. Point made. So, but in peds, we do need to calculate. And the best way to do that is, example, you can take 34-pound kid, just throw a 0. If you want to be specific, subtract 10%. And that will give you the exact specific measurement you would get if you calculated that on a calculator. Converted it specifically to perfect kilograms and multiplied it back by 20. So that is a trick for your fluid boluses. The other thing to tell you, we'll take a break after this right here. We'll take a break, come back, and let's go over the meds and stuff together just a little bit. And oh yeah, hell, it's 1:55. I was thinking it is 12:50. So yeah. We need to kind of. But here's the last thing I want to tell you. So you all are EMTIVs, or excuse me, AEMTs is what you're testing at. AEMTs. Sorry, after bellowing and carrying on for so long, it all runs together. Even myself, start making myself tired. Remember, one of the key things that you're able to do now is one of the key things it's going to be assessing you on and asking you about. So vascular access. It may also ask you about some drug calculations. It would be simple drug calculations, but like, for example, the drugs you can give. So when we come back, I want to need to talk to you about dextrose. We'll talk about, like, if you had to draw up and figure up how to give a pediatric Narcan, or you can give glucagon, these different things. So the trick that I just showed you for fluid bolus, if you had to calculate a fluid bolus, just add a 0 to weight in pounds. If it is a adult patient, just go with 500 at a time. If it truly wants a number, that's how you can do it. It's the same thing as doing it 20 milliliter per kilogram math. Just to simply add a 0 to weight in pounds and subtract the original weight, and it'll give you a pinpoint specific fluid bolus every time. All right, now, next question I have. All right. So I have a question here. It says, when would you give epi versus diphenhydramine? We're going to talk about it, and we'll talk about that when we come back from break. I don't want to jump off on that one right there. I do not plan on going in longer than another hour. I would like to go another 30 minutes after the break, see if I can't get you squared up to where I feel good about letting you go. That's my plan. So one thing I want to show you before the break. My goal was kind of like 2 o'clock, but there's so much for the AEMT to know and be able to appreciate. So let me scoot this. I'm skipping. There's stuff that I have a lot of material on and a lot of PowerPoint, but I've just kind of stayed away from my PowerPoints. Some of it's I do need to run through, just kind of let you see something. But all that being said, I'll get to that shortly. What I want to share with you before we take a break is IV tubing. I'll be talking to people and I'll be like, okay, tell me what you know about 10 drop versus 60 drop IV tubing. And they'd be like, oh, well, 60 drop, that's micro drip chamber, and 10 drop is macro drip. And so 10 is bigger than 60. And think about that. Big Mac, that's 10. 10 is macro drip. 60 is little, and that's micro. Micro is small. So 60 drop is smaller. And so then people will tell me that, people will say to you, they will say, I have them tell me all the time. I have paramedics. It's been paramedics a long time. They still confused on this, and they'll say, well, little patients need little tubing, and that's why you use 60 drop tubing. And my friends, that is wrong. Damn. That ain't right. How about that? It ain't right. Here is what is right. I'm going to tell you. 10 drop tubing is for anybody needing a fluid bolus. 60 drop tubing is for a patient who needs a drip. 10 drops per milliliter. Damn. They got to change that on Zoom to where if you daggum things over here, it don't draw them lines. God, that drives me crazy. But anyhow, 10 drop, 60. So your drip chamber means it's drops per milliliter. What that means is for it to administer a milliliter's worth of volume into the patient, it has to drip 10 times. That's what that means. If it is going to give a milliliter's worth of fluid into the patient, then it would have to drop 60 times. That's what that means. So it's like, what? So if I needed to give the patient 1,000 milliliters, 60,000 drops would have to fall out. What? And this is where things like this is where people get confused. And so this is the problem. Here's what I want you to know. All people who need fluid fast. 60 drop is designed for people who need a little fluid over a long period of time. So a little bit of fluid, such as a little bit of medicine that's a vasopressor, because it's so strong and so concentrated and will be very dangerous if you gave it quickly over a long period of time. A bolus is when you give a lot of fluid over a short period of time because you need to restore blood pressure in the individual or fix hypovolemia. So you can use 60 drop tubing to give a fluid bolus if you just want to, but just understand it's going to take you 6 times longer. The difference between 6 and 1. It's going to take you 6 times longer if you use micro drip. And if the pediatric patient that you're treating is truly that critically hypovolemic, honey, they need the fluid now. They don't need it later. So use 10 drop. 10 drop is for all patients who need resuscitation and stabilization via IV fluid. So quit saying and quit using and quit doing 60 drop tubing on PD patients just because they're small. It ain't got anything to do with the size of the patient. It don't have anything to do with how much fluid they need. It has everything, though, to do with time, how fast you need them to get the fluid. If they are in crash hypovolemia, you need them to get the fluid fast. So you need to be using a 10 drop. Buretrols are sexy. Everybody's like, oh, well, it's a kid, so we need to use the Buretrol. I was the same way. But I want you to understand your Buretrols come with a micro drip chamber. I've tried to buy them for our service. I can't find Buretrols with a 10 drop chamber. Can't find them. I like a Buretrol because it gives a specific amount of volume. It won't let me over administer volume because it'll only give what's in that specific chamber. But usually that's only like 100 ml chamber, so for like a neonate or something, that might work. But anyhow, the reality is Buretrol so the tubing you would want to bolus critical shock patients is 10 drop tubing. Point made. All right, I am showing 1405 at 1415. At 1415, be back. And we'll get her, we'll see what else we can get done. I'm going to find what the best thing is that I still have left and see what I can show you. All righty. Now, I'm here for y'all. I have dedicated this entire day for you. And so in the chat box, you tell me what you need to know. You tell me what questions you have. If you want to know more about, now I've made some notes with some of these questions. We'll address them when we come back. And I need to talk to you about dextrose. You're going to be giving dextrose to children and adults. So when we come back, that's where we'll begin. And we'll also address any questions. And we won't cut the day short. People who need to go, you can go. It's being recorded. For those who are getting a lot out of it, if you're getting a lot out of this and this is helping you, that's why we're doing it. I don't care if it's one person. To me, it is worth it. And we will, when we get down to a smaller number, we'll unmute and we'll discuss. So that's what we will do. All right. See you back at 14:15. All right, I'm going to begin back. I think everybody has joined us back there. All right, so I'm going to ease through another quick case, some other reviews here, just to kind of help. There are some folks on here with us who have really struggled with this thing, and I want you to know you're not by yourself. This does not mean that you're too dumb to do it. This does not mean that other people who have done it, who are in your class, are smarter than you are, because there's nobody else that was in my classes that is out here doing this right now. I was one of the ones that came out of my EMT class and my paramedic class. I had to take paramedic school 2 times, y'all, 2 times. And that's why I say sometimes it's hard. You need to be able to synthesize the information at your own pace, not somebody else's. And plus, I had a lot of other things going on. At the end of the day, it's excuses. Now, here, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you, a lot of that had to do with my own lack of self-discipline towards study. And I was not disciplined enough. I lacked self-discipline. And I still lack that in a lot of areas. You know, I should be more disciplined to get my fat hind end on a treadmill instead of here talking about that. But anyhow, all that being said, at the end of the day, the guy who they's ready to give up on is the one who's doing this right now. So what I'm telling you, if you feel like being great at being an AEMT and someday becoming a paramedic is not even a reality for you, I want to tell you that you are believing lies. You are believing lies that are being told to you. The destroyer is going to work against you as an antagonist, just as much as your creator has worked for you as an agonist. So, so hell is an antagonist for being successful. It works against you. It tries to counteract your effects in fulfilling your purpose. So I say this to you. I hope that I remember so clearly being made fun of, being laughed at, being talked about, and then in my own mind feeling like I wasn't good enough and smart enough, and all these things, and I was about ready to give up. And I have taught at the academy of at the Nashville Fire Department. I have about 22 years now in the business. I have been a training officer for 2 different counties. I have national awards hanging in here on this wall, this little this real nice office. I remember having to scrape together money out of my floorboard to put gas in my old truck just to try to get my fat hind end back home from Memphis. One weekend I had to go down there to take a refresher course. And man, I was having a hard time anyhow, y'all. I was having a hard time. And I was beat up. I was depressed. I was worried. I was struggling. I was trying to work all I could and trying to go to school at the same time because this is just what I wanted to do. But I was to the point where I thought, maybe my old man, all the years when I was a youngin', was the very person who should be inspiring you and telling you good things was the one telling me, you're just a big dumb ox. You dumber than hell. You ain't never going to do nothing. And I was, for some reason here, I was trying to become a grown man and find my way. I was still believing that bullshit. So I tell you what, you'll look up someday and you're going to prove a lot of people wrong. People who laughed at me and made fun of me call me for help now. And I'm here to tell you, success stories. I have no idea where we're headed and the good things ahead of us that's waiting, but I'm here to tell you. And this is about you. I ain't trying to make this about me, but what I want to share with you all, I want to motivate somebody, and I want to inspire somebody to understand a little bit of failure don't mean nothing. Failure is probably your best teacher, because it wasn't until I failed and got sick and tired of failing that I started to decide to get to working real hard on succeeding. And when that switch flipped, baby, she flipped. And I'm talking about she flipped big time. And so anyhow, I went from failing the test to wearing insignia on this shirt. So it is what it is. And so I want to share that with y'all today and keep you motivated and inspired. All right, now. I am going to, let's see here. I got a question here. Do I recommend attending school? No, not right after. I don't. A lot of people do it. And I think that, I don't think it would be wrong. I don't. Now here's for me, I worked about 5 years before I went to paramedic school, but I was still caught up in not wanting to work too hard to get what I needed. I was still not as professionally matured as I needed to be. Coming up on 30 though, or right at 30, you ought to be professionally matured enough. And plus, that question come from a lady. Fellas, don't hate me for what I'm going to say, but ladies are a little bit more mature now than we are, professionally, mentally, emotionally, in lots of areas. So this all being said, what we got to look at is, well, yeah, for this individual who asked this question, absolutely, my friend. You are likely somebody who could pull that off. And anybody, you're going to get out of it what you're willing to put in it. People will say, well, I'm having trouble passing paramedic school. My teacher sucked. Or my AEMT class, both my teachers, they just wouldn't, neither one of them worth nothing. And the reality is you got to teach yourself. What they're there to do is to coordinate and facilitate, kind of lead you to some of these resources. If you truly want to know it on an expert level, you'll have to teach yourself. I had some good teachers and I had some that I wasn't that impressed with, but I had some of the best out there. But the problem was I was lazy. I didn't capitalize on the opportunity in front of me. So I had to go back and learn it the hard way. And that's the only reason that I know what I know about it, is by the hard way. So anyhow, so 8-month-old is seizing, right? This 8-month-old kid is having seizures. All right. And, I had somebody that said, hey, I'm a single mom, a bunch of, I have 4 youngins. Damn. I was raised by my mama raised me and my brother pretty much by herself. And so, yeah, tell you what, I'm a byproduct of that type of environment. And I admire you. I can't imagine the challenges that you've already overcome and how proud your children would be of you and how proud they already are of you. So you're setting really good examples for your children too. And that's probably why I'm the most proud of you. So this child, all these factors. Anyhow, here's the deal. There's a lot of factors in this particular case. This is a real case we worked. This child having seizures. Here's the ESO or the EPCR, the run ticket snapshot. My friends, what I want to share with you on this one, hemodynamics are stable on this kid. Hemodynamics, in other words, blood pressure and heart rate and all that. Airway, oxygenation, respiration, ventilation, all that kind of stuff ain't so stable. Now, I see right here, the other thing, so what stands out to you on this? this kid has got a blood sugar of 227 and no underlying reported history of diabetes. What you have here, though, is it sounded like we thought that this child was possibly traumatic brain injury or possible some abuse or some, these underlying factors that was going on and all. But actually, the outcome on this case was sepsis. This child was septic and febrile. And so, but the child at the time was not actually febrile. And septic shock, over half of the cases of full-on septic shock, when sepsis becomes septic shock, they lose quite a bit of the ability to produce fever. So all this being said, as we as we look at this, why would this child's blood sugar spike? And here's what I want to tell you, is usually in a critical pediatric patient, they're going to be hypoglycemic and hypoxic because the two sources of fuel for aerobic metabolism is oxygen and sugar. And if you are trying to rev an engine harder, make a motor work harder, you're going to make it burn more fuel. Well, the motor here in question would be the heart. You can clearly see to try to keep blood pressure normal, they have went into a compensatory shock, increasing heart rate. This heart rate is increasing. This child is in a compensatory phase of some shock. Well, in order to fuel the fire needed to compensate, in order to burn more sugar and burn more oxygen, you can see the body has already started burning more oxygen to the point where SATs were at 90. Plus, the child was having a seizure, causing disordered control of breathing, making the oxygen level drop even more. But over here, this hyperglycemic blood sugar is simply where patients are on the verge of going from sepsis or stable compensated shock, compensated like septic shock, into a phase of decompensated septic shock. When they're fixing to crash, they will dump their glycogen stores or their glucose reserves from the cells in order to boost the blood sugar so they have more fuel available to compensate harder. The problem is that won't last very long at all. And you'll look up and bam, they'll be hypoglycemic and unresponsive on top of hypovolemic and just really on their way to a demise. So the point is what that is from right there is they're dumping their glycogen reserve in order to crash harder, to try to compensate harder, to try not to crash hard. It's probably still going to happen if you don't intervene. So, and why? Well, I already told you here, they're going to be burning more oxygen as well while they're trying to compensate with this higher heart rate. And the seizure is causing disordered control of breathing. All right. Now, this right here on the ECG, I showed this to the paramedics, and I'm going to show it to y'all too, just as a learning point. And I will quickly try to move on. But the underlying heart rate right through here, looking at lead 2, this lead 2 down here, is actually just a simple underlying sinus tachycardia. These big funky looking beats right here, y'all know what that is? That's artifact. That's all that is. That is simply artifact. The heart rate's going at like beep, 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 at a rate of about 170. And every few heartbeats, the child has clonic seizure activity. A little youngin' sitting there, seizing up, and the heart rate's going. On top of that, you're having. So that's why every 3 or 4 beats or so, you see that seizure activity right there. That's all that is seizure activity. That's artifact on the ECG, nothing to it. All right, so they continue to seize. We think about a helicopter that gets all screwed up, blah, blah, blah. They end up getting to the ER by ground. CO2 is stupid high. It's like on this kid, it was 96. And how this child did not have a irreversible anoxic brain injury, I'll never know. Well, I do know. I credit that to the good Lord above, but thankfully it was addressed, but the problem was in transport, it wasn't. And you see right here, CO2 was never measured. And you can measure CO2 via side stream, where it goes in by a cannula, or what's called mainstream capnography, where you interlink the sampling device and an ET tube or something. So either way, it's measuring the same thing. So you don't have to be an apneic intubated patient to have capnography used on you. You can simply have it slapped on you with in this situation. This kid should have been getting bagged by us. And this was years ago now. But so again, this is the side stream capnography. It will help it will help you understand when it's really high, the CO2 is really high, that tells you need to be bagging them. So if you're not sure to bag or not to bag, use capnography to help you make that determination. So anyhow, so this kid got fixed, right? This kid got fixed. It was great. If you're ever having to give an injection as an AEMT, some of the meds that you are allowed to give are intramuscular medicines. If you are ever having to administer intramuscular medicines to an infant, a baby, a child, pediatric patient this small, you don't need to be going in the arm. And so you would be going right here on the lateral thigh. And the junction here is talking about the upper third of the vastus lateralis, and the upper part of the large thigh muscle here as it coming up out of the as you're moving more away from the center of the core of the body. But you see right here where it's pointing to is where you would want to go. Here's the other pearl of wisdom on this. This ain't going to be a national registry test question. This will just help make you good at what you do when you get your license. And that simply is, if you were given an IM injection in a child this small, then what you would want to think about doing is using a sub-Q needle instead of an IM needle, because an IM needle, a regular IM needle for a kid this small right here, could actually hit bone. So I don't need a big needle at all in this. And so a sub-Q needle is shorter, but could still function as an IM needle in a patient this small. So anyhow, FYI, enough about that. So I'm going to show you. Lord, where'd I go? Here we go. Look at this one right quick. This is a scenario I just didn't have it organized very well, but 10-year-old girl who has acutely progressing dyspnea. In other words, she's getting much worse very quickly. One episode of emesis, vomiting, mild stridor, and wheezes, and signs of shock. She has swelling of her eyelids, lips, urticaria, her hives on her chest. So look, what do you think this is? Well, this is anaphylaxis. So the number one cause of death in anaphylaxis, untimely administration of epi. This girl needs epi, and she's 10. I would give her to draw up 0.3. I ain't got to sit here and do this 0.01 milligram per kilogram stuff on somebody greater than a kindergartner. I just don't. It's because they're going to max out at the standard adult dose of 0.3 anyhow. So give her 0.3 of epi-IM, give her an albuterol breathing treatment. So the epi is going to fix the swelling, all right? And the albuterol will fix the wheezes. And also the epi will help start beginning to fix the signs of shock. And then you need to work, so you get epi, IM epi, and then you would get albuterol. Then you'll start IV. If she's critical, you could do an IO. And you need to get fluids going, 20 milliliter per kilogram. She's a 10-year-old. I can accredit 10 pounds per every year of age. So she's going to probably at least be about 100 pounds. Hell, I could give her a liter of fluid as a bolus if I wanted to. So now I'm going to probably treat her about like I'm going to throw about 500 at a time. So, but either way, it ain't gonna hurt nothing there. And then, so then my paramedic partner, if I am an AEMT, my paramedic partner could come along and give diphenhydramine or Benadryl. Benadryl is an H1 blocker, histamine 1. There's also histamine 2, and that would be what's causing the abdominal upset, the gastrointestinal compromises. And that could be fixed by giving a H2 antagonist, something that works against histamine 2 receptor. H1 antagonist would be something that works against histamine 1, and that's the Benadryl. So an H2 antagonist would be something like Pepcid, also known as like famotidine. It's a common drug that people take for gastrointestinal problems anyhow, but we can actually give it IV as well, and in an IV form. We carry that at our service for this. So the other thing, the paramedic would give the Benadryl. Epi is not going to stop the allergic reaction. Benadryl will, but now Benadryl will not fix the problems that the allergic reaction already caused. This is why you need both of them. So the question earlier, we had a question earlier, and the question was, when would you give Epi over Benadryl, or Epi versus Benadryl? And the thing is you need to give them both. You need to give both of them. You give them for different reasons, you see. You give the Epi for the reason to correct the life-threatening swelling and that has the reaction has caused. And you see, if you don't do something to then stop the reaction, after when the Epi wears off, the Epi will wear off in 3 to 5 minutes. And when it wears off, those things will all come back. And when they come back with a vengeance. So this is why you have to get aggressive treatment started pretty quickly in these situations. Epi is temporary, typically, especially when the reason they're having an allergic reaction, if they got stung by a bee or something like that, see, all that stuff has biological half-lives. When it wears off, the allergic reaction will quit. But when they've eaten something, it's going to be digesting for 6 to 12 hours or so. So it's going to be in their body getting triggered for that long, over and over and over. So this is why you have to give something to stop it. So you would give the Epi to treat the symptoms, give the Benadryl to stop the problem from happening, give Solumedrol, by paramedic give Solumedrol to also help strengthen cellular walls and restore parasympathetic tone on top of what the Epi's doing to the blood vessels. Albuterol for the bronchospasm and the wheezing, and IV fluids to help restore the blood pressure back, and your H1 and H2 blockers to fix the histamine response. So it's one of my favorite things to treat is an acute case of anaphylaxis, because when you truly know what you're doing with it, you can truly see incredible response in the patient. So very good. Okay, enough about that. Absolutely. Great question. And I hope I gave you a great answer. All right. So number 2, I have a 5-year-old little boy. This little fellow, prolonged expiratory phase. Prolonged expiratory phase, inspiratory and expiratory wheezes. He just can't move air, y'all. Forceful coughs when he managed, so he finally goes, gets a big deep breath in, and he big terrible coughs. What those coughs are, that's bronchospasm. If you were to have this kid on a side stream waveform capnography, you would be able to see that he actually would be showing what's called shark fin waveform. And I have some pictures of that here later on. But anyhow, the point here is this is asthma. This is severe asthma. This is asthma that has caused respiratory distress. And as you clearly see right here, right there, he is entering into respiratory failure, because this is causing him to hypoventilate to the point in which he's becoming hypoxic. And see, his respirations are worker breathing, sats are dropping. 85% O2 sat is the difference between hypoxia and hypoxemia. Hypoxemia is worse. 45 over 45 is anoxia on the CO2 side of things. Anytime it gets greater than 60, it becomes anoxemia. Even worse, the worst end, the bad part of it. So anyhow, what this kid needs right here, y'all, he is starting to develop respiratory failure. So he needs a BVM. He needs assisted ventilations. Then he would need a bronchodilator, which is a beta agonist, which would be like albuterol. All right, so he needs albuterol. Then he needs you to get an IV on him, because as the paramedic on scene, as you're getting the IV on him, I'm going to give him IM epi. Now, IM epi can only be given by AEMT for anaphylaxis. Paramedic can give IM epi also for severe asthma. But asthma for AEMT, you're sticking with bag them. If they need to be bagged, give them albuterol and get a line. Okay, that's what I need. That's what we're looking at here. And so, because your paramedic partner will be given some other medications as well. They could go as far as the magnesium sulfate drip, Solumedrol, just like they would get in anaphylaxis, and some other things. Now, if that didn't work, they might end up getting RSI and intubated. All right, so very good, very good. The question here is, do you bag before you give albuterol? Absolutely. Yes, you would. Now, the main problem here is they're hypoventilating because of the bronchospasm. Their the top part of the lower airway is slamming open and shut, and it's causing this. It's having these spasms, the bronchus. And so even if you start bagging them, well, the reason you'll need to bag his kid is because he's already been struggling so hard to try to pull air past that. He's wore out his respiratory muscles. He's become very fatigued. And understand this, when people are very, very sick on respiratory illnesses, if they are very fatigued in severe distress going into failure, when you start bagging them, they may quit breathing. They may become totally dependent on you. That does not mean that you did anything wrong. That just simply means they were going to have to be intubated anyhow. And you just skipped a couple steps, so no big deal. That just means they were just sick. You can't help that. So, all right. I'm going to let you look at this one right quick. We'll only do one more after this one, then I want to show you something. I want to move away from this. I want you to read over that, and I'm going to talk to you about it here in just a second. All right. So there's a lot going on here. There's going to be even more going on in the next scenario. But now, your typical registry scenario won't be this lengthy, but I put a lot of extra fluff in this one just to make my point. Now, I see a lot of stuff we need to be doing right here. So she's unresponsive. And so now she's somnolent and barely responsive to painful stimulus. Somnolent, this word right here, this means can't stay awake. So this is like she's going like this. I'm going to say, ma'am, huh? What? Yeah. What? And she's back out. Ma'am, we're here, can you wake up and talk to me? Then she's back out. That's somnolent. It means they can't stay awake. All right, so she looks shocky. She has a decreased mental status. Yeah, and look, her heart rate. WTF, man, heart rate 30 to 40 beats a minute. So I got to fix that. And so now she is so out of it, she's lost continence and then begins to vomit. Now, a lot of the paramedics, they grab hold of this scenario and buddy, they run with it. They see that 30 to 40 heart rate and they're not wrong necessarily. They want to start pacing it. And whereas pacing would be indicated, they skip the EMT basic answer. They start wanting to give atropine and get an IV, all this stuff. And the EMT basic answer is the correct answer. So as AEMTs and EMTs and all of us, everybody would need to pick the same answer on this one because it's the right answer. And that is in the last sentence. She begins to vomit. It says here she's laying back on an exam table and begins to vomit. If you let her aspirate on that, that'll increase her chances of mortality by 50%. You need to roll her on her side and suction her airway. That's the only answer you would need to look for in that scenario right there. Log roll the patient and suction the airway. As soon as you do that, probably start assisting her ventilations. Remember, the number one cause of bradycardias in the young and the old is hypoxia, and her ventilatory status is questionable. So log roller, suction the airway, start bagging her and get a line. All right. And as you're doing that as my partner, your paramedic's going to need to be doing some other things. So, all right, very good. Let's look at this one here. Take just a moment and I will join you back. Okay, so what are the treatment priorities here? All right. I'd like to have at least 3 people unmute and talk to us on this one. We're coming up to where we want to wrap this stuff up. So let's interact a little bit. Let's engage each other. Let's have at least 3 people unmute and give me your recommendations.
Occlusive dressing on the second chest wound part.
All right, that's Willie. Mr. Ruff, and you are right. Before you put the occlusive dressing on there, Willie, what would need to happen first?
I can't see. It's on another scenario.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go, right there. It has to do, and so what I'm asking you has to do with what you're doing because you're doing the right thing.
Okay.
So you're managing the sucking chest wound, but the first step in managing a sucking chest wound is to do what?
Let me read it.
Okay.
Oxygen.
There you go. So you got some backup out there. This is teamwork. This is what we want to see. This is teamwork. This whole day today has been based on teamwork. So very good. Somebody chimed in and said gloved hand, and they are correct. Cover it first with a gloved hand because every milliliter of air that you can keep from sneaking in there while you're trying to open the other stuff, so get somebody that need to cover it with a gloved hand, then slap your chest seal on it. Very good, sir. All right, very good. Now, anybody else want to chime in here?
I just want you take care of that airway and that sucking chest wound. You get that tourniquet fixed up where it would stop oozing that blood
There you go. There you go. So either tighten that tourniquet or put a second one. It would not be uncommon to need 2 tourniquets on an arm, actually, especially if you got a male patient with or even a female patient, somebody with increased a lot of muscle mass on their upper arm. You might need a second tourniquet around that. So yes, yeah, that's a big deal right there. All right, what else we got? Why do y'all think he's got bruising on his chest?
Could have took 2 more shots
That's
at the
right.
vest stop.
Yeah. So the bruising is indicative of underlying internal chest trauma, such as cardiac tamponade, cardiac contusion, cor pulmonale. The list goes on and on. And so he has sucking chest wound, which is an open pneumothorax and could also be suffering from closed pneumothorax or, just tension pneumo there. If the projectile actually penetrated lung tissue as well, even after you seal it, you still might have to burp the dressing, or a paramedic could actually use a chest needle and go completely through it, push through the chest seal if it was right where in the same place they would need to decompress. So this fella here, what's something else that that I am very worried about?
Blood pressure.
Yeah, it's not good. So he's at 80 palp and he's tachycardic. And let's see here.
Oxygen.
Yeah, so he needs high flow O2 and transport. So he needs high flow O2, he needs transport, he needs vascular access, he could use some IV fluids, he needs pain management, he needs to be kept warm, he needs a sucking chest wound fixed, he needs his tourniquet addressed. He needs this and that on the paramedic level. He needs pain meds, he needs TXA, all this. Out of all these things, according to PHTLS and TCCC and all that, what would be the absolute right answer here? Anybody want to guess? Out of all these great things, which thing would probably be your priority?
Gloved hand over the wound first, maybe.
That was probably going to be your second thing. And that's what I would have guessed too, to be honest with you. But I tell you, and I can show you where it's upon any time you have exsanguinating hemorrhage from an extremity, that trumps airway and breathing before you move to circulation. That will that actually it becomes a priority.
You was breaking up, sir. Could you repeat that?
Oh yeah. So blood exsanguinating hemorrhage from an extremity wound. In other words, bright red blood still flowing. You want to first and foremost, you want to shut that down. Then move back to your airway and breathing, and go on to circulation when you get back to it. So, yeah, anytime you have exsanguinating hemorrhage, you need to apply a tourniquet, and that becomes the priority because of the blood loss. By the time you'll get to it the other way, they may be bled out already, because, excuse me, you can fix the breathing issue, but if there ain't nothing left to carry that oxygen, it ain't gonna do them no good. So in this situation right here, the answer to pick would be to address the tourniquet. So either tighten the tourniquet or apply a second one. Very good. Very good.
So I guess with that being trauma, that's what would make us follow CAB versus ABC.
Well, that's a wonderful question. And the actually only time, and it's not, CAB is not for trauma. CAB is for any unresponsive patient. So I'm very glad you said that. And I neglected to tell the general population of the class that earlier in the day. I'm very, very glad you said that. CAB is that is where you start with any unresponsive patient, and your ABCs are where you start with any responsive patient. There is the recommendation, however, in the rare cases where you get there and they still have bright red blood flow, heavily coming from extremity wounds, you go ahead and address that immediately. You address that first. So very good, very good. All right. Good deal. Now then, I see here trauma is X, A, B, C, D, E, and that, so exsanguinating hemorrhage, and then airway, breathing, circulation deficits, and environment, extrication, exposure. So if I'm saying that right, I do believe that's where that, and I appreciate that. That is correct. Very good. That was from Tisha. All right. Very, very good. All right, now let me back out of this. Let's see where we can get to now. Let me find out what the best thing, questions that I have addressed. I addressed that. Okay. Let me give y'all the hookup on. So 15% of your category, of your questions in each category are PEDS related. These are the 12 PALS core cases, which are the same for pairs. Understand that any one core case is a 25% likelihood of mortality. So any one of these little things that a child has going on with them puts them at a fourth to the grave. They're a quarter way to the grave. So if they have an upper airway obstruction, 25% likelihood of mortality. But if that upper airway obstruction makes them hypoxic and that makes them bradycardic, now they're 50% likelihood of mortality. It's a 50% chance they could die from it. If that progresses and doesn't get treated and leads to disorder control of breathing, and boom, that hypoxia gets worse and they brady down to a bradyasystolic arrest and go into non-shockable cardiac arrest, assistedly PEA, honey, that's a trauma code. That's how a trauma code progresses. Or excuse me, not a trauma code, a PD code. That is the morphology and the etiology of pediatric cardiac arrest, is the compendium of PALS core cases. All right. Understand that if it asks you any question about relieving the foreign body airway obstruction in a still responsive infant, that there is an emphasis here. Their airway is shaped like a funnel. And even if you dislodge the obstruction, there's an incidence, a fair incidence of where it would go back down in there. So you would want to hold their head down at a 30-degree angle when doing back slaps and rotating the knower for chest thrusts. Anytime the choking patient goes unconscious, you would begin the steps of CPR with simply visualizing in the oropharynx for the obstruction before giving each breath. The picture on top is an epiglottis of a pediatric patient who actually died of epiglottitis. So this is how acute that it can actually be. It can swell off to the point where you'll lose the airway, and if you lose the airway, you lose the patient. This is why we don't want to do anything to irritate it. They need nebulized epi. That ain't something you will do, but so what you will do is give high flow O2 and recognize the need for ALS intercept. That's the answer you probably need to pick on that is ALS intercept. So anyhow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So Lower airway obstruction, again, was the asthma. And remember that a bag valve mask is not just a stabilization tool. It is also a resuscitation tool. It is also a stabilization tool. So this can be used for respiratory failure or respiratory arrest, either one. That's just funny right there. That's a treatment modality up there in Putnam County. That's how Kim Dyer, don't tell her I said that. That's how Kim Dyer treats the dyspnea patients. You tell her I said that. So anyhow, what if the kid has wheezes and stridor? You're like, well, damn, if they got wheezes, that's asthma. If they got stridor, that's epiglottitis or croup. Or it could be a airway burn or, airway obstruction, maybe, foreign body. It could, either way, stridor means upper airway, wheezes means lower airway. But what if it's both? Well, here's the deal. If it's both, it's probably anaphylaxis. So you would give IM-EPI as your answer. All right, we talked about peds asthma. This is an example of what the waveform capnography would look like in a shark fin type waveform. Another example. See, it looks like a shark's fin. It should look like a normal box. Instead, it's sloped right there. It should go up to here, but it don't. All right. You can actually interlink nebulizers with BVMs. So and if you only have 102 port right there, then no big deal. You just power the neb. Use room air off the bag, because then you're mixing the medicine and you're getting supplemental oxygen. But yeah, you could even, there's even a way you can hook it into an ET tube if you needed to intubate them and give them the beta agonist medication. All right, talked about seizures and how so the number one cause of seizures in children is febrile illness. The second leading cause of seizures in children is low sodium levels. Now, let me ask you, how does a pediatric patient develop a low sodium level? Well, it's typically in a socioeconomically challenged home or situation. We want to be careful how we assess for that or ask or try to gather info. Certainly don't want to chastise anybody or make them feel under the gun or like, we're going to report them or something like that. Now, if there's some shady stuff going on, that's one thing, but it could possibly be that they didn't know any better and it's Thursday and they don't get paid again until Monday, or excuse me, it's Monday and they won't get paid again until Thursday. And they got 3 bottles of formula and they're trying to mix them with water to stretch them out and get through the rest of the week until they get paid again. And if that's the case, the problem there is why they also say don't give babies water or, lots of water, because it can dilute the electrolyte contents of this. And in this situation, it can lead to hyponatremia, low sodium levels is what I'm trying to say. But hyponatremia will cause terrible seizures in children where the benzodiazepines that we'll give typically may not stop it. And these types of seizures are very bad about causing disordered control of breathing. Last thing with that is to understand that disordered control of breathing and seizures with children can happen before we get there and after. And here's what I mean by that. The seizure activity itself can cause the breathing to get screwed up, but then we come along, super medic rolls in, gives benzodiazepine. Well, that stops the seizure, but then it snows the kid. And now the drug that you've given them will make them have ineffective breathing. So that alone can cause disordered control of breathing. So the seizure activity can do it, or the drugs they use to treat seizure activity can do it. Either way, we need to always closely monitor pediatric seizure patients for ineffective ventilation. Remember here, an adult BVM has the ability to deliver 1,000 milliliters or 1 liter A child BVM can give 450. This right here is actually a registry test question that you commonly see. A infant neonate BVM can deliver 250 milliliters. Again, 250, 450, 1,000. Here's the problem with that, my friends. Most adult females max tidal volume, the amount of air that it takes to inflate their lungs is only about 500 milliliters. Adult male is typically only about 6. You give a guy my size and my height, you give me more than 700 or so, man, I'm going to be hurt. I mean, it ain't going to help me. I mean, we can do detriment. So this is why you only need to squeeze enough to get chest rise and fall, but you also need to have a good idea of how little that actually is out of these things. I typically hold them and only let, my 2 fingers touch, if possible. They're sitting here doing it, big full squeezes, with both hands, So pediatric patients really only need 5 to 10 milliliters per kilogram. So here's the thing. You just take a 4-year-old kid, take a 40-pound kid, 4-year-old, 40-pound, that's 18 kilograms. So it's 10 milliliters per kg if they're not intubated, and it's half that if they are intubated. So if that kid had to be intubated because he got hit by a car or something terrible, I hear, I was having an RSI or something, somebody coming along, that would mean that he only needs about 90 to 100 milliliters to inflate his little lungs. And somebody's bagging him at 4 times that capacity that he needs. That's going to tank his blood pressure. That's going to put air in his belly and make him puke everywhere. And if he aspirates past his tube on that increases his likelihood of dying by 50%. This right here has to be done right. Has to be done right. All right. That's a PEEP valve that helps apply pressure support. All right, onto the bag valve mask. All right. If a patient, so do not use a PEEP valve on somebody in cardiac arrest. PEEP valves are great and should be used, but they have to be used when the patient's hemodynamics are stable, heart rate, blood pressure, all that. All right. A quick review of the pediatrics and hypotension shock. Remember that the lowest acceptable minimal systolic in pediatrics, what identifies compensated versus decompensated shock is hypotension. What defines hypotension in a child? Well, hypotension is anything less than 70 plus 2 times their 8 years. So if it's less than that on their systolic, then that means decompensated shock. And that means they're critical. And it means I need to fix it. I need to be getting those fluids going. All righty. This won't be on the test, but understand anytime you put an IV bag on pressure, especially like an IO line on pediatrics, if the bag loses gravity, in other words, if it falls down, the fact that it's on pressure will squeeze all the air to the top into the drip chamber, cause an air embolus in your line. So be careful of that. There are ways to prevent it, but just be cognitive of the fact that can happen. I've already emphasized the points on 10 drop versus 60 drop IV tubing. This next slide is important. We need to spend a second for me to tell you about it. You ready? Before blood pressure ever fell in shock, heart rate went up to try to compensate for it. Heart rate went up and kept blood pressure normal and compensated shock. The patient got worse and heart rate stayed up, but blood pressure began to fall despite the heart rate going up. It decompensated. It was no longer able to compensate. So it became decompensated, evidenced by the hypotension, fall of blood pressure. So here's what you need to understand. Heart rate went up before the blood pressure fell when they were going into shock. So when you're trying to treat them and bring them back out of shock, and when you're giving fluid therapy, and when you're administering fluids to the patient, you need to realize that before blood pressure ever goes back up, you will hear your heart rate on the monitor, or you'll see, or you'll palpate the heart rate go back down. Until the heart rate drops, don't expect blood pressure to go back up. Does this make sense? They tell you reassess blood pressure and vitals, reassess vitals every 5 minutes. I'm going to be real with you when I tell you that going down the road in the back of a real ambulance with a real kid on the way to Vanderbilt Children's who's in real shock, well, Chubb, I don't sit over there and squeeze it. I don't sit over there worry that blood pressure cuff to death, because until I hear that monitor, you know, until I hear it go from that down to, till it slows down, I know that until heart rate slows down, the blood pressure ain't ever going back up. So understand how hemodynamics work in that situation there. All right, good deal. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. Here's the urticaria. This is a picture of the urticaria or hives as far as anaphylaxis goes. I already talked to you about the number one sign and symptom of pediatric anaphylaxis, which is the gastrointestinal upset. And remember this, if you're drawing up your epi, when you're drawing up epi, when you're doing that, if they are less than a kindergartner, they get 0.15. They get 0.15. And so right there, 0.15 ml, 0.15 milligram. And if they are greater than a kindergartner or an adult, then they would get the standard adult dose. They would not go over that, but they 0.3. So less than a kindergartner, 0.15. Greater than a kindergartner, 0.3. If you want to be technical about it, when they're a little kid, then fine. The right answer is actually 0.01 milligrams per kilograms up to a max of 0.3. Okay. So obstructive shock. Obstructive shock is usually, so what it's going to ask you about obstructive shock, it won't ask you how to treat it, it'll ask you how to recognize it. So here's what you need to know. The patient would have blunt or penetrating chest trauma, absent breath sounds on the affected side, and hypotension. This BS of jugular vein distension and tracheal deviation and all that, that's what everybody thinks it is. But the reality is by the time you actually see that, the patient is in far extremis. In other words, typically death. If JVD, the only time I've seen JVD over the last 22 years in all reality, working a lot of ambulance calls in a lot of places over the years, is in patients who are typically in trauma codes. They're already coding by the point I see that. Now, I could explain to you exactly why it looks like that and what happens and what makes it. But for purposes of time preservation, you just simply need to know, if you're looking at this on a test, the earliest sign of criticality would be shortness of breath. All right. The earliest sign of criticality is going to be shortness of breath. And so when you start to develop hypotension and absent breath sounds, then that's telling you they need a chest needle. And so why is it wanting you to know that? It wants you to know that because you need to know then that it's time for ALS intercept or transport to an ER ASAP. You got to get them somewhere where they can get the chest needle. So it ain't asking, it wants you to be able to recognize that so you'll know when it's time to say, hey, we got to get somewhere where somebody can fix this. So anyhow, that's one of the few things that where a paramedic can do something that the other folks can't. Otherwise, typically the majority of what saves people's lives is all BLS stuff. So All right, hang on just a hot second. There we go. All right. Pulse pressure. I want y'all to understand something about pulse pressure. Now look, at this point, I have showed you the key references, and I have showed you a lot of how to approach the questions, or what certain things means, the different ways of coming up with the diagnosis you think it is, and we've looked at a lot of things. But I'm going to keep pushing here for just a minute. For those who are hanging in here and are truly wanting to gain the most out of this, I'm going to go out with a finale with you. All right, I'm going to go out with a finale with you. For those who will be watching it again later, we're glad to have you earlier. We respect and appreciate your time, and I hope that you're having a safe evening. And when you come back and get to watch this later, you get to see what you missed. But seriously, thank goodness we now have this ability to record it to where you won't miss out on it, because I don't want you to miss on something that might be helpful. All right. I want everybody to understand. Pulse pressure is what you get when you take the systolic and subtract the diastolic. The measurement you get when you subtract the diastolic from the systolic. So top number blood pressure minus bottom number blood pressure equals pulse pressure. If your pulse pressure is less than 30 points, it's said that it is narrowed. Wouldn't you agree? Chief just walked in and he agrees. He agrees. And so when the pulse pressure is widened, it's when that difference will come out to be a number greater than 60. All right, here's the point. Narrow pulse pressure is associated with obstructive shock, a cardiac tamponade that has developed because of a tension pneumothorax. Tension pneumothorax that goes untreated will cause a breathing problem that will also lead to a circulation problem. So in chest trauma patients, most commonly the tension pneumo that goes unrelieved will also lead to a cardiac tamponade. Hence the reason not only do they have, and a cardiac tamponade is also a form of obstructive shock. It's like the traumatic side of obstructive shock, where PE might be a form of obstructive shock on the medical side. But anyhow, here's the deal. Beck's triad. You ever heard of Beck's triad? We're talking about chest trauma, tamponade. This is JVD, muffled heart tones, and hypotension, narrow pulse pressure. The pulse pressure will start to get weird on you. It'll say like 90/70. And you're like, 90/70? That don't even make no sense. Well, that's only a 20-point pulse pressure. It's definitely below 30, so it's narrow. They're close. The numbers are close together. It's narrow. Then it'll keep getting worse. It'll get down there about 82/76. When the number equals 0 is when they go into complete obstructive shock and they have no pulse, 0. And the pulse pressure there of 0 is usually from where it's complete obstruction, and you have a tamponade. Cardiac tamponade is twisting. What is twisted? The inferior and superior vena cava are twisted, where the heart has been pushed on its vertical axis. What is pushing the heart? The tension pneumothorax. The air continues to build up, more pressure, pushes the heart away from the affected side. As the heart is pushed, what you have is called the mediastinum, everything right here in the middle. All that begins to shift over. That is what causes tracheal deviation. That twists those blood vessels that are attached to the heart, those ones that are more flexible, which are your vena cava, your big ones that come for preload. When those start getting twisted, you lose preload, so you lose afterload. That's why you get the hypotension with it. That's why you get the shock with it. That's also why you get a backup. The blood flow that's supposed to be going back down and spilling back out of the brain and going back into the heart becomes obstructed. And that's when you have the JVD, jugular vein distension. Everything swells up because it ain't able to get back in to the heart now. And so that's what causes this. So anyhow, a widened pulse pressure, when pulse pressure would be greater than a difference of 60, a widened pulse pressure, something like 200/50, combined with unequal pupils and fast ataxic respirations, and like a fast adventitious respiratory pattern and a low heart rate, well, honey, that's Cushing's reflex. And that's going to be dealing with intracranial pressure from traumatic brain injury, head trauma, closed head injuries, and or hemorrhagic stroke. So anyhow, I could go on about that, but I ain't going to try to get off. I'm going to try to get this wrapped up. This right here is an example of paradoxical movement. Have you ever heard of paradoxical movement? What paradoxical means is when whatever happens on one side, it causes a similar issue on the other. So one causes the other. That is what paradoxical means. Paradoxical means one causes the other, or this one causes that one. That tis for that, a tis for tat, or whatever, you know. But anyhow, but you see here, poor youngin', the reason they've had to intubate that kid most likely is because the chest trauma. You can see the ecchymosis there about the lower rib cage area, and see that paradoxical movement of the chest wall. That will cause incredible pain. And this is secondary to multiple broken ribs in one location, i.e., in other words, AKA, also known as a flail segment. The old teachings were to throw an IV bag or something over that, and that is no longer recommended practice. Something you can consider is to apply a large area of tape over this. So like if the flail segment was right here, I'd put me a big old strip of tape this way, another beside of it, and two more, like a tic-tac-toe sign. And I'd make it to where I could hold on to that tape too in the middle, and I would hold it up. And that might help to stabilize that, keep it from sucking in when the patient took a breath. See here, when that boy's trying to breathe, that's all collapsing in, and I'd be able to kind of hold it up. And but now the reality is they are going to develop a disordered control of breathing, secondary to the pain from the injury. And that's why they've most likely, he looked like he could have head injury too. But the point is paradoxical chest wall movement from a multiple flail segment. You need pain management, high flow oxygen. The reason you need high flow oxygen is because they're going to be minimizing their ventilatory effort due to the pain. So whatever breath they do get in, you want it to contain as much oxygen as possible, so it is as effective for respiration. Anytime ventilation is going to be minimized, you want it to try to last as long as it can to keep respiration in check. So this is why you would give these patients here supplemental O2. Talked earlier about open pneumothorax. This is an example of open pneumothorax. Good gosh almighty. The things we see, my friends, and the things we would be exposed to out here doing the work of the good Lord. But my goodness, somebody has to be out here tending to the flock. And it's extra hard when it's a little lamb, you know. But understand that in pediatrics, they will bleed to death quicker. They will smother to death quicker. They will dehydrate quicker. and their little chests will fill with air quicker. They have less chest wall. They have less space for attention to develop in. They'll have ICP quicker. There's a lot of things. So, all right. Let me get through this blood sugar thing, and then I have some baby birth and stuff to show you. And then I want to start I want to take some questions. So just a few more minutes here with me. I want you to know this ain't on the registry test. If it is, I ain't seen it before or heard about it. It ain't really industry standard to be saying. It should be, but it ain't quite. But this is more or less to tell you how to be really good at what you do when you do get this license. All right. And you're going to get it. You're going to get it. So anyhow, you just got to, you got to put in some hard work here, some serious work, and you got to be patient. You got to be very patient with yourself. Unless you truly are about to run out of time, then you don't need to be in any hurry. You need to be doing practice tests, and you need to be studying and make sure you synthesize what you study. And you need to understand what it is you're reading. Don't just read to be reading. If you're just reading to be reading, you're wasting time. So if you're going to read it, understand it. You see what I'm saying? And make sense of it and apply it in your mind to where you can synthesize it. See, anyhow, don't use a finger lancet on a pediatric patient, a small child's finger. That's equivalent to me checking my blood sugar with a pocket knife. I'm probably going to need a stitch or two. The children's hospitals that EMS around Tennessee, for example, transports to, they all will tell us the same thing, that it's not uncommon to see where another facility or EMS unit has used a lancet on a finger because they didn't know any better. And they end up having to put a stitch or two in the child's finger, when the best practice would be to do a heel stick on children that small. And don't go right here on the bottom where if they're a kid who's walking already. If they're an infant, no big deal, it don't matter. But if they're a little walker and they're starting to bobble around, it'll make their little foot sore. So go over here to the side where they ain't weight bearing on it. But a heel stick is what's needed. So there are two reasons. There are two reasons to give small dextrose to small patients. It ain't just D50 that you're going to be allowed to give as an AEMT. Understand you're allowed to give IV dextrose. IV dextrose encompasses dextrose 50%, dextrose 25%, and dextrose 10%. You will have to understand who gets which one and when and why and how to create it. I'm fixing to share that with you. If you look at dextrose under a microscope, it actually looks like a small, tiny little river full of small, tiny little icebergs. And those are those glucose molecules, sugar molecules, those sugar crystalloids, in that solution. So the thing is the Titanic was a vessel, and I know what an iceberg did to the side of that vessel. So I think about that, and if I have a small, tiny, fragile vessel, such as the IV or the vein in a pediatric patient that I only have a little 22 gauge IV catheter in, I really don't want to be pushing overly concentrated D50 through it, because it's going to tear and lacerate away at and scrape away that site of venipuncture, putting them at a higher risk of extravasation and infiltration. If that happens with dextrose, that's not good, because dextrose is incredibly necrotic to tissue outside of the blood vessel. So that's why I need to avoid that. The other reason is the tonicity. Okay, so this is an example of where hypertonic, hypotonic, isotonic, osmosis, diffusion, tonicity, all these words that you had to learn in AEMT school, and we used to have to learn them in paramedic school. They didn't really teach it in IV school, EMT IV school, but anyhow, but now you get to learn this ahead of time as an AEMT. And I think it's good. I think it's good that you're learning this. If you're out here giving people IV fluids and medicines, you must understand and learn what hypertonic and hypotonic and isotonic means. Understand that dextrose is a solution that is in its D50 form. When it's concentrated like that, normally used as D50, it is almost 10 times higher in tonicity and more hypertonic than blood plasma itself. Blood plasma has a tonicity of about just less than 300 millimoles. I believe I'm saying that right. Millimeter, anyhow, hell, it's a measurement. And again, this late in the day, I am as subject to brain fart as anybody else. So anyhow, it's painful to sit and listen to something this long, but again, we'll probably ought to break this kind of stuff up so it's not so much at one time, and you can have a little at a time cumulatively. That's what I'd like to get around to do, and I honestly think that would make it more effective. But anyhow, beside the point there. So with this right here, the thing to know is you want to try to get it as close to, so like even D10 is still a little hypertonic, but not to the point of where it will cause demise. Here's the problem. Being as D50 is hypertonic, you could give D50 to a little pediatric patient and it will fix their blood sugar problem. It will make them normoglycemic or hyperglycemic. It will get them out of hypoglycemia. However, within several minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, you will likely see that child actually have, likely have a episode of altered mental status. It would not be unlikely for that child to develop seizure activity and other signs of Cushing's reflex from the intracranial pressure. Now, what in the world would be causing that kid to have ICP? I'm going to tell you, hydrocephalus. It could cause hydrocephalus. Why? Because it is hypertonic. And the fact that it's hypertonic, being that it would push fluid from the intravascular space to the extravascular space. And in that little head of that little pediatric patient, and all that old nasty swelling that might happen because of tonicity, it would cause ICP. All right, so that's the point. So the two reasons you need to give little dextrose to little patients is IV site instability, and then tonicity to prevent causing hydrocephalus ICP because it's hypertonic. All right, so the first thing you want to ask yourself, you want to say, hey, you want to ask yourself, hey, look here, are they truly symptomatic? Do they really need to be treated? Well, if the answer is yes, then it is what it is. So go from there. And Willie said he's got a question. Willie, go ahead and put your question on there, and then I'll get it. All right. So now, how to make D50 into D25? Well, you open up the thing of D50 and you put it together, like you do. You unscrew it, you pop the caps off there and you screw it together and you just have it right there. Then you hold it up over a trash bucket or something and you squirt out half of it. And then you hook it to an IV line and you pull saline back to fill that area. So you cut it by 50%. So you took D50 to D25. And that's how you do that. All right, well, hold that thought. And let me get this wrapped up and then we'll take that question. That sounds good. So That so you, and then now to go to D10, same thing, kind of. Here you push out 40 of the 50 milliliters and then withdraw, hook to an IV line and pull saline, suck saline back up into it to replace that 40 milliliters. And there you just took D50% down to D10%. You can also use a saline flush and a three-way stopcock here. And there's a different way, but either way, that shows how you would cut it to bring it down to a lesser concentration. Oh, sweet. So anyhow, the thing here is, this is the dosing on it. Now, the AHA specific dosage for pediatric dextrose, it does not specify if it is to be dextrose 10%, 25%, or 50%. It just says dextrose for pediatrics can be administered at 0.5 to 1 gram per kilogram. This is a much more user-friendly and much more safe and realistic practice. This is also the guideline for what patient needs what dextrose. So 0 to 6 months of age need D10. 6 months old up to 8 years old can have D25. A patient who is greater than 8 years of age can go ahead and have the D50 that an adult will get. If they are getting the D50 because it's so much more concentrated, they will need less of it. The reason that the smaller patients here are getting a higher dose is because they are also, however, getting a much less concentrated version of the medicine. It's the same medicine, it's just a much less concentrated version. And you already know the two reasons that it has to be less concentrated. So that all being said, you find, you see here 2 to 4 milligrams per kilograms for the little kids getting and the babies getting the D10 and the D25. And the kid that's greater than 8-year-old only gets 1 to 2 milliliter per kilo. Well, that's because that older kid is getting D50 and they don't need near as much of it because it is so much more concentrated, what they are getting. And to explain that and to make sense of it, I've got a comparison here. If when we get wrapped up and I get ready to leave and I go out here to the Tahoe and hop up in there, if a T-Rex jumps out of the trees over here and tries to eat my fat hind end, well, I got options. Now, whereas I don't necessarily have an RPG, I do have some Glocks. But here's the not so realistic comparison here is because the Glock would be a much, much less concentrated weapon, a much weaker weapon than the rocket launcher, I would have to shoot him a bunch more times if I was going to try to keep him from biting me. And so, but I don't know, we might wrestle. But whereas if I was going to shoot him with my rocket launcher, I'd only have to probably hit him once and it'd blow him up. You know what I'm saying? Much more concentrated, so I need a smaller dose. Same thing on pediatric dextrose, D50 versus D25, D10. D50 is much more concentrated weapon here, so I only have to fire it less. I only have to give a smaller amount of it. So don't let the fact that you're giving a lesser amount to the larger patient confuse you. The reason is because of the concentration of the weapon, or in this situation, the concentration of the specific dextrose you're using. And the whole point is to avoid getting eaten by a T-Rex in that situation. So here's the last thing on peds that I have for you. You ready? You ready? Y'all are gluttons for punishment. How many people have, there's 25 people still in here. Man, I ain't been able to run y'all off yet, have I? How about that? These other folks, bless their hearts, I'm so thankful that they will get to see this later. And we also, before I forget, I have we got a little Facebook page. You can follow us on Sumner County EMS. We also have a little page that I've got put together. Sometimes do just little impromptu training videos on, and just quick little TED Talk style, 5-10 minutes or less, little lessons that help folks out here on the street, might even help them prepare for their tests. And it's Agape Medic EMS training. And you can find that from my own Facebook profile. But anyhow, so we hopefully this has been helpful. So to wrap this up right here. To wrap this up, a stable baby. What you need to know about babies is what you need to know about babies is statistically, only about 1 in 250 cases go wrong. Mother Nature has been doing a real good job of bringing humans into this world long before the inception of modern EMS. So, modern EMS been around, about 40 years or so, some places 30, hell, some places closer to 50. Either way, ain't been around that long. So the thing is Mother Nature's kind of had this figured out. We typically make it an OB emergency when we get there. It seems like it's when it becomes the emergency. You'll see perfectly healthy babies and perfectly stable mamas being put into the back of ambulances and driven Mach 3 with somebody's hair on fire all the way to a hospital with the lights and siren. You got somebody all bug-eyed and white-knuckled up front. They holding in a stink pickle and their foot's shaking and everything else because of what they got in the back. And they on 2 wheels, honey. And also statistically, you increase the chances of being involved in an accident by 50% by having on the lights and sirens. But they'll put a perfectly healthy baby and a perfectly healthy mama that Mother Nature's got under control. They'll put them in the back of an ambulance and carry them to the hospital because it freaks them out. They ain't never dealt with it before. And in their mind, it's like an OMG kind of event. And the reality is most EMTs and AEMTs are probably more prepared to handle those calls than most paramedics. Some paramedics will get mad at me for saying that, but that is simply the reality. With the very, very, very small exceptions, most every bit of this right here is BLS interventions. So anyhow, on with the story. The best place to put that baby, if the mama is able and if it's safe to do so. Sound like Otis Campbell been over here in my lecture, but anyhow, that probably make us teach a better class, a whole lot less wordy, add a little elixir. But anyhow, I don't know what Otis had, but I'm gonna stick with my purified water here, So, and if you don't know who Otis Campbell was, you need to watch Andy Griffith's show. And if you ain't never watched that, you probably ain't set up to tackle life very well. So anyhow, back on track. Breastfeeding is very, very good if the mother is able and willing, because it will provide that child with sugar. A lot of neonates are intrinsically hypoglycemic at birth. And we actually don't treat neonatal hypoglycemia. Remember this. As an AEMT, you'll need to know this. So normal hypoglycemia is when the sugar is what? Less than 70. Some textbooks would say less than 80. It's hypoglycemia. So symptomatic and low blood sugar, then yes, it's time to treat it, right? Just like the little kid I showed you earlier, licking the window, are they really, how symptomatic are they? Do they really need treatment? And if the yes is the answer, then fine. But understand that in neonates, postpartum neonates, unless the sugar is below 50, that we do not move towards invasive therapies such as vascular access and dextrose 10%. The best practice for this would be to allow the child to feed. Allow the child to feed. And if the mother is able and willing to allow breastfeeding, the baby will not only get glucose content or sugar in the milk, but also colostrum. Some of the first breast milk that they may take in contains powerful antibiotics. And that would be quite necessary to help boost that little immune system. There's also prevention of hypothermia in the immediate postpartum neonate. Put that baby up on mama's skin to skin. Mama, get her shirt pulled back, whatever we need to do there to where that baby can go on to her, and then cover them both up nice and warm and let them bond, and let those two little hearts be close together again, and so actually it puts those two little hearts it puts those two hearts closer. One was on top of the other one, one was under the other one, and now they can be right beside one another. And you mamas are something special. You really are. I mean, us daddies, we are too, but we're just usually a big bunch of grizzly bears running around, really just a big bunch of teddy bears. But I tell you, it's something special. It's something special. So my colleague in here, Miss Ashley, who's had to listen to me all day, she's a relatively new mother and has spoiled that youngin', and that youngin' has spoiled her. And it's beautiful to watch it. It really is. Knowing her for all these years and now getting to see her become a mother and a very good paramedic. It's a beautiful story. So I tell you what, but when these children are born, that is the best place for them. Also, when they begin to breastfeed, it allows the release of oxytocin and pitocin, and that will help to promote uterine contractions, which will help probably more than anything to stop and minimize postpartum hemorrhage. So the best thing for postpartum hemorrhage is to allow breastfeeding, and that will help stimulate uterine contractions through the release of oxytocin and pitocin. The baby gets colostrum and other nutrients and sugar, and the baby stays warm by being on his mommy's chest. All right, now, the other thing that will help to treat postpartum hemorrhage and by stimulating uterine contractions would be what's known as a fundal massage, or massage the fundus, a group of muscles located in the suprapubic region there that could be strongly massaged in a circular motion to try and stimulate uterine contractions after the child has come out. And it takes about 12-20 minutes or so for a placenta to come on out. Umbilical cords are about 3 to 4 feet long on average. So, all these things you'll get to see. If you've never seen it before, it's really, truly something unique. There are people do this stuff. Some of y'all I've seen, you say you have multiple kids, you're like, yeah, whatever, been there, done that. But somebody who's never got to witness that kind of the miracle of life out here on the scene or something like that before, I tell you what, it'll put you on cloud 9, and you need to celebrate that as a win, because we often are on the scene when life has ended, sometimes tragically. Sometimes they've had a good long story, and today you just were there when they wrote the last chapter. Sometimes we get there and we're able to rewrite their story and add further chapters. And I tell you what, there's very few career paths out there that allow you the opportunity to perform that kind of magic, really, So there is something special about doing what we do. And it's something special about being on these types of calls, especially when everything's going like it should. And, if it ain't, then you know what to do to step in there. Here's another thing. Routine suctioning is no longer recommended. Used to, they would teach as soon as the baby come on out of there, you want to suction the mouth, then the nose. In the alphabet, the letter M comes before the letter N. And so you would suction the M mouth before the N nose. using the bulb syringe. So the point here is a routine suctioning is no longer recommended if and only if there is obvious or impending obstruction from meconium or other content fluids in the oral nasopharynx, then you would suction. But if everything's clear and that young'un done started screaming and he's sounding off like a police car and everything's going good, then leave him alone. Quit sticking that thing in his nose. And that's the emphasis there. So meconium aspiration is something that a paramedic will actually address via the utilization of a meconium aspirator. And here's what everybody needs to know is that normally the back of an ambulance lives at about 300 millimeters of mercury. That's because during our daily checkoffs, you have to hit at least 300 on your suction. Well, the thing is some text even says you can turn these to 150. Some of the later texts that's just come out over the years. But the historical practice on this and the standard on it is, the fact is that it needs to be turned down. Suction that is too high, leaving it at 300 or so, can pull out all their oxygen reserves and also cavitate the airways from too high of a negative suction or torr. Turn it down before you use these things if you are a partner with a paramedic who's trying to suction meconium. Umbilical cord management. The new standard is delayed cord clamping. Delayed cord clamping. All right. In other words, you do not have to be in any hurry anymore to cut an umbilical cord. That's a part of the process that still freaks a lot of people out. The reality is it ain't hurting nothing unless it's around their neck or something, we're going to talk about that in just a second. So you ain't got to be in no rush. Now, what you do want to do is when the cord here is still intact and it is still in the first few minutes of extrauterine life, the child has been delivered. In that situation, you don't want to hold the baby too high above the mother because the baby's blood volume can run back into his mama. And you don't want to hold the baby too low below the level of the mama. If the mama's up on the couch and you got the baby down there on the towel on the floor drying him off, that ain't too good because the blood flow could run down into him then. And if that happened, it can cause stroke. So you want to keep them level with the vaginal opening, level with the birth canal. Best practice, skin to skin contact on his mama, his or her mama. The baby is a mama. Wharton's jelly is what is inside the umbilical cord. It gives us this gelatinous type liquefaction in here that helps to keep everything from getting all tied up in a knot, hung up like granny's bowels right there, keeps it from getting all clenched up. So it's good stuff. Keeps it, but sometimes they still do get into compromising positions. This is a period of time over about 15 minutes. So over about a 15-minute period of time, this is what an umbilical cord postpartum would begin to look like. And here you see that pictures 1 and 2 especially, kind of sort of in picture 3 and 4, but in picture 1 and 2 especially, you still have heavy bluing of the big vein. So you got 2 arteries and 1 vein in the umbilical cord. And I remember that via a battery. I think about battery, I got to put a battery in this new little toy robot, make sure his batteries work, and so they come with new batteries, thankfully. So hopefully everything's working in them, but for some reason I remember that 2A, like a AA battery, 2A, 2 arteries, 1 vein. So, but either way, so you can still see that big old vein and you may even see pulsation. When you see pulsation and you still heavy bluing of the vein and that the cord is still pretty viscous looking, that is not when you would want it to be cut. You would have considerable amount, a blood spilling with that. And whereas the baby framing oval and whatnot and everything may be closing up and still you don't need all that running everywhere. And so the delayed cord clamping comes from a desire to try to allow opportunity for cord blood that contains stem cells to be reabsorbed at their own pace back into the child. The research on this has shown that it has greatly reduced the likelihoods of leukemias and or blood cancers later on in life. So incredible information that we have learned in the medical world from the, so that is kind of the purpose behind delayed cord clamping. But again, this is after about a 15-minute period of time. When it gets to the point where the Wharton's jelly inside begins to thin out and liquefy and the vessels collapse down because there's no longer blood flowing through them, that is a good time then to cut the cord. Go about 6 to 8 inches from the baby, off the baby with the first clamp. Put the first clamp there, and about 2 inches or so from the first one, put the second one, and then cut in the middle. The reason you want to leave a little section or so coming off the baby is because if the child did not begin to fare well, the neonatology specialists, whatnot, folks at the hospital, in some cases, paramedics, can gain vascular access using what's called an umbilical vein catheter, a UVC. And in the world of neonatology, and according to the AHA, a UVC is the preferred method of vascular access in a postpartum neonate patient. If you were unable to use a UVC to gain the line in a baby fresh out of its mama, then the alternative route would be interosseous access. But why not use the vascular the good Lord kind of equipped them with it when they come out? Why not make use of it instead of putting a hole in the little leg, So either way, enough about that. I'm getting long-winded. Prolapsed umbilical cord. First thing you would want to do here is if you saw this, you would want to palpate the cord to see if it has a pulse or not. If pulse is absent, you're going to need to take immediate evasive action here to raise the child, the weight of the child and the compression of his head up off of wherever his compression is cord. And that's usually going to be up against the pubis symphysis bone or somewhere about there. And so this is where the provider who is performing this maneuver is fixing to get pretty upfront and personal, slightly awkward situation, no doubt. I think I'll feel like I'm going to owe them a Christmas card for the next 18 years if I have to do this. So in all these years, I've been able to avoid this. The only one or maybe 2 times I ever remember seeing it, we didn't have to do this. And here's why, because we used common sense. Gravity is the problem there. So yeah, you could insert, that's a medically, legally accepted situation to where you could do that and might have to do that and explain the necessity behind it. But if gravity is the problem, sometimes you can fight fire with fire. And gravity was the problem with that child falling down onto his little old cord, pinching it off, making it lose flow as it was hanging out of the mother. In a prolapsed cord situation where I may be able to put them in a position to where gravity can bring that baby back down off of that, promoting blood flow. So, and the only times that I have ever experienced that on calls, very, very rare to see actually. And in 22 years, I mean, I'm thinking one, maybe, I think a couple times. I specifically remember one of them, and this right here is what is how we fixed it, and it worked great. We could feel a pulse again, and we applied a bolus of diesel, and all went well. This next picture is pretty rough, and I usually try to remind myself to notify people before I throw that up on the screen. And please forgive me if I've shocked anybody or But this child right here is still alive. This child lived and did fine. When they come out and they're non-vigorous, they don't live, okay? And it will make you pretty worried. However, they respond well to, they typically now, not always, but they typically fare well to aggressive basic interventions. So you just got to get on it. So, but in this situation, this right here is one of the worst documented cases of what's known as nuchal cord around the neck. And here, what would have to happen is, so step one, as soon as you saw that, when the baby's head come out, you would want to take a finger and try to come up under and loop that off of there, loop that from around the head. But in a situation like this, where it was winched on there tightly, and almost the entire length of the cord would be involved, situation like that. This is a bad nuchal cord. So in that situation, you would go and you would simply cut here, clamp where I'll go up with my cursor right here on the chest of the child, clamp, and then cut in the middle. So clamp, cut, unwrap, begin the steps of resuscitation. So in neonatology, if you have a non-vigorous baby and the heart rate is less than 100, well, one thing that is good to know is an ECG, the cardiac monitor, is a very useful tool to assess heart rate. If you can't do anything else, use it to help you assess the heart rate, just so you can count the number. I ain't really looking at the rhythm as much as I just need something to help me monitor the rate. So in that situation, though, heart rate less than 100 in a non-vigorous baby would yield the need for positive pressure ventilation. If the child is less than 35 weeks gestation, in other words, premature, and premature neonates that require positive pressure ventilation, assisted ventilations with a bag valve mask, if they are premature, you first want to try it with room air. This is another case of where you would withhold oxygen. Give them room air first with the BVM. If that did not fix it, if that did not fix the problem, then you would only increase to FiO2. FiO2 is fraction of inspired oxygen. And you get about 10% FiO2 with every 1 liter per minute flow rate on a regulator. So 65%, going over 65% FiO2 is like saying you don't want to go over about 6 to 7 liters of flow. So if room air didn't do it, crank it on up to about 6 liters and then try it. But the thing is you don't want to give a premature neonate high flow oxygen in these situations. Now, the neonate that is a postpartum neonate that is non-vigorous and has a heart rate that is actually so low that it's less than 60. So less than 100, bag them. Less than 60, CPR. How do you do the CPR? 3-to-1 compression ventilation ratio. And I don't have that on here. I had a picture of it. But anyhow, 3-to-1 compression ventilation ratio with the encircling hands, 2 thumbs technique. So anywho. That's the IO, and then there you go. So that is the points of emphasis to make on OBGYN, to be honest with you. Now, there's other OB stuff out there. You got eclampsia versus preeclampsia, eclampsia versus preeclampsia, hypertension and swelling of the feet, headache, dizziness, similar to hypertensive crisis. That becomes full-on eclampsia. Preeclampsia becomes eclampsia when she starts to have a seizure. When seizures begin, and then you have eclampsia. And what you could do for that, prevent any deoxygenation of the patient. Manage the airway, high flow O2, vascular access, and transport. You could go ahead and start giving her some fluids. paramedic's going to need to give her a mag sulfate drip. That will work as good as, if not better in some cases, than Versed or something like that for the seizures when the seizures are eclamptic. It's a magnesium deficiency. So anyhow, so that's what you look at right there on these cases in these situations. All right. Now, I know we had a question pending. Willie, I think you had a question, sir. Are you on there?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
I have actually two. One on that when you was talking about the so if you get a registered question when it was saying you got the prolapse cord, the first thing you would be do was palpate, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the first. Okay.
Yeah,
That-
because
that-
if it's still got a good strong pulse, then it ain't a problem.
Right.
It's where you have a problem is when the pulse is gone.
Okay. And my second one is, can you have high and low blood pressure with ICP? Can you have high or low? Could you have both of them like symptoms for us, like intracranial pressure?
Now say it again. I think I lost you on the first part of that.
Can you have high or low blood pressure? Can you have both with intracranial pressure? Was it just high blood pressure? I'm trying to figure. I'm kind of confused on that because you was talking about it earlier with blood pressure with intracranial pressure.
Oh,
If I heard you correct.
I'm still trying to hear kind of what you're saying.
With the ICP,
ICP, all right. I'm losing him there.
okay. I might have to type it.
Yeah. You may have to type that in. I'm getting the latter part of the question, but not the first part. I'm sorry. You're cutting out somehow for whatever reason. So, but yeah, feel free to type that in, and we will get the question answered. So, yeah, he's talking about ICP. I know he's talking about ICP, and ICP is usually going to be associated with a hypertension or a high blood pressure and low heart rate. And of course, they'll have some unequal pupils oftentimes, stuff of this nature. And while he's typing that in, I can tell you what I know about is ICP. You can have it, you can get that from giving a hypertonic solution to a small child. Something like D50 can cause ICP. And in that situation, it's ICP from hydrocephalus, water on the brain. Where does the water come from? Well, through the hypertonicity of the solution you gave. The dextrose you gave. It's pulling water from the intravascular space from the blood vessel and pushing it into the outside the blood vessel area and making the brain swell on the tissue there. So the others is, I see the question now. So the others, you can get ICP with traumatic brain injury and hemorrhagic stroke. Anytime there's bleeding in the brain or fluid in the brain, something coming up in there that don't ain't supposed to be, or something that's got a place. So here I see, can you have ICP with low blood pressure? You actually can. You certainly can. And usually what that'll be from is especially if it's a traumatic brain injury or hemorrhagic stroke, if they have bled so much that it's put them in decompensated shock, the blood or what they did lose to make them have low blood pressure, where did that blood go? Well, if it went into the head, then you'll still have ICP, but now you just got ICP with hypotension too. Very, very poor prognosis of survival, most likely in somebody like that. So, great question. All right. Let's see. How's everybody feel? We got 23 folks still on. So there is plenty of material out there as far as things that are test review, test prep, and these resources right here, especially at registry site, man, I tell you, y'all just don't know how essential it will be to monitor that site and to look at that. That's going to be a big deal for you right there. You know, see, we're looking at it, and right here, you know, here we are over here on this AEMT model of this site. And it gives all these things, you know, all these things that we got to know. It talks about each one of these, and it's going to lead you to most likely where they have pulled their answers. And here's the thing talking about seizures. I guarantee you it'll talk about disorder control of breathing in pediatric patients, potential pediatric questions in that category. So OB emergencies, OB skills, all the things we just talked about. Just for curiosity, you click on it and it goes right down there to it. Look, you got to know what a nuchal cord is. I just showed you that. How to manage a patient with an abnormal. So if they have a limb presentation or if a breech presentation, that needs high flow oxygen and diesel fuel. There ain't really nothing we can do about that. And primarily we need to get them somewhere. So, you know what to do with a nuchal cord. I told you about that, and recognize when to need neonatal resuscitation, heart rate less than 60, heart rate less than 100, nothing at all. You know, and kind of how to, you know, remember your APGAR. You'll need to review your APGAR, things of this nature. Look, and all these things, an abnormal presentation, if they're breech, this is what you do for it. If you got a limb presentation, this is what you do for it. You pretty much get there. Hey, and you could have twins. You could have twins. Prolapse cord. Look at here. Immediately get a trend. You know, immediately use gravity to try to fix it. Reverse the position of the patient. Change the gravitational direction. If that don't work, then you could, you know, use fingers to try to lift the baby off. You know, don't try to pull on it or push it back in there. A shoulder dystocia is when the shoulders just won't come through and they're hung up. And that also is an emergency, and you need to be given diesel fuel or gas, air, whatever you got. You need to be getting them there. For long, it'll be battery power ambulances. So anyhow, all these types of things. And when the head pops out, but it sucks back in, y'all, that's real bad if the baby has started breathing on their own, because now they in there, they smothering against their mama. And the McRoberts position is where, you know, you put the buttocks. It says here, it tells you all these different types of things, and you can change the angle to help create an air passage. So all these little thingies here, I tell you, I highly recommend reviewing every one of them. So I ain't gonna go on about it. It's the time of day to. So anyhow, let me look. Okay, Kim. Okay, Kim. So I see here the only practice test. I'm gonna go to this window right here and go to. It's EMT National Training, EMT National Test Prep, however you want to call it. I don't endorse or recommend any one specific test site over the other. I use this one sometimes if I am helping people try to study. I've had good results with this one. There is a free version and a paid version. Obviously, the paid version gives you access to more questions at once, but you can pick the level. So here you go. You go to AEMT test right there, and it will give you practice questions. You can go right down here and you can select. You can set up some practice questions off of it. Scroll right down here. Let's see, where's that at? Well, anyhow, you know, there's practice test. Here's the practice test right here. You click the AEMT level, and then what category you want it to be in. There was Hunter. Did y'all see Hunter? He has been hiding. I've been looking for him to get on here. He said, I'll get in there and help. That's our battalion chief of safety and compliance. And he has been very busy in the COVID world. But he is also probably the most experienced AEMT instructor in the state. There may be a couple more out there. How long have you been teaching AEMTs?
20 years.
20 years he's been teaching AEMTs. So,
Not AEMT, but
or EMT, AEMT, you name it. So, RN, paramedic, he's a nerd. He's definitely a nerd. He's also a vegan. So, whatever. But anyhow, I mean, that automatically kind of makes him weird, right? But but we have him as a resource here as well. And he and I work together closely on these things. And if you have questions or you run into something, trust you me, somebody like him around, I promise you, we can get you the answer you need. And if we can't find it, we'll do what we've done in the past, and we'll call the president of the NREMT with the state EMS director. Got on the phone one day and just called him, said, hey, tell me about this. And 20 minutes, we sat and talked about it. We finally come to an agreement. So, but yes, it works out well. All right, good deal. But this for the where we're talking about a good site to use, you can go to the AEMT simulation exam, and this is examples of these test questions right here. And it's giving you as if you have the real timer on the real test. You've tried to unsuccessfully to intubate a patient. Yes, it's asking you about intubation. Man, I tell you, we can sit here all night and I still wouldn't be able to tell you everything you need to know for the test, but understand these things are. So medical control has instructed you to use a combi tube to situation where a supraglottic airway would be contraindicated. And so the cool thing here is you can literally look right back at this document and go to airway, and you would have, by studying this thing, you would know the answer to a question like that, where you would have this back on to a ventilation, and you would go down here where it talks about like airway adjuncts, supraglottic airways, exact advantages, disadvantages, and you got contraindications and whatnot, gag reflex, blah, 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 all these types of things. And this would all help prepare you for questions like this. So anyhow, burn face ain't got nothing to do with it. Gag reflex does. So that part's wrong, but that part's right. So I don't know that that's the right answer. I don't really need lubricant. The patient's own natural saliva works really well. And the patient has phlegm in their throat. That's not contraindications. Under 16 years of age, unconscious and breathing, if it fits, you can use it. There's even pediatric sizes of these things. But under 4 foot tall, that's kind of one of the milder contraindications. But look, they are known to have esophageal disease. That definitely is. So this is probably the best of those answers. And so you can see how they work. I wish we had the time. For those of you, now listen here, for those of you who are on your 6th attempt, and if you don't pass, you won't make it, I will. We probably have to do it sometime next week. But I will log back in. If you want to set up a Zoom meeting, if you want me to, we can set something up, and we will just spend a couple hours going over and doing review test questions together, and looking at why they're right, why they're wrong. So we'll just actually do test questions together. And because my concern is I really, really, really want this to work for you this time, Because if we don't, you'll have to repeat the whole program if this is the path you're going to stay on. And I want you to stay on this path. So I want you to do so and not have to go through the heck of repeating your program. So we'll do what we can to help you. And I have found that has helped people in the past. It's not the first time we've worked with somebody who is who's not far from being at the end of the rope on this. So, they feel very, very lost and just, they've stretched it out as long as they can. And now they got one more shot at it. And so we want to try to fix that for you if we can. We'll try to help you. So this right here is, hang on a minute. Let's see here. Chicky. I see. Let me catch up on these. So Kim, that's an example there of a place that is a good resource, a very good resource. There are others, but that's just one that I've used a lot. Sometimes I use it just to teach as an example because it's free and I can log in right quick. So EMS ops, Jessica, you say EMS ops is your weakness. I tell you, you will see that it's actually very, very easy. It really is. There's no guesswork really in ops. You just know it. And when you know it, there's no guessing because you can easily, oh yeah, that's guaranteed the right answer. You'll just need to, you really need to go down the NREMT document right here and go to those sections and truly put in some time on right here. Let me show you. And I know you've put in a lot of time. I know you have, but you've got to do this now with your situation. You've got to do this at your own pace. For example, look, evidence-based guidelines. That sounds like a bunch of silliness, but look at all the stuff that are all these links. Every one of these links is somewhere they've taken an answer for a test question. You need to go through here and be like, okay, so that's what that means. Oh, that's what they're talking about. Look, focus on pediatric patients. Oh, wow. Hey, look at this, y'all. The word pediatric. Now, granted, 15, but there might be one or two peds questions. To implement an evidence-based guideline on pre-hospital pain management. Did you know, I won't keep you, but less than 15% of pediatric trauma patients in the United States receive pain management. You want to know why? Because the people doing it, the paramedics, are not comfortable with pediatric drug calculations. It's so simple. You take what you want over what you got times the milliliters you got. That'll give you the milliliters you need. And that freaks people out. And therefore, and when pediatric patients do get the medicines they need, statistically, 50 to 60% of pediatric patients get incorrect doses anywhere other than a pediatric specialty hospital. So normal ERs in the back of ambulances, that happens. So we got a lot of work to do as an industry still on pediatric drug calculations. So a question that Mr. Trussell had, Mr. Trussell had a question right up here. So Mr. George was asking, so for testing, you said read the answers first and then the question to see where they're guiding you. Yeah, I say that. Chief Miller was actually the one I think who brought that up. And I tell you, our chief was a paramedic program director and a very influential and well-known individual in EMS in Tennessee. Excuse me. So he was a paramedic program director, and then our battalion chief or safety officer here, my close friend and colleague, Mr. Henson, he's one of the most seasoned and well-respected AEMT and EMT teachers in the land. And so if I sound like I know what I'm talking about, honey, you ain't heard these guys. You ain't heard these guys. So I need to get them on here, and they're a heck of a lot more well versed than I am in it. But the thing is they both say the same thing, Mr. Trussell. They'll both tell you the same thing. Yes, it helps to scan over. It helps to scan over the answers. By scanning over the answers, I get a better idea of exactly what it is the question's wanting to know. And you take, for example, you take that police officer question, the scenario I had earlier. If you looked at that question and you see all that stuff going on, you could look at the answers, and the answers could say compensated shock, decompensated shock, irreversible shock, or hypovolemia. And you're going to be like, oh, well, that tells you that what it's going to end up asking after all that fluff is simply want to know what stage of shock they're probably in. And in that situation, the answer would have been decompensated shock because he was hypotensive. And whereas if the last sentence of the scenario was to say, if you scan that question and it said chest seal, tourniquet, high flow O2, or warm blanket, then you know that it's automatically you to tell it the answer is the question is going to ask you what you should do first. So it helps, yes, to look at the questions, or excuse me, the answers, scan over the answers before you read the question. That helps get a better idea exactly of where the question is going to take you. Yes, yeah, that will work real well. So, Ms. Turner, there actually is, that was tried once before. I was unable to do it. I had to bail out on them, and it's something that we may be doing here before long, not through our service, but through the program director over at Vol State has looked into that before and has tried it. And we just got to get the right folks doing the class for him. But yes, that would help a lot of people. What all do we need? So again, as Mr. Davis said earlier, so you will need to email me. Again, let me put my email in this chat box right here. I'll put it right in here. I can put it to everyone, I think. bdyer@sumnerems.org. Oops, that went to Bryant. It needs to go to, everyone publicly and directly, it says. So, but nonetheless, but yeah, that's bdyer@sumnerems.org. And you'll need to email the level of what level you're testing at, EMTB or AEMT, and we need to know. He'll probably need to know your address. We'll need your National Registry account number. National Registry account number, and the details of this will be coming out with the email. And when that comes out, what you'll also get is, and I'll try to be sending this information through the Zoom registration. It'll be a lot easier, and I'll be able to do it a lot quicker. But it'll have instructions also on, and it'll have there'll be a document that I'll need to send you that you'll fill out and send back to me, which is pretty much that little worksheet we went over. So that's what we will need to do in that situation. So, but anyhow, and I got some more messages here. Let's see what we got. All right, everybody getting ready. Brother Mays, I see here, you talking about the registry document right here? Man, that ain't no problem. You just simply go back. You go right over here, and this is at the bottom. So you can access this by going to the home page, and then you go over to whatever category you want. So like you click EMT, and then you go down to cognitive exam, But this is easy to find. But look, here's the other thing. The email that I want to send to everybody with the follow-up information will have a direct link to it. But it would be right there, and you just click that. So whatever level you want, it'll open up this guide that we're using. This guide that you really, really, really need to know. So, all right. So cool beans. This recording, it took about 15 hours for the one we did last Friday to upload. It was about this long. It's actually probably an hour or two longer. So as soon as it uploads, but today we tried it via the cloud. It's still a local computer. So I don't know. It will be the first time I've tried that. So I honestly don't know how long it'll take the video to become available. As soon as it is, I can attach it with the follow-up information. My plan is to try to attach the video file with that. Anyhow, thank you all for the kind words, and you're absolutely very welcome. For those of you thanking us for your help, and we appreciate that greatly. So nonetheless, to get together to next week, if that's the case, as a matter of fact, now is the time to discuss that. Allow me to click on my bear with me. I got to click on my old Google Calendar here. I've got some PALS classes. Hey, I'll also be sending out, I have the PALS and pairs didactic overview. I'll be repeating that in depth for my people here as a refresher class. That'll be a few hours long. That will be right here on the next Tuesday or Wednesday. I have meetings this day, next week. So anyhow, none of that stuff's me. That's Dr. Pinkston's info. So how about, I'm thinking Thursday of next week. Let's put Thursday of next week, AEMT test question review. Okay. If you want in on that, shoot me an email if you can. As a matter of fact, if I can send it out to this group, I'll try to include that. I'll have to set up another Zoom meeting. We'll start that at about 9 o'clock and go till about lunch, just 2 or 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours is all you do more than that with that kind of training, and you'll lose what you learn. You really will. This stuff is so broad and so cumulative. You can soak up a lot, Thursday, December 10th. From 9 to noon, and we probably won't go that long. I have time to do that then, and we can make that happen. I'm going to go ahead and put that on my calendar for that day. All right, let's see here. Yes, that could be recorded as well. But what we'll do that day is, I don't know if I can record that really and put that out there, because unless I have a paid subscription, which ain't a big deal, but because now we're not charging or anything like that. I just want to make sure it wouldn't cross any copyright boundaries. We're simply putting this out as a free resource as an agency to help folks. So if anything, you would think we're giving that company some business. So anyhow, I wouldn't think they would mind. I might have to, I'll check on that. So, all right. Yeah, you can come to that. You don't have to, absolutely. I mean, that would be all in your best interest, and you're more than welcome. You'd be more than welcome to come to it. And
even if you haven't tested yet. I'm pretty sure it would help you greatly. So you probably wouldn't have to test but one time. So Thursday, December 10th. And it'll be short, but we'll just focus really only on answering practice questions. Go from there. And will probably be a smaller group. So a small group session to where everybody can have their mics unmuted and so we can facilitate some discussion. So anyhow, all right. Good deal. Again, we'll start that at 9 o'clock a.m., 9 a.m. All right. Well, I am going to point towards the direction of home.
Do y'all have any way to do like a donation contribution to your group or anything like that?
We, now I can, I'm pretty sure we can take a donation through the Middle Tennessee EMS Directors Association. It's a nonprofit that we use any funds there to teach a leadership conference every so often. And then
Okay.
also it would go in towards a scholarship fund for people try to go to paramedic school or whatnot. You know, if they're having a hardship and can't afford their books or something. That's usually where we, I've never taken the first dime personally for doing this because it would defeat the purpose behind it. And but in the past, when folks have wanted to pursue that, the Middle Tennessee EMS Directors Association has been a pretty good a source for that. So
Okay,
we greatly appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna be wrapping this up here, looks like. I'm gonna be shutting it down. Everybody have a good rest of your Friday. It's late in the day. And have a safe weekend. You're very, very welcome. And I hope this helps. I know some of you I will be in touch with on Thursday, December 10th. So Thursday next week, we'll look at this. And I know some of you I've seen a couple times already, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm glad to do it, but it means that it's now time to try the next step. And in the past, that has been what we've done to help people get over the bridge with this. So I've kind of bridged the gap. So anyhow, all right, y'all stay blessed.